3 in the morning.
Here we go, here's Rory Mac.
We're just coming up the 18th.
We go to the breakfast club.
Just coming up the 18th.
Even.
Right.
Here we are. Yeah.
Did he drive over? They let him drive. They're great.
Not that something I'll talk to you.
They had to go into breakfast.
He has it on.
Yeah.
So on camera for the day. Married next week, so. So I think he probably realised he's more to do than.
I'd say his wife did. Not sure whether he did. Streets?
There's a bit of rain this evening. I think today was on.
Yeah, all good. I'm going to go sleep in any screwdriver.
Holly. Is Connor with you tomorrow? Okay,
I'll see you before today.
no.
Oh, then he's going to go to Virgin Media.
Oh yeah, we're going to see the band. And maybe after that, we're going to get all the boxes over the next time.
What's that one?
Oh yeah, great. For the install. Definitely this week. Definitely.
But we need to get.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, I know. Right, I got to go, okay.
I'll talk to you in a bit.
If you want a hand, give me a shout. I'm happy to take over. Al, what did you say? 2-1 and 2 in what? Dragons and our bowling. Nice setup here, actually.
very good morning to you and welcome to YMCA Cricket Club on Claremont Road in Dublin for the first of the Evoke Super50 Cup matches. This one's between the Typhoons and the Dragons. They're going to be heading out shortly, but earlier on, Ali was at the toss. Let's find out what happened.
Morning everyone and welcome along to Claremont Road here in Dublin YMCA Club, where today we have the opening game in the Super Series 50 over tournament. Today we have the Typhoons against the Dragons. Welcome here to the two captains, Rebecca Stokell from the Typhoons and Leah Paul from the Dragons. Also third umpire Aidan Seaver, who's going to conduct the toss here. Aidan?
Heads. We'll field first, please.
Okay, so the Dragons have won the toss. Leah, you've decided to field. What's the thoughts behind that?
Yeah, I think we're hoping for a bit of swing early doors with the cloud cover this morning, and then we're kind of unsure about how the pitch is going to play, so hopefully seeing how it goes in the first innings will let us adapt as batters for the second innings.
Okay, yeah, just a little bit of cloud cover, as you say. The past 2 weeks have been absolutely glorious down here, but a little cloud cover today. So yeah, just trying to see where it goes from the first innings.
Exactly, yeah. Orla Prendergast comes back in for us, and we know how much of a threat she is with the swinging ball. So hopefully herself and Jenny Jackson, who's coming in today to open the bowling, will get a bit of swing early doors.
Okay, you mentioned a wee bit of team news there. You mentioned to me earlier a couple of debuts today.
Yeah, so Jenny Jackson comes in for her first game for the Dragons. She's been injured up to now, so hopefully with the left arm seam point of difference she can make an impact. And then we have Emer Richardson in for one game. Obviously her experience will be great for our young team. And then we also have Lucy McGrahigan from the Northwest coming in to keep today in place of Amy Hunter.
Excellent. Okay, well done, Leah. Good well today. Okay, Rebecca, lost the toss. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, we probably would have bowled first as well with the conditions this morning, but equally we're happy to bat and hopefully post a total.
Yeah, obviously moving out of the T20 into the 50 over tournament. A little bit of a different format, obviously, and you got to think about different things in the 50 over format. In the 20 over tournament, you started well, but then sort of tailed off a wee bit. You're looking for a strong start.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we spoke in our chat there pre-warm-up just about doing stuff for a long period of time and not getting bored, and I think that's our biggest focus for 50 over cricket. T20 is obviously a fast game, and we adapted well at the start of the season, but like you said, tailed off, so hoping to get a bit of momentum in this game going forward.
Excellent, and good luck today. Very best of luck. Rebecca Stokell for the captain from the Typhoons. So the Dragons have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first.
So neither team too confident in what they are going to be aiming to score, but it's going to be the Typhoons who'll have to figure that out in the middle because they're batting first. Ali, a few changes to the teams. A good opportunity for some young players to put their stamp on this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving into the 50 over series, obviously from the T20, and just chatting with Leah there at the toss. A couple of debuts in. They've brought a few young girls in there. Lucy McGrahan's a wicket keeper, and Jenny Jackson's going to be opening the bowling, and possibly, she said. She mentioned the old point of difference that she might bring, but obviously they decided to bowl first on that and send the Typhoons in again, probably because they're not sure how the wicket's going to play. And again, 50 over cricket, it's a little bit different to the T20 we've been playing so far this season, but a good chance for them to get into a good day's cricket here. Absolutely.
Just to mention, my name is Isabel and I'm with Ali, who I introduced earlier. Well, you'll hear from Nathan Johns later on as well. He'll be joining us on commentary, and it's looking like it's going to be Orla Prendergast taking the new ball. The star in the making. Great to see her back playing Super Series cricket. She's been over in England, of course, making a name for herself over there.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see Orla's progression over the past 12 to 18 months, and just that little period over in England, obviously, and getting that century first game, and just hit the news headlines over here, and just give the women's cricket again just that little push, and just showing where the girls can get to now and the opportunities that are available.
Everyone just making sure they're in the right positions as we get ready for the first ball of the first 50 over game in this competition, the Evoke Super 50 Cup. Big movement appeal, but going down, I think. Too much movement.
I think that exactly it. Looking at that first ball, lots of shape in there, and that will be very encouraging for Orla Prendergast first up. A wee bit of movement. Is quite muggy out there. Haven't had the sunshine for the past 2 to 3 weeks. It is quite overcast at the minute.
Sarah Forbes not getting any bat on that. She's opening the batting with Robin Searle. Short and helped to leg side. A bit of a chance in the deep and dropped down by the debutante Jenny Jackson. She got there, gave herself a chance, but it was a difficult one. And, well, my goodness, Sarah Forbes, she would have been worried for a long time there.
Yeah, she'd have been really angry with herself because she'd actually played a nice shot but just didn't get on top of it. And Jenny got round to it there. She actually made good ground to it, but obviously on the move, it's quite a difficult catch on the move. She did well to get there, though.
So a chance for Sarah Forbes, dropped on naught. And another single. So 2's the total now. Sarah Forbes, of course, plays her cricket for YMCA, so it's a pitch and a ground that she'll be used to. Robin Searle, the South African overseas, playing her cricket in Clontarf, probably wouldn't know quite as much. One slip, Cara Murray there, ready for the one that just doesn't move in.
Yeah, it's down leg, and that's going to come off the pads. I think that's probably going to go, yep. Just wait for the, yep, it's going to be leg buys. She's just drifting down towards that leg stump.
Hasn't quite got the line right so far, Orla Prendergast. And even though it only took the pad, her extra pace meant that one travelled very quickly to the boundary. The first one for the Typhoons. Another one hits the pad, and just having a look at the team sheets there, Ali, and looking forward to seeing Laura Delaney back in the team after she injured her hand in a Super 20 trophy match up in Lisburn. And also, we've Orla Prendergast, we mentioned already, but we also have Emer Richardson in for a flying visit before they head off on the actual plane to West Indies on Wednesday. A real bonus for the Dragons.
Quick single, good running. Sets the pad again, just drops in the leg side, but good running, good communication. No hesitation and gets down. Yeah, it's great to see some of the girls that are heading off on Wednesday taking part today. I'm sure there's a little bit of trepidation, don't want to get injured. Obviously, the big trip to the West Indies coming, but yeah, good to see them taking part, and just lifts the level again of the game, and we can see the girls respond to that. The girls that are not going, they can respond then to the girls that are going and say, you know, next time maybe put their hand up and say, I want to be on that trip next time. So yeah, good to see her back. As you say, a flying visit it is, but good to see her on the field today.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing her bowling later on and batting this afternoon. But it's going to be Jenny Jackson, the debutante, left arm quick from the northwest. She'll be taking the second new ball from the Cecil Metcalfe end. Jareth McCready just signalling to Robin Searle that it's the unusual angle, left arm over. Well, radar not quite on yet this morning.
Yeah, a little bit of work for Jareth McCready there to start with. But as you hopefully saw just at the toss there, Leopold saying that they brought Jenny Jackson in for that little bit of difference, the left arm. But she'll need to get the lines early here if she can hit her straps. The left arm's always a little bit different for right-hand batters.
Well, she will always struggle a little bit with bowling wides, I think, Jenny Jackson, just with her action. She's quite slingy. That's, of course, how she gets her extra pace, because she certainly doesn't get it from her height. That slingy action means that she can get it down at a quicker pace, but it does mean that she'll probably be that bit more inconsistent than maybe a more traditional action would be.
Yeah, he's got to get this sorted early, because we don't want to start with, confidence wise. Want to be getting your lines right. All left arm. Left arm overs have got to get on early and don't want to slide down. As you say, just that little bit of an unorthodox action means that the inconsistency's there. So just for her own confidence levels, like to get one straight here.
Helped round the corner. Jess Mays does the work. The two fielders out for Jenny Jackson are fine leg and square leg. She does tend to bowl the ball into the pitch, Jenny Jackson, with that slingy action. And sometimes surprise batters, rushes them a little bit more than they would expect.
Yeah, she's got a little bit of pace there. I mean, I've watched his first 3-4 deliveries and they're carrying through quite well. Just the radar, and she can get that sorted. She's got a little bit of pace with that action.
Much better. Well played by Sarah Forbes, though. Gets the single. To see Lucy McGrattan getting a chance behind the stumps as well. Another wicketkeeper from the Northwest.
Yeah, good to see some of the girls from the Northwest getting a step up into Super Series cricket.
Well, one of the problems for Jenny Jackson now is that's 4 wide so far in the over. She's going to start getting very tired. It's a very long over. As a fast bowler, it takes a lot of effort to complete your action. So if you have to do it an extra 4 times, that makes it all the more difficult.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Maybe overlooked a wee bit that you're bowling 2 overs here in one stint nearly. And it does take it out of you with the effort you have to put in. That could be another one. And that actually, I think, just missed the helmet, which you can see on screen there is just behind the keeper. I think it just missed the helmet there. Should have been an extra few runs again. More extras.
So that was signalled as buys. I think it must have swung quite a lot because it swung past her pads, Robin Searle, but Jareth McCready deciding it wasn't a wide. Easy decision, that one. No, didn't have much going for it, did it?
Well, I think just a little bit straighter than the previous balls, but yeah, I think heading down leg side again.
And that just that old chestnut of it pitching outside leg.
About 2 feet. Just see her on screen there, just taking a deep breath, setting on herself down before starting the run up.
Sarah Forbes looking to guide that one down. There's no third man, so she sees a big piece of real estate down there. Fancied her chances with that one. It didn't really get the bounce she would have expected.
Yeah, good stuff. That good comeback now from Jenny. She's starting to get her line, and as I say, I like the way she's just taking a little bit of time at the end of her run up there just to concentrate on what she's trying to do and think about where she's trying to put the ball with that little bit of swing which there is there. Just trying to control that in the first couple of overs with the new ball. So 15, you can see the scoreboard of the first 2 overs.
A good start from the Typhoons. They would have bitten your hand off if you'd asked them what they wanted to be after 2 overs. The 15 does very nicely.
And plus, no drama really apart from that one ball that went down to fine leg. And they've got the 15 without really playing too many shots.
Well, that's a wide on the other side. So, not the best of starts for the Dragons so far. 2 fielders out of third and kind of a square fine leg, I want to say. 2 fielders in on the single on the leg side, square leg, and a mid wicket, no mid on. So that's the big gap. Finally, that's where she wants to be, Orla Prendergast.
Yeah, it's taken an over and a bit or to hit the lines. From her point of view, she'd be looking to hit that and use that shape. Just hit that off stump, and if it starts to wobble about a bit, that's when the batter will have a problem. But extras can build up here very, very quickly, so they'll need to just tighten up a little bit, the Dragons.
Well, they'll be looking for their premier bowler, Orla Prendergast, to set the tone. So those wides that the balls down leg wouldn't have given them too much confidence. So good to see her back. Arlene Kelly is the other frontline seamer. Then you've got Leah Paul's left arm spin, Cara Murray's leg spin, and Emer Richardson's off spin. So varied attack. And Lana Dalzell as well with her way swing. It's actually a tough team to get the opening position for, so they obviously think highly of Jenny Jackson.
Well, clearly they brought her in, as I say, to give that difference with the left arm. And if she can just hit her lines, as I say, just move that ball from off stump in, the left armour will definitely give a little bit of difference. Just looking at Orla Prendergast here, I'll just come back to that in a second. Yeah, just something to watch there. I just really like her run into the crease now, full of momentum. The run up, I know it sounds very, very basic, but the run up is down now. She's got her run up, she knows her. And just for younger girls coming along, just to watch that, have the run up sorted. You don't have to think about that. You know, she's really momentum through the crease, doesn't stop, so she gets everything going forward. Oh, that's a beauty. An absolute beauty. That's what we talked about. She's the main point of attack in this Dragons lineup, and our captain would have wanted her to strike early, and that's exactly what she's done. Hitting the top of off, the perfect dismissal for a seam bowler.
Well, Sarah Forbes didn't know much about this one. Went straight through. I don't think you can call it defences. It looked like she was actually trying to drive this ball. Pushed at it, left the gap between bat and pad, and it's hit the top of leg, actually, which is
leg, yeah.
Kind of the one that Orla Prendergast is more likely to hit with the shape that she gets.
Yeah, too good for me as well there. Yeah, it's actually nipped back a little bit. I thought it clipped the off stump, but it's actually nipped back through the gate and hit the top of leg stump. But they'll not mind which stump it's hit. They've got the breakthrough, and after a little bit of a shaky start for the Dragons, they've picked up the first wicket, and Sarah Forbes has gone for 2, and the score 17 for 1.
Well, Mary Waldron comes in at number 3 for the Typhoons. A snazzy new kit, this, isn't it? Look at the writing down the side of the leg.
I have to say, even in the T20s, I'm loving the new kits. Really love them. It just gives them the contrast out on the pitch there. You can see the blues and the reds. I know the traditionalists will say we love the blame whites and all that, but just a real dash of colour out there. And I've got my blue and my red sock on here, just one for each team. There you can see my red, and there's my blue. So I've got one each team.
A much more confident stroke, that one, from Mary Waldron than we saw from Sarah Forbes. So the Dragons take their first wicket in the third over, courtesy of a screamer from Orla Prendergast. And after 3, the Typhoons are 17 for 1.
Yeah, much better over there from Orla. And as I say, she'd got her rhythm there. I like the run up is good. She's just all the way through the crease. And that delivery that picked up Sarah Forbes was just perfect from her, just pitching on the off stump and just nipping back. As you say, defensive was a bit of a gap, whereas Mary Waldron there with her first shot, much more confident in her defence. But yeah, just picking up that wicket now. Let's see if Jenny can back up Orla in this fourth over.
You're talking about run-ups, the Orla Prendergast run-up. This one for me is a little bit short from Jenny Jackson. It doesn't feel like she gets any rhythm up before she gets to the crease. Just the 10 steps in the run-up.
Yeah, that's everybody's individual. You know, some people would say there's a lot of run-ups are too long because you're losing all of your momentum when you've reached the crease, and that's where you want to be at your maximum. just as you go through the crease. So yeah, but in this one you could be right. There's a little bit short where she wants to actually get a bit more through the crease as the delivery. Maybe go back another couple of yards, but something she can work on.
Well, I just think maybe a couple more steps so that she can ease into her run up a little bit more, because she's got to hit her highest pace very quickly after starting her run up, and that for me just it can be quite difficult.
And if we look at the next over, I'm sure Harla will bowl the next over again. If we watch her run up in the next one, she does start off quite slowly with a low, and then rises up as she reaches the crease to actually deliver the ball, which is at her tallest and at maximum pace. So yeah, maybe something to look at going forward for Jenny Jackson. She's got a little bit on that, I think. A little bit of bat down the leg side again. Just goes for one.
Yeah, I looked to try and hit it for 4 rather than take what most likely would have been another wide had she not chased that one, Robin Searle. I think this will be the first time Mary Waldron will have had any kind of look at Jenny Jackson today. Obviously, it's Jenny Jackson's debut, and I don't think they've come across each other in club cricket.
Yeah, but that could be useful for Mary. Just that left arm again, getting used to it. Even though, when she moves up to international cricket, the left armers obviously will be a little bit higher standard. But just to get the angle, watching somebody coming left arm, and just getting your eyes adjusted to somebody coming on the other side of the wicket, and it's not just right arm over all the time. So yeah, it'd be useful to just watch that. They're just changing the sight screen, which is quite strange if we haven't moved that sight screen already. Nobody's obviously used that. Always a bit of a bugbear when I played about sight screens. People hit the ball for 6 and then suddenly say, "Oh, can you move the sight screen?" You've seen the last one pretty well.
It's once you think of it.
That's exactly it.
If you think of it, you have to move it. But,
as soon as you've realised that it's not in the right place,
yeah.
Oh, hang on.
And in women's cricket, we often don't have the sight screens in the right place because no one can be bothered to move it. You're playing on some kind of different strip.
Yeah.
Remember when I started off, I was told that the women don't use the sight screens when asked for it to be moved, and I quickly
said,
changed that.
Move it.
A bit of a surprise delivery there, full and wide outside off. She won't leave too many of those, I'd imagine. Robin Searle, a real area of strength of hers.
More the surprise of it that most balls have been down the leg side, and so just maybe that pushed out the off, and as you say, maybe you push another one out there. I'm sure she'll take after that, given an opportunity again.
Important game, this one. The first one between these two teams, having had a chance to wrestle the T20 trophy from the Scorchers, but both teams failed to loosen the stranglehold that the Scorchers seem to have on the Super Series. So they'll want to start off with a win here, because the Scorchers, they just always seem to find a way, don't they?
Yeah, covered quite a lot of the T20 series, and I mentioned to the two captains before during the toss that kind of the two teams had a different trajectory during that tournament. The Dragons started very, very slowly, and I watched the Typhoons at Lisburn a couple of months back, and I thought they were excellent. Their bowling attack especially was very good that day, but they tapered off towards the end of the tournament, whereas the Dragons came back quite well, and they got a couple of wins towards the end. But again, as you mentioned, Dizzy, came to that last game against the Typhoons, and the Scorchers just had that will to win, and they got there quite easily in that game, and they lifted the trophy. So these two straight away will be looking to get off to this tournament with a win here today. It's a lovely shot. It's going to be the first boundary, I think, today off the bat.
What a shot that was from Mary Waldron. Nothing more than a push. Made sure she got it in the gap. Focused on the placement rather than the power. Allowed the speed of Orla Prendergast to do the work.
Yeah, an excellent bit of cricket there. You can see just timed the ball really more than anything. It was kind of similar to her first defensive shot, but really flew off the bat through the point area, beat the fielders, and it's as good a shot as you're wanting to see there. First up.
Well, as a bowler, you can't quite believe your eyes when something like that happens. You bowled it exactly where, maybe a tiny bit wider than she would have wanted, but really not much wrong with it. And you see it go to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's something I talk about with a lot of players when they first come in, even defensive shots. Show the bowler you mean business, even if it's a defensive shot. And just there, she played that defensively. It was coming down, looking for a single, and quite aggressive on the shot, even though it was defensive. However, a little bit quicker. Just gets through to the keeper there, trying to drive that one a little bit wider. But yeah, just the intention of, show the bowler you're not getting through here, even with it is just a defensive shot.
Absolutely spot on. That last delivery, that was the one that just doesn't move for whatever reason. Went straight on. Drew Mary Waldron into a false shot. A thick inside edge to Jenny Jackson down at fine leg.
Yeah, but immediately you can see Mary's experience with the intent that she's showing out there. She's looking quite solid in defence. It's a 50-over game again. It's going to be difficult for the girls to move from that T20 mentality into, this is a long time to bat here, 50 overs.
Richardson gets her first touch of the ball in cover. There's been a lot of balls heading down to fine leg, a lot of defensive shots. But I wonder how long this opening spell is going to be from Orla Prendergast. They tend to wrap her in cotton wool a little bit. Or bubble wrap, whatever you want to call it. So another good over from Orla Prendergast, 5 from it. It's 5 overs gone, and the Typhoons are 26 for 1.
Yeah, just mentioned in the change from T20, the girls obviously in club cricket, not many 50-over games in the club game. So when they're moving up into the Super Series 50, it is a massive difference. For example, 5 overs gone, that would be a quarter of the innings in a T20 game. It's only a 10th here. There's so much batting you can do here. So it's just that change from both captaincy in the field, but also just the batters out there. It's a long stretch here you can bat for.
Confident drive through, and the fielder can't stop it in extra cover. You could argue she could have moved her feet a little bit more. Went under the diving Bella Armstrong in extra cover, and beautiful stroke from Mary Waldron.
Again, nice, good, quick hands through the ball there. We'll see it again here. Yeah, okay, was that ball outside the off stump? We can see the hands going through the ball. And again, we talked about the bowler's momentum through the shot, through the crease, but Mary Waldron there, momentum through the shot. It's well bowled this time, better line. Yeah, just good hands through the covers, and she started really well here. Good defensively, but also taking the shots on when they're available.
Just looks a little bit slow off the pitch, doesn't it? That last shot from Mary Waldron, she looked like she was in position for an age before it actually hit the bat. So might see some catches in front of the bat today. Short and helped round the corner. Jess Mays will keep that to 1. Just didn't really get hold of that, Mary Waldron.
Yeah, it was a short ball. There are 2 fielders down on this leg side, and just couldn't get a full bat on it. It was more of a bottom edge, really, which meant it was only a single. We'll bring Robin Searle back on strike. Hasn't seen a great deal of it since Mary came in.
Well, she's seen a lot of that. Robin Searle faced a lot of wide deliveries, and actually it can be quite difficult to bat when a bowler's struggling like this because your concentration goes.
Yeah, it's really important because with the balls going down leg side, you got to prepare still for the ball that's going to be on your stumps, and you can't just let your concentration and your focus drop.
So overcompensated a little bit there, Jenny Jackson. Wide outside off, but Robin Searle can't really make much of that drive.
Yeah, we got to remember it is her debut in the Super Series. She's going to be nervous coming up to this level, but that's what the girls have got to aspire to now. This is the level they want to play at. It's a tough old sport. It's a much better line on the stumps.
She did play for Ireland under-19s at the recent under-19 World Cup. Played one game in that and took a wicket. She was expensive, but she bowled at real pace in that game. Probably not quite as quick right now as she was then, but also this is a slower wicket than she would have bowled on over there in South Africa. Potchefstroom.
Definitely the wicket Potch would be a little bit quicker than here, I would suggest.
A lot hotter as well, about 40 degrees in the difference. No, about 20 maybe. So 6 overs gone, and the Typhoons are 32 for 1. Just the one wicket gone. Forbes up the top. Prendergast, when she found her radar, found leg stump quite quickly. Forbes had to go. Searle and Waldron out there. Now Lulu Little will be coming in later. Looking forward to seeing Sinead Thompson, the left-handed batter. Stokel, she won't bat at number 10 either, and Delaney won't be at 9. So plenty of batting to come. Laura Delaney, no doubt, has the pads on over in the tent and itching to get back out into the middle with bat in hand.
I'm going to give Orla another one here. She's going to bowl her fourth.
Well kept out. Good Yorker, good shot, good cricket.
Yeah, and I think they are giving her this. Leah Paul, the captain, is probably giving her this. Probably one more at this stage to see if she can pick up the big wicket of Mary Waldron, or indeed Robin Searle, getting 2 down early. Would be a big pickup for the Dragons here. As I say, Orla Prendergast, the premier bowler for the Dragons. It's good to see her right there, and if she can pick up the second wicket here before the end of the power play.
Oh, she thought about having a go at that one, Mary Waldron. Got in position and then thought the better of it.
Yeah, she just moved that left leg out of the way to play the pull shot, and then, as you say, just second guessed it and thought maybe not, and decided just to play the defensive shot.
Yeah, I think in that split second she was thinking, no, it's not T20, and she's just walked away to the side, had a quiet word with herself. Play straight, Mary. Just beats the outside edge and beats McGrahan behind the stumps. She did get something on it, so it'll only be the one by. Not too much damage done by that. It wasn't an easy take. It did bounce in front of her.
Yeah, that's that sort of slower wicket you're talking about there. It didn't really carry through, in a very difficult half volley to take for the keeper there. But she did get a little bit on it, which prevented it possibly going for the boundary.
There's the bouncer. That one did get some lift. Just see Arlene Kelly warming up there in mid-wicket. Looks like she'll be coming on, if not the next over, then very soon. But I wonder how soon Leopold will decide to bring spin on. I think that's what's going to have the most effect on this wicket. There will be turn, will be variable bounce.
Nicely timed. And picks out Leopold at point.
It's been a tentative start from Robin Searle, 3 from 18 deliveries now, scoring mostly through wides in a way. She's watched a lot of those. It doesn't look like the easiest track to bat on, so she's playing very carefully. And there's another one.
It's up to 19 extras now, I think, in 7 overs.
Yeah, that'll be something they'll want to put right very quickly, the Dragons. So another over is gone. 7 overs now, and the Typhoons 34 for 1. If you missed it earlier, the Dragons won the toss and elected to bowl. Typhoons lost 1 wicket early. It was Sarah Forbes. She was bowled by Orla Prendergast, who just bowled that over. And here's the scoreboard. Mary Waldron on 10. She came in at 3. And Robin Searle going at a snail's pace. 3 for her from 19. Run rate's healthy though. Almost at 5s. I reckon a good total here would be anything north of 220. 250 would be very good. 280 would be even better.
Yeah, I just had a little look out there earlier, and the outfield is quite tufty on the outfield, so the ball possibly won't run across the outfield quite as quickly as possible. So that might knock 20, 30 runs off a good total, what you would normally expect. And as we mentioned earlier, that the wicket itself a little bit slow, so again spin might come on here, and if the spinners bowl well, it will maybe dry up the run rate as well. So yeah, 220's a target for now, and then we'll maybe reassess. The Typhoons may reassess after 15 or 20 overs and see where they are.
So Arlene Kelly is going to take over from Jenny Jackson at the Cecil Metcalfe end, right arm in swing, so very similar to Orla Prendergast, which probably explains why she didn't take the new ball alongside Prendergast. You might see a double change. See someone else taking the ball from the Wes Earl and Arlene Kelly, the Irish New Zealander, straight on the money.
Yeah, good start, Marlene. Just that experience again. She would have seen this all before. Played at a really high level, of course, and seen all this and done it before. So no loosener, straight on the money. First up, that's always important. You don't want to give away easy shots for the first couple of balls when you're sort of trying to warm up, as you would say. Should be warmed up before you start, and she's on the money straight away.
It looks like the kind of pitch that if the bowling is consistent, it's very difficult to get on top of. She can keep it there. Arlene Kelly, she'll force Mary Waldron and Robin Searle to change something, take on the field maybe. Look to go over. 3 fielders saving a single on the leg side, 4 on the off side, 3rd man and fine leg out. And Lana Dalzell reads that really well.
Yeah, so that's what good line and length bowling will do. It's not just the fact that it's on the money, it's good, but it creates pressure, and then there are mistakes made by the batter because they're doing something a little bit different. Whereas so far, with so many extras coming and then a couple of good shots from me, the run rate is quite high at the minute, so just a couple of maidens here will help as well. There's the in-swing. 4 dot balls to start with, and just immediately, although there is no run rate pressure, immediately the batter thinks, I've had 4 dot balls here, I'm not scoring. And again, moving from the T20, where if you 4 dot balls, immediately the 5th ball is almost certainly a shot. Now, just absorb a wee bit of pressure. She's bowling well. I don't have to score off every ball.
And again, they needed a bowler to come on and stem the flow of extras, and Arlene Kelly's done that. See Alana Dalzell warming up now at square leg, so it looks like the away swing bowler from Breedy, will be taking the 9th over. And Arlene Kelly will be hoping to hand over with a maiden. Edge stand gone. That's the wicket. She's come on and had an immediate effect, Arlene Kelly. That was the one that just held its line. Mary Waldron looked to defend a thin edge, and good take behind the stumps from Lucy McGrahan. The debutante with the gloves on takes a big catch.
Oh, and you can see her on screen there. She's buzzing. She's got a real smile on her face there, taking that catch. Just the nick through to her, and she takes a good catch, but well bowled, Arlene Kelly. She had those 5 dot balls, but then just produced an absolute cracker with her last ball. We were talking about just having a maiden, but what a bonus. What a bonus for the Dragons there to actually close out the over with a wicket, and a really top wicket. You can see that telltale look behind from Mary. She knew she nicked it, and a good take from Lucy McGrahan, as you say, and that's the 2nd wicket down for the Typhoons. 34 for 2, and a brilliant bowling change from Leah Paul to bring Arlene Kelly on from that Cecil Metcalfe end. She's got the breakthrough, and you can see the Dragons really buzzing now, getting the 2nd. You're right, it is going to be Alana Dalzell coming on from this end. There'll be a change here as well. I think Nathan Johns is going to come in to replace me for the next few overs.
Yes, thanks, Ali. So Alana Dalzell swings the ball away from the right-hander. She's had a good year so far. Bit of a breakthrough season, the all-rounder. And you've been watching from the side, Nathan. Feel the Dragons slightly on top, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was a cracking delivery from Arlene Kelly, especially Mary Waldron looked really good. Some of those cover drops, her bat was sounding absolutely incredible. The noise of it, even when she was defending, she just looked like she was in really good touch, and that pitch is tricky. But I wonder if that delivery from Kelly, I mean, you were talking about the in-swing she normally gets, I wonder if that just held its line a little bit. You could see maybe Waldron just played inside the line of it a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely did. It just, I don't know if it hit the seam, or maybe the seam position wasn't there from Kelly to get the in-swing, but definitely held its line. Drew Mary Waldron into the shot because it was close enough to off-stump that she had to play it, and while McGrahan, her heart will still be pumping from taking that first catch. Oh, a misfield at mid-off. Jess Mays will have to chase that one down. It is a bumpy outfield, as Ali alluded to earlier, so 2 to the total.
Yeah, 4 off 21 for Searle now. Just in contrast maybe to some of her partners down the other end, she just looks like she's struggling for timing a little bit, hitting a lot of fielders, not hitting a lot of gaps.
Good length. That's where you want to be on this pitch. Very hard to hit through the line of the ball when it's bowled at that kind of in-between length. She'd been a bit full, probably got away with a few half volleys earlier in the over, but pulled that back a little bit, and all Cyril could do was play another defence. Prendergast just having a chat with Alana Dalzell there. They're going to change something in the field.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to bring, I think that's Emma Richardson trotting over from square leg into the offside. I think it's just a reflection of how well Dalzell is bowling. She's landed all 4 deliveries on and around off stump at the minute, and they said, right, well, she's clearly showing good enough control that you can just pack that offside completely.
Something that'll play on her mind, Robin Searle. It is an area of strength for her, but be very difficult to get the ball through now with that packed side offside.
2 extra covers almost. One looks like she's catching, and yes, no, maybe in the middle between those 2, but you're not going to take a chance even with the slight fumble from Orla Prendergast there at cover point.
Well, 2 of the best fielders going around, Leopold and Orla Prendergast. in point and cover there, so no surprise that Laura Delaney was just leaning on her bat. No intention to go there. Really, really good stuff from Alana Dalzell. They've been brilliant since coming on, Arlene Kelly and Dalzell. They've dried up any runs that were coming. That's 9 overs gone, and Typhoons 36 for 2.
Yeah, it's brilliant control from Dalzell. And it's really good captaincy from Leopold, even if the decision might have come from Orla Prendergast in the covers. But just to pack that offside field, to recognise that her bowler is bowling that well. I think the challenge for Searle now is she's got to do something different. She's got to have a plan to counteract that. She can't just let Dalzell bowl on that length on off stump. I mean, the keeper was back there. I mean, does she use her feet a little bit? Does she try come forward to nullify the swing? Does she get deep in the crease? She needs to do something. She can't just keep driving the ball nicely straight to that packed offside field.
Laura Delaney now, she's in at 4. Arlene Kelly opened up her spell with a wicket maiden. What can she do against the Ireland skipper? A little bit of bounce.
She can nearly nick her off first ball. Yeah, there is just something in this pitch. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's the same pitch that was used yesterday here for a second team game, club game. There's a lot in it. It's spicy. It's moving a lot off the seam.
We've seen a few hit the ankles of McGrath behind the stumps, and then that one just popped. Laura Delaney didn't have the footwork. With and cut away. There's a fielder in third. And does well. Jenny Jackson picks up well, gets in position quickly, and releases as well.
Yeah, Laura Delaney using her experience there. You could just see a little shuffle forward just as Kelly was about to release, just to try and get on the front foot, but recognises it's short and goes back, and probably missed out a little bit. I guess the sign of the pressure that they're under. It's always difficult when you're under pressure to find the middle of the bat in those short wide ones, but good intent. She was looking to get forward and nullify that movement.
Well, I think they need to do more of that, which is getting onto the back foot. Both Mary Waldron and Robin Searle pretty much exclusively playing on the front foot, but with the type of tennis ball bounce that we're seeing, short is actually a little bit fuller than usual. Have a bit more time to get on the back foot, as we saw Laura Delaney do. Searle as well now. Short again. Gets the edge. Jenny Jackson. Well, there was a call of 2 from Laura Delaney.
I'm very ambitious.
It was 1 all the way, wasn't it?
Straight to third. I don't know what game she was watching.
I'm pretty sure she says that no matter what. And Laura Delaney, she's always shouting to it as you're passing her and as you're jogging, knowing it's 1.
Yeah, well, maybe I think she's recognised that it's the debutant down there at third, isn't it? Just put a bit of pressure on her. Just remind her that she does have to get it in and out quickly.
There's that bounce again.
That's just popped. Wrapped Delaney on the gloves. This is very, very tricky. I think as well, the pace of the bowling. I think Arlene Kelly's pace quite suits this wicket. I think someone like Orla Prendergast with the extra pace, it's almost easier to face a little bit when it's a little bit tennis bally because it's a little bit more predictable. But when someone like Kelly's medium pace, those 2-pitched sorts of wickets are really tricky because you don't expect her to pop. Whereas maybe someone like Prendergast with her height, you would be anticipating having to play a lot on the back foot.
Absolutely, and it comes through better with the extra pace. So, spot on. I think the spinners will be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, well, the Dragon spinner has gone in at slip at the minute. Cara Marie Leopold's remaining aggressive with her captaincy.
So another fantastic over from Kelly. And the first 10 overs are gone. That's the first power play done. And Typhoons 38 for 2. They'll be happy that they haven't lost more wickets, but Forbes and Waldron, they're both back in the tent. And Searle struggling. 6 for her from 27 deliveries, and Delaney, she's just joined her. She's just got the solitary runs so far. So it looks like it's going to be a hard day's work for batting.
Yeah, that Sarah Forbes delivery was an absolute corker the way it just moved back in late. Bowled her through the gate. Yeah, no surprises there. Orla Prendergast causing plenty of problems. 1 for 9, going at just over 2 and over with her economy. Jackson on debut, a little bit expensive in terms of how many extras she bowled, but she still only went at 5s. I think you'd largely take that in the power play. And Arlene Kelly is bowling ridiculously cheaply at the minute at 1 and over.
Finds the gap. It was tiny, but she's managed to time it. Robin Searle. Well, that will give her some confidence. She didn't try and hit that one too hard. Made sure it went between the diving Prendergast and Emer Richardson, and that's her first boundary of the day.
Well, she needed that, Robin Searle, didn't she? It's a cracking cover drive. Just that little bit of late movement from Dalzell just probably gave her that extra bit of width she needed to access that gap. Although, if you're Alana Dalzell and you've got 3 covers in and she's managed to find the gap, I think you just say fair enough.
Well, I actually think they've got the field slightly wrong here, the Dragons, because Robin Searle, it's like in golf, she kind of has a fade on her drive, and I think Richardson's too straight. You nearly don't need a mid-off for Robin Searle. Richardson should be going to her left, and so should Bella Armstrong, and make sure she can't get between Orla Prendergast and Emer Richardson.
So as we look at it here, we're kind of at a long off position. They've almost got 2 extra covers in, so you're saying you'd rather they have 2 regulation
2 covers. Yeah. 2 covers for Robin Searle, and with the movement that Alana Dalzell gets away from the right-hander, that's where the ball's likely to go.
You're going to be hitting it square, aren't you, with that movement?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it just looks like if the ball's on the stumps, you can't go through with your shot, so she's not going to get hit back past her, Alana Dalzell. So everyone should be taking another few steps to their left.
They've already taken their mid-on out, so they are aware of how difficult it is to hit the ball straight. They might as well go one better and move mid off. I think I agree with you.
And that one's gone backward of Leah Paul. Molly Devine gets her first opportunity to field down there at third man. In fact, I think there's only one player on the Dragons team that doesn't bowl. It's Bella Armstrong. Molly Devine bowls leg spin or off spin, whatever she's feeling like on the day.
Bit of a Liam Livingston character.
And then Jess Mays is at mid off. We'll probably see her medium pace as well at some point. So it's actually a difficult team to captain for Leah Paul because far too many options.
That's an analyst's dream, that somebody can bowl leg spin and off spin, because they'll just tell you bowl off spin to the lefties and leg spin to the right handers.
Oh, well bowled, Alana Dalzell. Laura Delaney was thinking about trying to play that one across the line and thought better of it just at the last second.
Yeah, it looked like that one just, again, another one that just held its line. That one didn't really leave Delaney as much.
She looks like she's in the mood to get going here, Laura Delaney. Probably wasn't there to cut, but good finish from Dalzell. 2 overs for her now. She's gone for 7 in them. 11 gone, and the Typhoons 43 for 2.
I think it's very frustrating as a batter when you see that width on offer and you know that that's what they're trying to bowl with that field, and you just can't get it through. It's very, very frustrating. But it's good to see these sides playing some 50 over cricket. Of course, I think on Wednesday the Irish side flies out to the Caribbean. They've got a lot of 50 over cricket coming up, and a lot of these players have played a lot of T20 recently, but less so the longer formats. There's some much needed time in the legs, so to speak, in terms of just batting time and bowling lengthy spells.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's a tough one when you've got one squad for both T20 and 50 over, and the T20 game is so important in the women's game in particular, but the ICC Women's Championship is so important for the women's game here to help develop our players. So I'm excited to see how we go against West Indies in that series in St. Lucia. Arlene Kelly, metronomic.
Of course, the last time Ireland played in the West Indies was that nail biter in Cape Town, where Ireland probably let that one slip through the fingers. That was the one game out of all the ones in that World Cup campaign where you really thought they looked like they'd finally get a win at a T20 World Cup, and yeah, it was quite devastating that night in Cape Town. Nicely
dabbed down to third. Yeah, I was watching that one on television, and it's just a case of not knowing how to win. If you lose often enough in, World Cups and whatever type of tournament you're playing in, you just find it hard to get that first one over the line. That was what I was hoping, and we bowled really poorly against Pakistan. That was the game they would have been targeting, and it actually looked like they were more nervous in that game than any of the rest of them. Didn't perform as well as they would have liked at all. And it was just that one player, Hayley Matthews, who dragged her team over the line. Good running from Laura Delaney. Just a little bit of lazy fielding from Jenny Jackson. Didn't put the big effort in with the throw.
Yeah, Hayley Matthews played beautifully that day. But even still, they did, if I remember correctly, they did get her out with about 2 or so overs to go. It was just a case of, I think they let the West Indies tail guide them home. But they are probably one of the sides in that Women's Championship where you look at from an Irish point of view and you go, yeah, they're in and around the same level, and that's where you're going to be targeting some big wins. So that's going to be a fascinating series in the Caribbean, and of course, a trip to the Caribbean is never to be sniffed at.
I'm sure they're looking forward to some sandy beaches and some sea swims as well as the cricket. That'd be one you'd be going along to watch if you were a family member or a supporter who had the time and money to follow them around. Clipped into the leg side. It's a risky shot, that one, from Laura Delaney. There are 2 fielders there saving singles.
Yeah, hitting the ball square like that with flick shots on a pitch like that is very tricky, just because it does stop a little bit.
You might get a leading edge or just go through the shot a little bit too early and get caught. There's no mid-on there. That might be an area that Laura Delaney looks to target.
Just cramped her for room there a little bit, did Arlene Kelly. That brings us to the end of the 12th. The Typhoons are 46 for 2. Those 2 early wickets as the Dragons dominated the power play, really. Orla Prendergast started things off with an absolute beauty of an in-swinger to bowl Sarah Forbes, and then Arlene Kelly nicked off Mary Waldron, who looked good. She was timing the ball nicely, but she also got a bit of a peach from Kelly, and the conditions certainly look like they're favourable for bowling, and Ali McCalmont comes back in. The Dragons are certainly cashing in.
Hi, Nathan. Yeah, but sort of looking at just when I was off mic there a little bit. Just that little doesn't look to be the easiest wicket to bat on. Hitting that length. Alana Dalzell's hit good lengths, and I kind of heard you mentioning about batters maybe having to try and do something different here because they've got that packed offside field here. If you don't pierce it, it's just going to dot up here a little bit. Alana Dalzell started quite well.
Well, that ball's a perfect example. Robin Searle's played a very nice cover drive. She's found the middle of the bat, but she's just hit it straight to cover because there's 3 covers, so to speak, in there. So again, you need to do something different. Change the angle. Try and force Dalzell off that length.
Perfect for you. Perfect for you. She chucks one right down the leg side and gives away a wide. But I think that's where the girls need to develop here in the 50 over cricket. T20 cricket is wham bam a little bit, and it's all action. Whereas 50 over, you've got a lot of time to bat. You've got to work out. If this is the case where she's going to bowl just outside off and pack the field, what am I thinking about from a scoring area? Then it's not just throwing your hands at the ball all the time.
Yeah, well, she's meeting the ball very late, which is obviously what you're taught how to do when it's swinging. Play it under your eyes, let the ball swing, which is all well and good, but it means she's hitting the ball very, very square, or even behind square. You'd almost like her to come forward and try hit it strong, its strong shots down the ground. Again,
as we mentioned earlier about the slightly quicker wickets in the World Cup coming from South Africa, she's going to be used to a little bit pacier wickets than this, and she's maybe just hitting it a little bit late. That's nicked, but wide of slip. A little bit of a fumble down there. And that allows second run to be taken.
As frustrating as it is from a bowler's point of view that the fumble has allowed the second, I'm not sure that Dalzell will mind that too much. She is all over Searle a little bit here. She's she's been able to put ball after ball to her and build up pressure. It's not the worst thing in the world that she still has it down the other end. Well, that's the risk, though, when you do try and hit the ball hard in front of square. When it is swinging like that, you do get that edge. And fortunately for Searle, she did get it wide of Murray, who's in that second slip almost.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Alana Dalzell. I mentioned in a previous T20 games, one of the few girls who natural outswing bowler. Most are in swing, nipping back in towards the batter, right-hander. But Alana Dalzell does have that natural outswing. And she's bowled in the first sort of 2.5 to 3 overs here. She's bowled pretty well outside that channel and bowling to her field.
But if you look at her action here, you can see how she really arches back. And really, just almost the way her body comes through the ball, it kind of comes from right to left, doesn't it? So I think it's that it's not slingy, but it's almost like, remember Jeff Thompson used to bowl back in the day with how far back he'd lean. I think that's what kind of drives it. It means that her whole body, including her wrist, is going through the ball, and I think that's what pushes the ball across the right-hander. It's an interesting action, but it's one that's effective.
Yeah, it definitely is, and she can build up a bit of pace like Tomo. She can be some player. It's good stuff, though. You can see that shape through to the keeper. And it finishes another over, and she's only gone for 10. From her 3, so good stuff from Dalzell. She's come on to replace Orla Prendergast and done a real good job for her skipper.
Well, she's bowled 3 excellent overs. There was only one genuine bad delivery in those 18, and that was the leg side wide. But like we said, something's got to give here in the Typhoons. They can't just let her bowl over after over with the ball moving like that and just let them bowl at her. They've really got to... I know they're 2 down early, but especially Robin Searle, she's faced 39 deliveries. She's got to do something slightly different to take the game into her own hands. Try and put the pressure back on the Dragons in whatever way she can.
Especially now with these two bowling in partnership, with Arlene Kelly at this end, the Cecil Metcalf end. She's bowled quite tidily as well, so it's just dragging it back. If you pardon the pun, for the Dragons.
How many times have you said that commentating on Dragons games this year?
That's the first, honest. It is the first. Just good to see conditions have held up today. Looking at the forecast, we were just a little bit worried about maybe the odd sort of rain break coming in today, but it's looking okay at the minute. Good take from the keeper. Not a great ball from Arlene Kelly again. Just those extras really are costing the Dragons at the minute. And we're well into the 20s now in terms of extras, and if you take those off the scorecard at the minute, as the 50 just ticks up for the Typhoons, almost half of the runs that have come have been in extras. Expansive drive from Laura Delaney there. But that's what comes with a little bit of pressure. A few dot balls, and then when you get the ball to hit, you have to go after it.
Just on that point, Ali, 20 extras so far. 21 now that the scorecard's updated. 11 wides. That's the killer. You take away those 20 extras, 30 for 2 looks a hell of a lot different from 50 for 2.
Looking forward towards the end of the game, we sort of mentioned about just 200, 220 might be a sort of par score at the minute we're looking at. As I said, Typhoons may look to sort of readdress after halfway maybe and see where the pitch is and sort of learn. But again, that's just learning a 50 over game is working out the pitch and what is a good score, when to sort of train up the run rate at what stage. As we mentioned that, Laura Delaney comes down the track. I mentioned doing something different, but just from reactions there, looks as if she's nicked that.
Well, there we go. We were talking about trying to do something different. Use your feet. Try and put the bowlers off their lengths. And Laura Delaney does that, but she gets into a bit of an awkward position. She's not set. She tries to play that delivery, and she ends up nicking it. And I think it just about carried McGranahan behind the stumps. Oh, very tough, low chance. I think it did just about get there, but it was a tricky one.
Yeah, it was a tough chance for Lucy McGranahan, just dipping on her a wee bit as well as it came to her. You can see her reaction. She was just disappointed I'm taking such a good catch to get rid of Mary Waldron. It would have been nice to double it up with the Ireland skipper. That's the shot she's been looking for. A little bit of width. She plays that up to down cut, and this time middles it, beach point. And a nice shot from Laurie Delaney.
Yeah, probably the worst ball of Eileen Kelly's spell so far. Genuine half track, short and wide. Laurie Delaney says, thank you very much. Just really a little bit of pressure on the Typhoons. Much needed boundary brings us to the end of 14 overs. They are moved on to 54 for 2.
Yeah, Nathan, last time I saw you, you were up to your neck in work at Lords. you were all over the place at Lords during the test match, and you had a good time there. I'm sure it was pretty busy for you though.
Yeah, what a week that was. The cricket was tough at times, but some brilliant displays on day 3 from the Irish lads, and yeah, what a week at the home of cricket. Really interesting field. They got a very close extra cover in catching for Robin Searle. Well, Joyce earlier was saying that she'd almost rather that the Dragons put all their extra fielders on the offside very square, just because the way the ball is swinging, it's much easier to hit the ball square than down the ground. And they've, I mean, I wouldn't quite call that a silly point, but it's not far off.
She's very, very close there. I mean, you can see on screen the fact that she's even made the screen there without the wide angle. She is very, very close. It's not far off a silly mid-off. Bella Armstrong in there. Right.
But she's more than one
there.
there.
As we speak.
Ow.
It's pretty gutsy stuff, Bella.
I think that was, thankfully for her, I think that was the hand that got to the ball rather than any other part of the body that might have been a bit more sore. But God, you need to be made of strong stuff to be in there. I used to hate it whenever being asked to go in. I think 2 or 3 times in my life I fielded it short leg, and I've never enjoyed it.
Yeah, she's definitely in the firing line here with the way that Alana Dalzell is bowling. They're just looking for that drive to stick in the pitch a little bit, maybe catch the bat a little bit higher than the middle and just lob it.
But I think the fielding position she's in, the only way the ball's getting to her there is if she nails the drive through cover / extra cover. That one that kind of pops and takes the glove, that's going to go a little bit squarer than where she is. So she really is there for the one that gets hit hard at her. Yeah, cheers, Skip. Thanks for putting me in there.
That, yeah. Yeah, that's usually something like that, short leg or a place like that. That short cover, very, very short cover, usually goes to the rookie. You know, somebody that's been just brought into the team, doesn't want to say much to the skipper. You can pop yourself in there, but Bella Armstrong's has taken that gig. Let's see if it pays off. Again, 5 dots. We haven't really mentioned that there's been 5 dots in the over. The over's near up, and Alana Dalzell again doing a real good job here. 5 dots. Looking to close out a maiden. It'd be 4 overs she's bowled now. Been real good stuff from the girl from Brady. Ruins that for me, Nathan.
Another misfield here at mid-off. I don't think the ball's going to reach the rope. It holds up just short. Again, just a little bit of pressure relieved as Searle finds the gap with the drive. Yeah, ruins the maiden for Dalzell, but she's only going up 3 and over. She's bowled 4 overs now. And Typhoons 56 for 2. I think the players are going to go off and have a drink, which means we'll take a short break, but we'll be back with you once play resumes in a few minutes.
Okay, so welcome back everyone here after that drinks break. After 15 overs, you go back, the Dragons won the toss pre-game and they decided to bowl first, and after 15 overs the Typhoons have moved on to 56-4-2. As you see on screen there, current batters Robin Searle on 16 and our skipper Laura Delaney is on 7. Nathan, probably 50-50 you would say. 15 overs, possibly the Dragons a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I think the Dragons ahead. If they hadn't bowled 20 extras, they'd be miles ahead. As Lord Delaney just runs that one down to third for a single. Yeah, I think the Dragons have bowled better than to have conceded 57 runs, if that makes sense. They've been very threatening, but the problem is when they haven't been threatening, there's been no middle ground. When they haven't been threatening, they've been bowling leg side wides. So that's why the Typhoons are just in a position where they don't have to do too much to rebuild, because they do have nearly 60 runs on the board. But Robin Searle she's been there for 45 deliveries now. She's got to look to be a little bit more proactive, as that one pops off a length and wraps her on the glove. There's that tennis ball bounce that Arlene Kelly has been getting all day nearly in her spell.
Yeah, that's the length. Again, when I was off mic for a few overs there was a couple of balls like that which have just lifted and taken the glove. As we talked about, that different bounce. It's not a quick pitch, but when you hit that length, it has been rearing up a little bit. And again,
she played that well. That one also has just popped up a little bit, but I think after the last delivery was just hanging the back foot waiting for it, and just gets on top of the bounce nicely, guides it behind square.
Yeah, just rode the bouncer a little bit and let her hands sort of drop the ball down wide of slip. Yeah, the run rate has dropped from 5 in the first 7 or 8 overs. We're now down below 4. So Kelly and Dalzell have bowled well as a partnership here. Just dragged that back, but they would love to pick up another wicket.
There's another one that just pops. Delaney just didn't look comfortable at all playing that. Tried to just drop it into the leg side, but ends up ballooning it up a little bit. They've changed the field, the Dragons. Cara Murray has moved from slip into gully. I think just a reflection. I don't think it's a wicket-taking position necessarily, just to try and stop them running the ball that pops outside off down to kind of wide third.
Yeah, the ball, you can possibly just pick it up on the sound effects of the ball not really hitting the bat with any real good sound as it's coming off the middle. It seems to be hitting the maker's name a little bit with the bounce, and just not makes it a little bit more difficult for Laura Delaney to be confident in her shot here because of the bounce, and not consistent for her.
They have that deep cover out now. Laura Delaney cuts that one hard. Straight to her. The protection's on the field. 16 overs gone. 59 for 2.
Yeah, very similar to a shot she played in the last Arlene Kelly over, but Liam Paul, the skipper, had given her a little bit of protection out on the cover boundary, so this time similar shot only goes for 1 and just 3 off that over again. But again, we've talked about it, that it's a long time to bat here. Still 34 overs to go here, and you just got to think about building a partnership. Robin Searle has been struggling to hit the ball cleanly, and Alana Dalzell is going to continue on this way as our end. He bowled 4 overs so far.
She hasn't bowled a lot to Laura Delaney. Robin Searle's managed to get herself down the other end. She bowled over after over, it felt like, to Searle. They've kept that close fielder. Bella Armstrong is still in a very, very close extra cover, just to get into her face a little bit. Here comes Dalzell to the Ireland skipper. 2 straight. Just veered onto the pad slightly, and that's bread and butter for Laura Delaney. Get down the other end.
shot we've seen plenty
Yeah, a bit of deja vu
so
there.
far. We've seen a lot of that into that offside. It's just whether Robin Searle has the patience to keep doing it and she thinks she's going to break through that packed offside field, or does she try and hit the ball in different areas?
Well, she's helped there by Dalzell going straighter. Maybe a sign that the ball just isn't moving as much as it was. That's a couple deliveries now in this over. Well, Dalzell has started the ball pretty straight, and it's ended up on the pads and with that packed offside field. And there's only one fielder inside the circle on the leg side. It's quite an easy shot just to get down the other end. Will it be interesting to see if the ball isn't moving anymore? Does that mean that they bring a fielder back over onto that leg side?
Yeah, and again, we've mentioned it a few times here. That's again another change from T20 to this longer 50 over format. So your captain becomes very important. Adaptability, recognising when the ball isn't swinging anymore. Do we have to change the field? We had plan A. When the ball's not swinging, he's going to bowl a little bit straighter. So we've got to change it.
Well, that's where Cara Murray's role at slip is vital. McGranahan is a youngster. Oh, what a shot that is from Laura Delaney. They've tried many times to get the ball through that packed offside field. On one of the rare occasions that they do. Nicely timed from the Ireland captain, a much needed boundary.
Yeah, and just the difference in clean hitting of the ball and the hands through there from Laura Delaney. On this occasion, perhaps Robin Searle's been a little bit unlucky to pick out the fielders. However, Laura Delaney gets that one through and immediately changing the field. Cover goes out onto the boundary.
Genuine edge, but soft hands from Laura Delaney. Plays the ball down, gets down to the other end. Finishes the over with a single. Typhoons are at 66 for 2. Nice little partnership building now between these two. Robin Searle has been sedate throughout her innings, 18 off 49, but Delaney's finding scoring a little bit easier, 15 off 24.
Yeah, and just picking up those boundaries, occasional boundaries, just keeps the scoreboard ticking, takes away any scoreboard pressure that possibly Robin Searle would be feeling. Say she's coming up to 50 deliveries now, just for 18. But as long as the odd boundaries coming here and there, and the scoreboard's not stagnating, wickets in hand will be key. Morning Kelly's going to continue.
Yeah, keep her up to the stumps now, Lucy McGranahan. I think just a sign that every now and then that Laura Delaney was trying to get a long way down the crease to Arlene Kelly. Just another little thing that she has to think about now with McGranahan up to the stumps.
Yeah, I like to see the confidence there from the young wicketkeeper on her debut. Happy to go up. The Irish International it's bowling here, and she's gone up to the stumps and said, "Oh no, I can do that." It's good to see the confidence that she's shown. As I said earlier, she was absolutely delighted when she took that catch to get rid of Murray Waldron. Well, a little bit of confusion. She actually did well initially, but the ball just escaped through the gloves of Lucy McGranahan. And Robin Searle actually, I think, thought that the ball had gone a long way down, but it was only just behind the keeper. A little bit of confusion there. There's that shot again. We mentioned a few times. Slow outfield. A little bit tufty out there, as we say. The ball doesn't run across it. So that just pulls up. And as we mentioned earlier, Nathan, that possibly will bring down the power score by 20 runs maybe, because it's not running cleanly over the outfield. And that one holds up. Leah Paul fields, and it keeps it down to 2.
Better line from Kelly. Just tightened it up after offering some width. I think if there's one criticism you could have of Kelly so far in this spell, it's just that every now and then she's drifted a little bit wide. She has been cut away a few times in that point region. Again, perhaps a sign that it's not swinging as much because she's starting the ball quite wide and trying to bring it back into the right-hander.
Good grab there. Leah Paul, point, stretched her left hand out. Probably would have been another 2 there, so she saved 1. But yeah, if you looked at the old wagon wheel for Arlene Kelly's spell here, most of it would be through that point area when she's bowled straight. Very few runs have come from bowling straight. Again, a sign of the bounce, possibly not confident to play the straight deliveries with any confidence.
Bit of a strange defensive shot there from Robin Searle. I'm not entirely sure. I think she thought that was going down the leg side.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think she was
trying to leave it.
Leave it, really. I think it was going to be a leave for a wide, possibly, and
ends up hitting the bat. I know if you leave the ball and it hits your pad, you can't run. If you leave the ball and it hits your bat and you don't play a shot, can you run then?
How would you say that you're not playing a shot if it hits your bat? That's a good question.
It's a very interesting one, yeah. Anyway, that's the end of the 18th. 69 for 2. Howard Delaney's caught up to her partner, Robin Searle, having faced 21 fewer deliveries. Like we say, she's found scoring much, much easier. It looks like there's going to be a change of bowling here. Emma Richardson is in this Dragons side. First time she's playing for them, having come over from New Zealand ahead of Ireland's tour to the Caribbean, and she's going to come on and bowl some off spin.
Yeah, great to see her out there ahead of that tour. Just listening to her speaking on the Green Ball podcast earlier this week. And a bit of an amazing story she's got there with all the work that she's doing over in New Zealand to fit sort of both jobs in to come and play international cricket as well for Ireland is fairly extraordinary, really. It's not as if she's coming from 20 miles down the road. It's about as far away as you can get. And here she comes to bowl her off spin.
Straight away, Laura Delaney using her feet. I think that's the way the Typhoons have to play this. They've let Dalzell bowl 4 or 5 overs from that end for hardly anything. You can't let the spinner come on now and settle. Laura Delaney going to definitely try and be proactive, but I'm sure the Dragons are more than happy for her to do that and try and buy a wicket. That's short and wide, and what a stop from Orla Prendergast. That's 2 excellent bits of fielding in the last couple of deliveries from the Dragons. First Leopold at point, and now Prendergast. They've got their 2 best fielders in that danger zone square on the offside.
Makes such a difference. Good fielding makes such a difference. There's 4 or 5 runs saved in 2 shots. That was a tremendous piece of fielding from Orla Prendergast because Laura Delaney really got hold of that shot.
She nailed that. Short and wide from Richardson. She got away with it. Tightens up her line this time as Delaney just knocks it into the leg side. So 3 dots after she charged at her first ball. Building a bit of pressure, lots of flight. Delaney gets to it on the full and she beats mid-on. Richardson gave her the flight, said hit me down the ground if you can. Laura Delaney says thank you very much.
Lovely shot. She didn't overhit it, just let the timing. It was a full toss when she got there and really didn't try and hit it too hard. Just got the timing and the placement more importantly and beat Jenny Jackson at mid-on. And this time it does get across the boundary rope for 4.
Oh, plenty of flight again. This time Delaney is beaten in the air. This is really good bowling from Richardson. Hit me again. Go on. Delaney didn't quite go through with the same aggression. Just tried to turn into the leg side for 1, but was beaten by the flight. And in the end, is probably fortunate that she got a bit of pad on it. As Long On goes back now for the final delivery of the over. Delaney comes down the track again. Has she beaten mid-off? She has not. That's another good bit of work. What a slight fumble means Delaney can come back for a second.
It's very important. The ground fielding is very, very important here. Save the boundary on that over. That cover from Orla Prendergast, and then Jess Mays gets down there and gets her hand to it, which again prevents the boundary. So back up your bowler in the field. A couple of good shots in that over from Emma Richardson's. She bowled well A couple of boundaries could have came off it. Laura Delaney, as Nathan has mentioned there, not going to let her settle. Nathan has just nipped off for a while. Delighted to have Isabel Joyce back with me here. She's been watching on the boundary there. I think we're going to have a second change. So the partnership of Arlene Kelly and Alana Dalzell, who had bowled so well in that little spell for the Dragons, has been changed up at both ends now. It's going to be Cara Murray who's going to bowl from the Cecil Metcalfe end. And Izzy, when these two teams met in the T20 tournament, Cara Murray was player of the match with her spell. She got a knot with the bat that day, but her spell with the ball was so good that she ended up being player of the match.
Well, I was wondering how Spain would go on this track, because it's definitely a difficult one to bat on. For Richardson, she just didn't find the right length, I feel. Didn't find the right pace yet. It's just one over gone, obviously, but interested to see how Cara Murray goes. She might be a handful. The main thing is not to be too short, I think, as a spinner on this wicket, because it does tend to sit up. So being fuller rather than shorter is probably the way to err. And she should get some turns, so I'm surprised that they don't have a slip in place.
Yeah, it's nice to reference that performance up at Eglinton in the T20 game between these two. Their control that day was excellent. The way that she actually mentioned it after the game, the way the ball came out of her hand. And with leg spin, it's always difficult, but she landed it really well that day. But that's a short ball, as you talked about. Is he too short? That gives loads of time to go back. It is only a single low, but I would venture to suggest if she bowls at that length to Laura Delaney, it might be hit a little bit harder.
She loves the cut shot, Laura Delaney. There are 4 fielders out now, of course, outside the first power play. Square leg, mid-wicket, cover and long off are the 4 that she has out. She's moved at 45 into third for Delaney. Uses her feet straight away. Beautifully played. Excellent balance. Great footwork and perfect timing.
Yeah, the footwork really, really good there again. Similar to the last over. She gets there on the full and plays a very similar shot, not trying to overhit. It's the placement that gets her the boundary between bowler. Mid on. Well, possibly Cara Murray could have got a hand to that. It was hard. Hard strike there from Laura Delaney. She's on the move here.
A very full delivery slapped out to Orla Prendergast in the boundary. Well, Robin Searle is, she looks a little bit better now, but still only 19 from 53. So Delaney possibly feeling some pressure to be the aggressor in this partnership. But, you mentioned it earlier, 50 over cricket. There's so much time. Belle Armstrong dives over that one, but Arlene Kelly tidies up. Yeah, we're just about to finish the 20th, and Typhoons 83 for 2, excuse me. Not a bad platform.
Yeah, when I was just on with Nathan there, I sort of said to him after the drinks break as to who would have been happier after the drinks break, and we sort of suggested that the Dragons were slightly ahead, and certainly if we'd taken the extras out of the total, they'd be well ahead. But I think after 20 overs now, just with those couple of boundaries coming off the past few overs, I do think it's quite even at the minute. With these two settling in, as you mentioned there, Laura Delaney just taking a little bit of pressure off Robin Searle. He is only striking at around about 40 at the minute. Emma Richardson's going to continue. See if she can find a length now. That is a bit full again.
Good running, took on the fielder at mid-on. Caught the inside half of the bat, and actually it was the fact that she didn't hit it very well, Robin Searle, that allowed her to come through for the single. Missed out though. It was a rank full toss. There is a catcher in place for Richardson, kind of a gully position. Short and sliced. Almost a chance. Didn't quite reach Leah Paul in point.
Yeah, she's been busy at point, especially when Delaney's been on strike. It's been a favourite area for her. Just that high back lift Likes the cut shot, playing from high to low. That's another full toss though. And again, picks out mid on. It's through for a single. Needs the finer length here. Emma Richardson. A little bit of an issue with her hair there.
Yeah, well, there's nothing worse than if you're facing and then you suddenly see a few pieces of hair right in front of your face, in front of your eyes. Very distracting. Talk about side screens not being in the right place. Well, that's definitely something you don't want to think about when you're facing up against a top level bowler. Better, much better from Richardson. Flatter, found a good length, turned it in.
Yeah, you can see Robin Searle there, not sure whether to come forward to that, and then decided to go back. So that's when, as an off spinner, you know you've bowled a good ball. When the batter's in two minds as to whether to come forward or back. That's the length that she's looking to find. You can just see her on screen there, suggesting, and she's put out the cover. Boundary fielder now.
Yeah, flatter again. So this is the pace. I think that's going to work for Richardson. She moved that cover fielder quite straight, so that tells you she's going to bowl quite full. Footwork from Searle. And Jenny Jackson's out at long on now. So just the one.
Yeah, we always mention about what length a bowler is going to bowl, but for spinners it's also about what pace you're bowling at on the wicket. And the top level spinners kind of work out very quickly. Is it the bowl quicker or is it the bowl slower? What's the best pace to take wickets on a particular pitch? And they work that out very quickly.
Yeah, usually thinking cricketers, 21 overs gone, Typhoons 86 for 2. Usually thinking cricketers, spinners, you often see them commentate actually, because they're the ones that think about how they could try and work out a batter, think about how they're going to take wickets. Think about angles in the field, possibly overthink things at times. So 45 in for Robin Searle, so possibly Murray is looking to bowl a bit straighter at the opening batter. That's still out there.
Yeah, a little break in play. I'm not sure what the break's for. I don't think he's going to take the opportunity to get a drink, I think. But
yeah, wicketkeeper Lucy McGrahan is discussing something with Paul Reynolds.
Yep, Robin Searle says I'll have a little drink as well. So yeah, you mentioned about spinners there, and they are thinking cricketers. Seam bowlers have got the extra pace, and their job is mainly just to roll down, bowl stump to stump. But as a spinner, you've got to work out very quickly. Setting your field is very important as well, so they got to think about field placements quite a lot. And I always like to see a bowler setting their own field, because it's not just up to the captain. And just as kids coming through, I always like to see the captain say, "Oh, where do you want your fielders?" Not, obviously a captain's going to move in occasionally, but if the bowler decides, well, you're more likely to bowl to that field if you're the one that has set it. So I always like to see spinners saying, "This is where I want my field."
Well, as I say to young bowlers, you're the only person that's seen every single ball you've ever bowled, so you should know where it's most likely to go. So that was a problem with Lucy McGranahan's helmet. They've changed that up and we're ready to resume. Short but turn. Excellent. That's where she needs to be, Cara Murray. Good flight. Got the dip through Searle forward, and
yeah, that's the perfect delivery for Cara Murray. Again, Drawing Robin Searle into the shot. That one is a little bit shorter. She's got away with it though. Just looking at Robin Searle, that when she plays that shot, the left leg does come a long way to the leg side. Sort of loses her balance a little bit when she's playing offside then, and a bit of power then.
Yeah, well, she can't keep her left shoulder around either, so that means she's going to always hit it straighter than she probably would want. Moves her feet straight to Richardson at mid-on. A misfield means no shy at the stumps. It doesn't look easy to field out there at the moment. So I saw in the warm-up a few balls popping. It's one of those times when you're worried about your teeth a little bit. So a few of the fielders not quite getting low enough, not trusting the surface. That's the flatter one, and almost again flies to third. One bounce, that's twice now that she's played the cut shot and it's taken the top edge of the bat.
Yeah, it's been a productive area for her, Laura Delaney. As I say, she's got that high back lift and likes to play high to low, but she has been sort of cutting down on those shots from Cara Murray. And again, this time though, more of a defensive shot. Leah Paul comes in. And a decent over from Cara Murray, found a better length there. And just the one coming from it. See ball 2 for 9 now, and the score moves on to 87-42.
They looked delighted, didn't they, Searle and Delaney, when the spin came on, but it's only taken a couple of overs for Richardson and Murray to figure out how to bowl on this deck. Vital overs for Emer Richardson. Lives in New Zealand and they'd be well out of season at the moment, so a good opportunity for her to get some overs in a match under her belt. Change of angle, coming around the wicket. Very uncomfortable looking shot from Searle.
Yeah, I was just mentioning with Nathan there, it's a fairly amazing story as Emer's coming all the way back from New Zealand to play international cricket here as well. So fantastic for her to get a game in today, as you mentioned. Won't have played much cricket recently, and just to get a game in before travelling away, and just getting back on the park again is really good. And she seems to have found that length, and as I say that, that's a strange shot from Robin Searle. I thought that was short enough to get back and pull. She'd maybe premeditated a little bit of a sweep, possibly.
Yeah, definitely premeditated, and she could have hit that anywhere. That delivery, not a good one. And she really missed out. Not something she can afford to do at 23 off 65. A flatter delivery, and my goodness, that bounce, it just held in the pitch so long, that delivery.
Yeah, it took a while to get to her. She actually played it quite well in the end to get the single, because she did wait a long time on that one and just managed to run it through the vacant slip area. It's just going to change the field again a little bit, just protecting that short ball.
Well, she had 2 mid-wickets in place, Emer Richardson, for Searle, but she sent one of them back to the boundary now. No third for her, so that's an area that Laura Delaney will be interested in. All these mind games that go on.
Well, that's your 50 over cricket, as we said. So it's a lot of thinking, a lot of adaptation throughout the game. It's not just the same formulaic stuff all day. You've got to work out different areas where you score, and then as a bowling unit where you defend.
Good single from Delaney to close out the 23rd over. Moving along slowly now. Just the 2 singles from that one there. 89 for 2.
Yeah, you mentioned it a minute ago there. They picked up a couple of boundaries from the first couple of overs from when the spinners came on, but since then it's been much better length. And I think, as you mentioned before the actual spin came on, I see that it was going to be difficult to score spinners if they bowled the right length, and it seems to be, if you do hit your lengths here, it's difficult to actually play aggressive shots against them.
Looking to bowl the perfect ball there. Cara Murray, the one that pitches on her outside leg and then turns back. Doesn't manage it. That's a good length for Murray, because we've seen Laura Delaney likes to move her feet, she likes to come down the pitch. She's held it back just enough that Delaney can't get her hands through.
Yeah, good to see Cara with the war paint on there as well, getting used to the sunscreen before she heads off to the West Indies.
This is a real burning day, isn't it? You come out and you think, it's very cloudy, I won't get burnt today, and actually they're the dangerous days. Footwork and lifted, that's great hand speed from the Ireland skipper. Sends it wide of mid-on. She'll just about send it over the rope for a much needed boundary.
Yeah, actually I think that was really good cricket all round. It wasn't the worst ball in the world from Cara Murray, as we can see now. Decent release, bit of flight. Laura Delaney committed to the shot and just held it there and picked up a much needed boundary there. The Typhoons just over the boundary rope for 4. Nice and aggressive from the Ireland skipper.
It's not a shot that I think that anyone should be playing, that one there. Quite full. Decides to go on the back foot and tries to play it through cover, and really you're not going to score any runs from it. No real point in it. Much prefer to see her try and hit it into cover. Good change up from Murray. That's the one that she bowls as an off spinner. A bit of a surprise element there.
Yeah, it's good to see. She's got a wee bit of a variety in her armoury. A little bit quicker through the air. And just pushed down to long off. Towards long off, and just a single. Got the boundary in the over. Brings it up to 6 from the over. Yeah, we've probably mentioned it quite a lot. We could probably say Delaney to Paul, really, because she's hit the cover, sorry, the point fielder quite a lot in this innings. It's a productive shot for her, but yeah, against the spin, it's quite slow, and to actually get the power in the shot needs to be a really bad ball.
Yeah, that's my issue. It's just not the right length to be cutting or trying to play in that position. Much better off pressing forward and getting the ball into that big gap in cover. Fielder out in the boundary. So Richardson will continue around the wicket to Delaney. All the fielders up on the offside. Cuts and finds the gap. It was the right length, it was the right line. Got in position and steered it in between cover and extra cover.
That's a lovely shot, and what I really liked about that shot was the balance when she actually made contact. Very still, you can see it here, although she was moving back to play the shot. When she actually made contact, she was very still and picked the gap. And as you mentioned at the start of the over, nobody out on the boundary ropes, so a 4.
Well, they've put cover out now. They wanted to put the pressure on, it didn't work. It wasn't the delivery that Richardson would have been aiming to bowl, I'd wager. But I think where she hit that ball shows you how slow the pitch is, because it was very wide, but she still hit it between cover and extra. And, usually for Richardson, if she bowls a short one like that, you'd expect it to go squarer. It just sat up and waited for Delaney to spank it to the boundary. Slightly quicker one. You can tell that's coming from Richardson by a bit more of a rounder action. Arm comes around, not quite as high as she bowls when she's trying to turn it. Bowl a more classical off spinner's delivery.
Yeah, just coming around the wicket now to Delaney, trying to tuck her up. So again, we talked about maybe the change in field. Maybe bringing another one over to the leg side and bowling stump to stump a little bit more if she's coming around the wicket. But that'll change now to Robin Searle, because, as I say, it's a different Different story for her at the minute. She's struggling to hit the ball. Oh, she's got that one quite clean, but the cover fielder, Alana Dalzell's out there on the boundary, so just a single.
Yeah, just speaking to the Ireland coaching staff there, Ed Joyce and Glenn Quirrell, and they're saying that Lana Dalzell had a winter away full toss and helped into the leg side. There'll just be one Ola Prendergast doing the work. Yeah, she played a season in Victoria country. That's the 100 up actually as well. The previous, actually a couple of balls ago, they brought up the 100, so apologies for that. But that's the batting card so far. Good partnership building between these two. Delaney, the aggressor, 42 from 54 for her. Searle occupying the crease, 25, and she's been batting since the beginning. Forbes and Waldron, the two out. Yeah, so a winter away in Victoria. She was club coach. She was the player that batted, bowled, did everything. Really good winter away. So she's come back full of confidence. 6 bowlers used so far by the Dragons. Success for Kelly and Prendergast. But it's the spinners now who are trying to pile the pressure on. There's that shot I don't like, getting her a single.
Yeah, I have to say she seems to like it. See with that high back lift, cutting down on the ball. But again, just the scoring rate for Robin Searle here. Or is she going to try and score runs from? Just tucked around the corner.
Well, I wonder, does she just try and start again here? You know, you got 26 from 68. Just pretend you're on naught from naught balls and go at a higher strike rate from here, rather than worrying too much about how many deliveries you've faced.
Well, that's it. Just maybe park it and say, you know, I'm still in. At the end of the day, that's the bonus. I'm still here.
She's definitely going at a higher strike rate now, and now that the spinners are on. And quite clearly just looking to hand the strike over to Laura Delaney, who's been looking a little bit more confident, finding the middle of the bat more easily. Chance at the bowler's end, but Lucy McGranahan doesn't get a good enough throw in to cause any issues for Laura Delaney. A good quick single.
Yeah, good backing up there. No hesitation, it's always the way. Hesitation's the killer. If you both go, most of the time, you'll be fine. Well bowled, Carberry. See, just the pressure that the batter puts on the bowler as well. You know, bowling to Laura Delaney at the minute. You bowl a bad ball, she's likely to put it away for 4. As Robin Searle at the minute isn't picking the boundaries. She's come down the track there. Used a little bit of feet movement. Hits it to long off just for a single.
You're not convincing though, was it?
That's the difference, I think,
Yeah.
between the two at the minute. And that'll give confidence to the bowlers then. They know, you know, you bowl a bad ball to Laura Delaney at the minute, it's probably going to go for 4.
Definitely plays in your mind. 26 gone now, and Typhoons 106 for 2. So that wickets column they'll be very pleased about. 30, it was 34 I believe for 2 when Mary Waldron got an edge and Lucy McGranahan held on. But since then, these two have been building what looks like a very useful partnership, and let's see if it turns into an extremely useful partnership. Robin Searle again managing to get off strike. It looks like she's finding it slightly easier now. That cover fielder is out for both of them, and she would have been relieved to see that.
Yeah, partnership moved on to 73 now. Just through these middle overs. Uses her feet again. Gets to it in the full toss. Just keep an eye on the cover fielder there. Cara Murray. Let's hope she hasn't damaged anything there.
Always hurts when you miss field, doesn't it? Those are the ones that sting.
I think you hold your hand a little bit to see how it really hurts. Was the skipper or the bowler doesn't shout at you?
A slightly shorter one, but straight enough that Cyril could only hit it to extra cover. Yeah, those ones that kind of half hit your hands and go through hurt in a number of ways. Well, how many different shots did she play in her head there? Robin Searle danced down, then decided she wouldn't continue, then tried to help it to third, and lucky for her, the bat was in position to
just drop it over the line. But again, it shows the slow nature of the pitch. The ball took an eternity to get through to the keeper and gave her plenty of time to get back, actually. But yeah, 3 or 4 different shots in the one there. Cara Murray in the far line again. As you mentioned earlier, the outfield not giving the most confidence to the fielders to go down. It's just bouncing quite awkwardly quite a lot.
She came down there, Robin Searle, but she did not get to the pitch of the ball, so she did well to hit along the ground. And at the end of another over, 27 done, and Typhoons 108 for 2.
Yeah, just again the confidence in the shot there, as we saw a couple of balls there before. Came down the track looking to play an aggressive shot, stopped, saw it was a bit short, moved back, played a dab shot, missed it, and still managed to get back and tried again on that last ball to come down the wicket. But there's that little bit of lack of confidence at the minute, and possibly needs to just get Delaney on strike more often than not at the minute. It's good running. They come through for the leg by, I think. Yep. Umpire McCready does signal a leg by. I thought he was going to signal a by there. I'm thinking, hang on, Jareth, have you missed that? But he does eventually signal the leg by.
It just takes time sometimes for the brain to get working again. Good conviction in that delivery from Cara Murray. Really got through her action there. And she definitely can see a difference between when she bowls to Delaney and when she bowls to Searle.
That's what we've talked about, just the confidence, especially for a leg spinner, to get through that action. That's really nice. That's really nice. She's got a good length here and bowling at a good pace, as we mentioned earlier.
I feel like something's going to give here. Either Cyril's going to find her feet and hit some boundaries, or we're going to see her heading back to the clubhouse. She's done hanging around, goes for the lap shot, hits it straight to the fielder who doesn't manage to come forward. So another life for Cyril. Doesn't quite get to the boundary. Jenny Jackson doing good work chasing that up.
Yeah, probably should have been 3 by the time the fielder had to bring that back in from the boundary, so ran over the boundary then as well, so they probably could have come back for 3 there. Just even that little shot there may have made your point. A little bit of aggression, maybe looking to break the shackles. Well fielded.
Well, she'll be disappointed, Robin Searle. She needs something to get this innings going, and a full toss can do just that. All she needed to do was get it either side of that fielder, Bella Armstrong, and extra, and she doesn't manage it. And that is what they call a nothing shot to close out the 28th over. It's Nelson 111 for 2.
I'd actually call it a get out shot. It's a get out shot. Again, pressing forward and then moving back and just hanging your bat out there. We always talk about it when the seam bowlers there, fishing outside the off stump. But it happens with the spinners as well. You just leave your bat outside the off stump, and all that can really happen is a little edge through to the keeper. And you say to yourself on the way back, why didn't I just hit that?
Or leave it, one or the
or
other.
Leave it,
but
one or the other, yes. Don't hang your bat there.
Catching practice for the wicketkeeper. So Richardson to continue from the Wesserl end. Good hands. And that one just hops over the diving effort from Jenny Jackson at mid-off. It wasn't a bad delivery. It was just a good shot from Laura Delaney, and she edges In fact, that will be her 50. Will it? No.
49, I think that takes her to.
49, excuse me. So one away from her half century. And the return to Typhoons colours just about misses Robin Searle's left foot and takes an awkward bounce for Jenny Jackson in mid-off.
Again, the outfield not helping the fielder there. And that'll be that half century now. Is he? She's played well since she came in. A little bit circumspect to start with, but certainly now she's taken the aggressor role in this partnership, and she's played really, really well. Gets a nice hug from her partner there. He's probably saying, thanks for keeping this run rate ticking over. She's been doing really well, Laura. It's been an excellent innings. 50 from 61 deliveries. And just a nice little bonus for her. Just ahead of the tour.
Placed straight of mid-off and another single for Searle. So it looks like they're not planning on letting Richardson bowl to them anymore. Both players using their feet well, taking on the off spinner.
That's the second time she's pulled up. Having a little chat with Robin Searle. I'm not sure whether she's looking to take the stumps off. It would be quite interesting to see that in the Super Series game. Yeah, but I think just little wins here for the Typhoons, that they've spread the field a little bit more now, and both on the ring but also within the ring. There are lots of gaps there now, and they're starting to pick them off and throw in the odd boundary.
It's a difficult field to a difficult length and line to defend for Emer Richardson. Definitely difficult if you have your fielders up and it's still a single to them.
That's it. I mean, we're looking at, there's 8 coming from the over now already with not much trouble, no real risks taken. Once you get a boundary and an over, you can sort of milk it off then for each singles. That'll be another one probably. And again, you've just mentioned that 2 or 3 of those balls have gone straight to fielders. And if they're coming straight to you, either you're in a position to stop the single, or you should be a little bit deeper to prevent the 4, one or the other possibly. But good over for the Typhoons there. 9 from it, and 120 for 2 now.
Well, we said 220, 250 was a decent score. They'll be reassessing now, the Typhoons. Already on 120 from 29 overs, maybe. In the last 20 overs, they'll be looking to add at least the same score again. Wickets in hand. There's Rebecca Stokel to come in. They've got Louise Little as well, who can really add impetus to any innings. And left-handed Sinead Thompson. The youngsters, Freya Sargent, Alice Tector, Lara McBride, good thinking cricketer, and Ava Canning I think would probably come in ahead of them. She hits a very hard ball straight down the ground in particular. So they know there's batting to come. They can start to maybe take the bowlers on a little bit more. Short from Karen Murray and missed out Robin Searle. It's been the story of the day really for the South African opener.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. It's the difference between when the bad ball comes. Laura Delaney has put that bad ball away, and more often than not has got a boundary from it, whereas Robin Searle's not been. It was a poor ball down the leg side and huge gap down here, but couldn't get any purchase on it at all. It just went for a single rather than the expected boundary. And that's exactly the difference there. That's just been lapped around the corner, picking the gap. Laura playing in a much more confident manner. Happy in her own game here and sort of worked out where she can score, even when it's a better delivery.
It's a sign of a good cricketer, isn't it, that they forced that gap. She's forced that gap by having strength elsewhere, and then she's still able to put the ball into that gap. And she's not rolling to her field. It's a bit of a split field, actually, from Carm, where you're having 4 on the leg side, 2 of them out, but not having a 45. Difficult to bowl to. But Robin Searle, in contrast, has a strike rate less than 40%, so it's not what you want, really. That being said, the score looks okay for the Typhoons, so I'm not sure Paul Davish on the sideline will mind too much. It's been a real battling innings from Searle.
And I think this over has just highlighted possibly the difference we've been mentioning about bowling to a different batter. As soon as Laura Delaney got on strike there, you could nearly almost see Carmery tense up a little bit and start to bowl down the leg side. She's gone over the top of that one, and it's going to be 4. That'll relieve a little bit of pressure. Again, just these little things going the Typhoons' way at the minute.
Well, that's poor fielding. It's not a good delivery, has to be said. Too full, but Searle hit it just to the left of Kelly, who just didn't do the footwork to stop that one going to the boundary. As a bowler, you know you haven't bowled a good ball, but you hope your fielders will back you up. Little dab. Clever cricket from Searle. No third in place, so 6 from 2 balls for her. Throw not good enough, as she was in trouble there, Robin Searle, but the throw was not on target. So 6 runs for Searle to close out that over. It was a productive one for the Typhoons. 30 overs gone, and they're 132 for 2, and with that, the players are going to have a little drink, and so are we. Join us again in a couple of minutes for more live action. Welcome back to YMCA in Dublin for the Evoke Super 50 Cup. Game 1, Typhoons taking on the Dragons. Earlier, Leah Paul won the toss and elected to bowl. They were repaid early, 2 early wickets of Mary Waldron and Sarah Forbes, but since then it's been all the Typhoons and Laura Delaney in particular.
Yeah, and these two have put on 98 now for this third wicket. And certainly Laura Delaney's looked more confident of the two out there, but as we've mentioned a few times, Robin Searle's still there, and in the last 20 overs here.
Yeah, and plenty of time for her to up her strike rate to get a really good total and show that battling spirit that she has. Leah Paul for her first bowl of the day, and a half tracker that almost was not punished and then dived over by Emer Richardson.
Yeah, a little bit of a stiff one there from Leah. Struggled even to get her arm over there. Just coming back from the drinks break. Hopefully she can get into a rhythm fairly quickly here.
Much better. Good pace on this wicket. The first one she dragged down, but that one was much better. She doesn't tend to turn it too much, Leopold, more like a little swinger, but she can straighten it sometimes. And
he's going to drift it into the stumps,
yeah.
and as you say, possibly just straighten it to look for the LBW or bowled. Quite an important change of bowling here. There's the skipper coming on. It's a good platform here for the Typhoons. She'll need to not only stem the runs, but also maybe pick up a wicket.
That's an excellent shot from Laura Delaney. My goodness, that was very full for a sweep shot, but she stood, got her head over the ball, followed her round and whip of the wrists.
And good signs here for not just the Typhoons, but the national side as well. Skipper in a bit of form here. That's an excellent shot. Good technique. And hands through the ball. A very well controlled boundary.
Full toss and punished. Fielder 2 straight for that one. And it's back-to-back boundaries for the Ireland skipper.
Just moving through the gears here and just putting the pressure back on to the bowler immediately. It's the first over she's bowling. Already 2 boundaries coming. And just her intent that she's showing here. She's really saying, I'm coming after you. You bowl a bad ball, I'm going to put it away.
Nervous looking start from the Dragons skipper.
Even looking at Laura Delaney now, she kind of says her body language is just basically saying that I want to face every ball here. I'm happy in my game here. I can play any ball at any stage here. She's just looking really confident now.
Well, at the other end, Robin Searle has edged her way up to 41. Useful innings for her. And the end of an expensive over for the Typhoons. 12 from Leopold's opening effort, and Typhoons 144 for 2.
As we mentioned, just as we came out of the drinks break, they put on 98. That over takes these two past the 100 partnership. So as we mentioned, just setting up a really good platform for those coming in. If they do need to come in, you know, we're down into that T20 sort of format now.
I'd be interested to know what was said during that drinks break to the Typhoons. I mean, Laura Delaney probably doesn't need to change anything, just keep going about things. She's almost up at a run of ball now, 66 from 70. But what did they tell Robin Searle, I wonder? Keep going how you're going, or right, let's get to 50 and then really accelerate, or
yeah, she's only scored 2 boundaries from 87 deliveries.
Well, it's one of those times, it's not an easy wicket. We've talked about it a lot. So do you think maybe you just say to her, look, it's not going to be any easier for anyone coming behind you, so don't throw it away now. Jess Mays now comes on and starts off with a wide.
Yeah, that's a good point. It would have been a nice fly on the wall job there at that drinks break to hear what the coaches and the captain, well, the captain's out batting with her, so that's another advantage possibly, that the captain's out. She's not the captain today. I've done it again there. Rebecca obviously Stokel's the captain, so used to having Laura as captain of the Irish side, but obviously a very experienced player and can maybe talk to her out there. Not to say Robin Searle shouldn't really know what she's at. She's a very experienced player as well. But just bringing down here to have a bit of a chat mid wicket here.
Well, it says on your screen that it's Cara Murray bowling, but it's Jess Mays who's come on from the Cecil Metcalfe end. And she's just struggling with her radar a little bit, not quite completing her action so far today. That's much better from the tall seamer.
Nearly picks up a wicket. He gets a straight one, nearly gets that through.
The old wide wicket. I remember that from my under 13 days. Oh, and that one's just left Searle a little bit. Very useful delivery, that one. That's the kind of one you start thinking, right, it might be a good idea to get the catcher in.
Yeah, just first up, you sort of say coming into the 31st, 32nd over, we don't need a slip. It's just tradition to say we're into the last 20 overs, we don't need a slip. But if the ball's still doing a wee bit, we still need to take wickets as well. Just find a fielder right there somewhere.
Well worked into the leg side by Searle. Gets off strike after 2 dots, a couple of wides, a couple of dots, and now a single.
Again, just that unorthodox action we mentioned earlier with Jenny Jackson. It's a little bit of an unorthodox action for Jess Mays. It takes her a little bit just to get the radar sorted early.
Well, the good thing about her action is that she's quite tall, but she looks to hit the pitch, and this being a difficult wicket to bat on, she'll get anything out of it that's there. So if she can manage to stem the flow of wides, then she'll be a difficult bowler to come up against. She just gets that extra bit of lift that makes the ball hit the splice. Can't really get the bat through it, and because of her height, it's difficult to get on top of the ball if she drops it short.
Just at this end, we saw Arlene Kelly bowling and getting a little bit of indifferent bounce. It's well bowled. A little bit of shape.
You can see it in her action, can't you, when she's going to bowl the wide. It's just, she leaves her arm behind.
Yeah, kind of once they're coming in there and thinking that one's heading down leg, you can kind of see it a wee bit before the actual release of the ball.
I think a little bit tired. There's only 4 balls gone in the over, but now 4 wide, so she's heading into her second over of bowling. That's better.
That's a nice shot. Confident, as we expect now from Laura Delaney.
So I'm surprised they have mid-off out, to be honest, for Jess Mays. Not really an area that would be easy to hit her through.
Even more so now, I would say, with Robin Searle on strike. Could bring that fielder up.
Well, that one was definitely heading down leg, but it's a dot, so that one finishes Mays mixed over. The good balls were good, the bad ones were pretty bad, but not too many runs scored from it. And the 150 brought up as well in the over for the Typhoons with 2 down in the 32nd over.
And again, this 50 over cricket, we mentioned it earlier on about what a power score may be for the Typhoons with the toss. Neither captain was too confident about what a good score would be. But they've been out there for 32 overs now. They can reassess now, 150, and they can now look at it again and say, well, what can we achieve in this last 15 to 18 overs, and where can we get to, and what do we think's a winning score?
Well, don't keep us in suspense. What do you reckon?
Well, I'd certainly say they're looking at least 100 from these 18. With 8 wickets in hand, they get to 250. I would say 250, 260 would be a good score on this surface. We mentioned earlier it didn't look easy to bat early. Well bowled, Paul, much better length. It's been a productive shot, the cut shot, but that time a little bit too full, possibly.
Yeah,
for Delaney.
That's the one I have an issue with. The fuller one that she looks to cut. Just get on the front foot and push it for one. If they continue at this run rate, the Typhoons, they'll put on 85 runs. That'll take them to 230, but they'll no doubt look to have a few expensive overs. So 100, another 100, 120, as you say, bring them up towards 260, 270, and that will be very tough to chase down because it doesn't look like it's getting any easier out there.
Well, we mentioned earlier in this innings that it didn't look easy to bat on. You know, when Arlene Kelly and Alana Dalzell were bowling in tandem, on a variable bounce, and well, you have to say, Laura Delaney has made it look a little bit easier to bat on out there. But looking at the wicket, I would say 260, 270 would be something that the Typhoons would be really pleased with, especially having lost two big wickets early.
Short, but she finds the fielder who just doesn't read that very well. Alana Dalzell, though, comes up behind her. It does feel like if Leopold gets it right, it's almost impossible to score against her, but she just hasn't consistently bowled good lines and lengths so far today. Very strange sweep slash pull shot from Laura Delaney there.
A bit of a hybrid there.
Yeah, it was a bit short for the sweep, but she went through with the shot.
Just singles so far from the over.
Yeah, big ball this for Paul. If she can get out of this over unscathed, she'll feel much better about her spell so far, because the first over did go for 12. Bit of a change in the field. She's going to leave mid-wicket open. Put in a 45. 3 fielders out in the leg side, and then cover as well. And closes with a dot. A good over from the left arm spinner, just the 3 from it. 33 are gone, and the Typhoons 153 for 2.
Yeah, that'll give her a wee bit more confidence maybe. In the next over she comes back. Just the 3 singles from the over. That's what the Dragons have got to do. No boundary balls, and try and reduce these extras. This has definitely cost them so far. You can see on screen there, partnership up to 119 now. Just over 100 minutes as well. So they've been batting for quite a long time now, these two.
Picked
It's
up.
going to be 4. It's coming right towards us. Oy. Almost took my shins out there, that one. And picked up by Laura Delaney on the full.
Well, if you were wondering where we're situated to
Right
commentate, exactly where that ball went, that's it. Really well picked up by Laura Delaney, just caught up with it. And one bounce over the rope and almost into our monitor in front of us here. A real drag down. How often do you see that? A full toss followed by a short ball. If you want to err against with this field, that's the better way to go.
Yeah, amazing how the psyche of a bowler affects you. You know, when you bowl one side of the wicket, how often it goes the other side to just the overcorrection. The 2 sides of the wicket at the minute from Jess Mays. It's much better. Driven down the ground just for 1 though.
Well, that's probably one of the most assured shots we've seen from Robin Searle. Really stepped into that one with confidence, got her hands through. So even though it was only one, that will make her feel a lot better with how she's hitting the ball. She edges towards her half century. Very different type of innings to Laura Delaney's. Valuable nonetheless. Little flick. Oh, not sure if that took the bat or the pad, but the effect is the same. It's another boundary in the over, and Jess Mays just can't seem to get it right.
He's giving us runs. So you can see that. You can see it again now. Just flicked down the leg side. Yeah, she did. It's a nice little leg glance actually in the end. And she's got another boundary for it. 2 more boundaries in this over.
Well, she got away with a few in the first over, not so this one. When she's aired, Laura Delaney has made her pay. There are the good ones in there as well, just like that one.
Yep, the bag of licorice all sorts here from Jess Mays. The good ones are really good. And the bad ones are disappearing in this over. Just a little impetus into that. Typhoon scorecard up over 169. Almost sneaks through. Again, just that difference in bounce off the wicket. As we mentioned at that end, some are bouncing up towards hitting the gloves off a length. On that occasion, kept a little bit low. And Laura Delaney keeps it out. Manages to pick up a single as well, actually. And that's taken the partnership up to 130. So, as we mentioned a few times now, really good platform here for the Typhoons. Aaron Skipper Delaney up to a run of ball now. If you look at that partnership, she scored 79 out of the 130 that we've scored together, and sometimes it has looked as if she's been batting out there on her own. We keep mentioning Laura Delaney. She sort of seems to have really taken the reins in this partnership.
Well, the thing is that while Searle has struggled, Delaney hasn't had to worry about her. She's not worrying about wickets falling down the other end. She can focus on her own game. And Leah Paul, when she bowls that length outside off, she really gets Laura Delaney in trouble. And it is an area that she struggles with a little bit. Laura Delaney is the left arm spinner bowling in and around off stump. And if she can get it to go on with the arm a little bit, she can get her bowled.
Yes, the picking of length, I think, is the issue there. Too full again to be cutting.
Oh, that's the real bounce. I think it might be best off leaving that one alone next time, Laura Delaney. It's one of those things that she sees the line and wants to play the cut shot because it's wider outside off, but the length should stop her, but it doesn't. That one there, for instance, hit the grill, so they're going to have to check that she's okay.
Again. Yep. Yeah, but actually looking at that last ball there, sometimes the thing we talk about, just have a quick look at the scorecard as we have this little break, and you can see the partnership now building quite nicely for the Typhoons, and plenty of batting to come as we enter the last little, and plenty of extras as we talked about quite a lot. But there you can see nothing much early on for the Typhoons, just 2 partnerships of 17 which were broken early, but these 2 really have pushed it on now for the team in blue. 130 so far and still counting. Delaney going along pretty much a run of ball, which is good with her coming in for the last part of this innings. She can kick on, and then Robin Searle can back her up, pick up the odd boundary. Could be a fairly formidable total here for the Typhoons.
Well, if you're just joining us, it's the ball has hit the grill of wicketkeeper Lisa McGrenaghan. I don't think she's in any strife, but it's protocol. You need to check these things out whenever there's any kind of blow to the helmet. Physio comes out and makes sure everything's okay, and that's as it should be. You never know when the ball hits the helmet what might happen, so just going through the paces there, the Cricket Ireland physio, and all looks okay. So Lucy McGranahan resumes. Leah Paul will resume with the ball. She seems to have found some kind of rhythm. That bit shorter, that bit quicker, and so Delaney is able to play her favourite cut shot.
Yeah, just on that, the ball before that little break did bounce a little bit from this end, and we've seen bounce at the other end as well, at the Cecil Metcalfe end. So although it was a dot ball for the Typhoons, maybe it wouldn't have been too unhappy to see that if they get the 250 on the board. Yeah, again, not a great shot from Robinson. It is a wide in the end, but again, no conviction in the shot.
Well, there's a big space there. No 45. They've opted to have a third instead. So Robin Searle taking a calculated risk, trying to use that open space, but it's a wide instead. Footwork, and for some reason goes through past extra cover. Another misfield means it'll be 2. So sloppy fielding from the Typhoons, and perhaps we're seeing a little bit of tiredness coming in because it's the first 50 over game of the season.
Well, we did mention that early today, moving from T20 cricket. It's not just the longer format of the game in terms of batting and bowling, the mental and physical aspect of it as well. You're right there for got to 3 hours. It's quite warm.
Well, it definitely makes a difference as well when you're not taking wickets. They took that Mary Waldron wicket a long time ago. There have been plenty of runs scored and plenty of extras bowled since then. So 20, actually it's 30 extras now. So that's a full 5 extra that they've bowled. They should be closing in on the 40th over by now, but still just over 15 to go. Pace taken off and placement from Delaney.
Very well taken.
No dive from Jackson in mid-off, and disappointment for Paul as a boundary closes out her third over. Another expensive one for the Dragons, and the Typhoons moving along nicely.
Yeah, just picking up the rate here again. Good feet movement there from Delaney. Similar shot that she played through mid-on a few times off the spinners. Not trying to overhit the ball. Placement is more important. But yeah, we mentioned about the fielding has just dropped off in the last 10-15 minutes. So we have mentioned the outfield isn't the easiest, but just getting something behind the ball or stopping boundaries, you know.
I just wonder about their field, if they have the right fielders in the right places, because your best fielder is Orla Prendergast, and she's just not doing a lot of the actual fielding. Alana Dalzell's the other one. You don't see them picking up the ball very often, so I think they need to shuffle it around. Where your best fielders need to be changes depending on how the wicket's playing, and I think cover boundary is actually one of the easier places to field, so maybe send someone else out there and get Orla Prendergast in one of the straight positions. There's going to be Molly Devine replacing Jess Mays, who had a bit of a mixed spell of her in her 2 overs, bowled a lot of extras, bowled some short deliveries and a couple of full tosses, but also some really good deliveries in there. They would have been hoping that she would have got one through the defences of one of these two, but the ball's now been thrown to Devine to see what she can do with her leg spin.
That's actually very well fielded. We mentioned about the field, that really kicked up just in front of Bill Armstrong, I think, there. But a really good point you make in the field. I do think that's where your captain really has to come in, and strange shot in the end. Robin Searle went out to pull it, and in the end just tucked it behind. But getting your better fielders in the positions where the ball's certainly in a quick pitch, maybe you would be looking at square, you'd be looking for your 2, but on this particular wicket with the spinners on, you're looking at mid-on, mid-off. Get your gun fielders in the right positions.
Good positioning from Delaney. Ball turns, and another boundary to the Ireland skipper, Now going up better than a run of ball. This has been a great innings from Delaney.
Yeah, she's just picking up the boundaries now. Just waited on that, and actually nice technique playing top to bottom, keeping the ball down, making sure she doesn't top edge that.
Yeah, changing the field. Mid wicket now goes into 45, so no one saving the single in front of square on the leg side.
Of course, not will happen now, is he? The ball will head out to Orla and Lana constantly now.
But my point is that's not difficult fielding, that
No.
particular thing. You know, anyone on the field is going to stop
do
that.
that, yeah.
So, you know, why not put someone else there? Similarly, point, although I appreciate that Leopold has got a lot of the ball there, it's not coming at her in any difficult way. So why not move her into extra or into mid-off?
Yeah, what you're really talking about is the strong shots where the ball's coming quickly and preventing either singles or boundaries.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about, really, rather than just the ball being tucked out to along the boundaries.
Arlene Kelly does well in mid-off. So Molly Devine, a few loose deliveries, but decent over from her. You can see why she's been brought on. 8 from the over and 36 gone. Typhoons 181 for 2. 14 overs to go. And a healthy total so far, but plenty left to do. So it's 50 over cricket's one of those games where you can feel like you're behind for a long period of time, but if you can get on top at the right times, you can really drag things back. So a couple of wickets here for the Dragons, get some new batters out who then might go too aggressively. You never know, you could easily pull this back, but it does take that one delivery, or two, or possibly two, if you want to dislodge both of these batters. Leopold takes on Jess Mays. But Laura Delaney took off very quickly, so safely home.
Yeah, again, just the difference between, we just actually noticed there, it's going to her 50. Takes Robin Searle up to her 50. So although she hasn't played quite as fluently as maybe she would have wanted, she's been a real good partner for Laura Delaney, who has been very, very good for her 89, and the partnership's the most important thing for the team here. She's gone to her half century, and anytime you get a 50, it's good for the team. Only 2 wickets down, could be setting a really good platform for her team here.
Well, Robin's there. That's really good running. 2 from it. Good backing up by Bella Armstrong. Since she was on I think she was a 33. She was 33 from 70 odd balls. So once she passed the 30s, her strike rate's improved somewhat. Still not at 100%, but definitely up around 60 or 70, which is better than her strike rate overall. Laura Delaney into her 90s now, eyeing up a century. It's good field positioning because they've dropped that extra cover to the ring. They know Laura Delaney's on the charge. They're not worried about her dropping and running. And also with Leah Paul bowling around the wicket, she can do a lot of that fielding herself on the offside to save the single. Mid wicket comes out and goes into 45 for Delaney. So there is a fielder on the ring at square leg, but no one in front of square on the single.
Yeah, good cricket from Laura Delaney there. It's good ball from Leah Paul, but quite comfortable to use. Long on, long off now, take her singles. And what sort of player is Laura? Is she gonna tick this down to 100, or is she gonna try and get it in 2 shots?
Great question. I have no idea what she's going to do. I don't think she'll tick it down from here. I reckon once she gets to maybe 98, 99, then she'll just do it in singles. But if there's a ball to be hit for 4, she won't shy away from it.
Yeah, but as I always say, what a nice problem to have. Should I tick my way down to 100, or should I hit 2 4s to get 100? Nice problems.
100%. It's 37 overs gone. Typhoons 186 for 2. Well, I'd wager they're in trouble for time here. The Dragons, so many extras. 13 overs remaining. They do have a lot of spinners and lots of batting to come. That's Lulu Little with the sunglasses on in the middle of your shot. I'd say she's had those pads on for a long, long time, wondering when her chance is going to come. Rebecca Stokel, the other one. She's moved away from opening. We'd be used to seeing her open for the Typhoons, but they've changed her role in the Irish team. She's more middle order batter now. There's a future international in the background there in the buggy. Lovely footwork. Richardson does the work. Down at long on.
Yeah, I think Lulu Little opened in the T20 towards the end of the season for the Typhoons, so this will be right up her street as well, coming in at this stage. Bit of a license to go from ball one, as you do in a T20 game, really. Nicely bowled from Molly Devine there, actually. Just held it back a little. Delaney quite, as we talked about. Happy to push that down the ground. Take the one.
Just getting the ball to drop a little bit and making it difficult for Robin Searle, but she manages to steer it wide of long on. Despairing dive from Richardson. Not enough to save the boundary.
Just makes a big difference in these last sort of 10 to 12 overs now. Boundaries just lift the run rate, as opposed to ones that are a little bit wider there, as we say. And again, just bounce in the field.
Just couldn't get her feet worked out, could she?
It's just the confidence, I think, of where you're putting your feet, because the ball's not running through.
Well, she's really getting going now, Robin Searle. Lucky she didn't hit it better, actually, because she sent it straight down to long on. Just one bounce into the hands. It's finally looking somewhat comfortable here, Robin Searle. Funny how that happens. Get past a milestone and freeze you up a little bit. Excellent running. They've been out there for a long time, these two, but fitness showing now.
That run rate just picking up. I moved over 5 and over. It's quite fluctuated quite a bit during this innings. 5 at the start of the innings and then dropped down to a 3.5. She's using her feet regularly now. It's in the gap. It's gone for another 4. She picked that gap again. This is what we talked about. She can now pick that run rate up, her own personal run rate. She's picked the gap in between sort of deep mid wicket and mid on. Good effort actually in the end from me. Richard. She can't pull it in. But 2 boundaries in the over again, and we're now closing in on 200 for the Typhoons.
I think they've got to bring back one of their strike bowlers, don't they? Plenty of overs for Arlene Kelly, Orla Prendergast, Lana Dalzell, those 3 in particular bowled well in the opening stages. Cara Murray as well might get another go. And they're going to go with 2 extra covers now for Leopold. It is a field she likes, though they have to make sure they get the angles right. A little bit too square for me. The way that Laura Delaney plays, she tends to hit a little bit straighter. So at the moment they have a long off, and then they've got an extra cover quite tight on the one, and then another extra cover on the ring, and then a cover on the boundary. So needs to bowl kind of 5th, 6th stump here to make sure that Delaney hits it to those fielders. And she opts to go leg side.
I think that probably was the 5th, 6th stump, and she's decided I ain't going to hit it offside. She got down and pull that right along the floor, right to deep mid wicket.
Well, there's a square leg on the one, and then 2 fielders in the deep, quite straight, and no one else on the leg side, so she can't afford to bowl any straighter than that. Which she does, and it's lifted, and Orla Prendergast chases it down. Probably the quickest player on the field today, so just the two.
That was, as you say, that's the field. He's only got really 3 fielders on that leg side, so anything on the stumps. Robin Searle's going to look to play on that leg side, almost guaranteed to get runs. That was really wide. Picked up by the cover boundary fielder, Alana Dalzell. So it's just a single. Already 4 from the first 3 here. And the 200 up for the Typhoons. And that par total is increasing by the over. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. She's waited on that. But picked the gap. And a boundary for Laura Delaney. Takes her to 99.
Well, this is just pure class, this shot. A little bit quicker from pole. She just lets it hit the bat. Makes sure it gets between the backward point and third fielders. There wasn't a huge gap, but she bisected them perfectly, and it's raced away down towards the nets in YMCA. Too easy for Delaney, and 1 away.
Ooh. Could have hit that anywhere. Picked out the fielder. Hanging the head a little bit there.
There are a few deliveries in a person's innings that you feel like you have a higher chance of getting them out. First ball, when they're on 0, and when they're on 99. To add 49 to that. A chance had to hit, and that was almost it for the Dragons.
Oh, what a tremendous piece of fielding. Laura absolutely nailed that, and she thought she was raising her bat. And Leopold typed across him with her left hand, obviously her dominant hand. Grabbed it and almost actually affected a run out. You can see it again here. Well hit shot. A tremendous piece of fielding. You can see Laura Delaney a little bit surprised she actually got and had to hurry back. And as you say, Izzy, 0 and 99. It's strange how it affects the psyche. She's played beautifully to 99 and suddenly worried about 1 more.
Well, she's got 11 more overs to score that 1, so no hurry, Laura. Maybe just wait for the bad ball. And they're going to do exactly what I asked of them a couple of overs ago. Molly Devine, 2 overs and taken off. Unfortunately, it's not an easy time to come on as a bowler. And 2 set batters late in the innings, but Alana Dalzell has been given the task of breaking through this really successful partnership for the Typhoons, now worth 160. Actually 170.
So Dalzell bowls. Robin Searle is able to knock that down to long on now. No mid on, mid off, they're all back. No mid off.
Well, you tell me now, you're Alana Dalzell. You've got a batter on 99 who's failed a couple of times to get the single. Why not bring the fielders up?
Bring them up.
Bring them
As
all
we
up.
talked about. She's despite her experience, she's a little bit nervous. You know, on 99, you always want that extra 1.
Yeah.
Make her work for it.
She's got to continue to work for it, but I'd definitely bring mid off and mid on up. Have them inside the ring. Just see if you can keep her on 99 for as long as possible.
Because I don't think she's going to take 2 steps down the track and try and hit her over the top. of a well pitched up ball. So yeah, let's try and squeeze a little bit, and even if it does nothing else, it takes down a few dot balls possibly. Yeah.
There it is. Good anticipation from Cara Murray, but not good enough as Laura Delaney gets to 100, and they're all on their feet down at the tents. Typhoons appreciate an excellent innings in tough conditions. And Robin Searle, thanks Skipper for making it look so easy out there. 100 up from just 97 deliveries. Incredible stuff from Laura Delaney, and it's been a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it certainly has, and as I mentioned a few hours ago, good signs for her provincial side, the Typhoons, but also for the national side, getting her into a good bit of form. She has played really well for that 100. I'm going to push out there, but it's Orla Prendergast out there, and she is pretty rapid and gets the ball in to prevent that second.
Finally, worth having her out there.
Yeah, she's definitely cut down a single there. That would have been two probably to anybody else on the pitch.
Clipped leg side, Molly Devine keeps it to 1.
Yeah, but I think as well as the ball striking, that she's clearly hit the ball better than anybody else on the field today, but it's just been her ability to keep it ticking over. She hasn't really got bogged down at any stage, chewing up balls at any stage. She's been able to rotate strike, and just those little flicks and dabs off her hips just to get singles when a decent ball has been bowled. It's been really, really quite impressive so far, and she's plenty to do still.
She hasn't really given any chances. There have been a couple of times when the ball has looked a bit uppish towards point and third in particular, but no out and out chances. So excellent from the number 4 batters on 101 for now. Searle looking more assured. She's 67 from 113, and if you're going to occupy the crease for a long period of time, you have to make sure that you score a decent total, in which she's done. So these two now, their third wicket partnership, excuse me, worth 177. They'll be looking to make that up to 200 at the very least.
Yeah, but even just looking at that scorecard, 101 for the Ireland skipper, good optics as you move along. It'll be a good story after this game, whichever way it goes, going forward. And let's hope a few West Indians are watching, eh? The Ireland skipper goes to 100 in this first 50 over game of the season.
I see bowled, a bit of a hack across the line, but manages to catch up with it, and Molly Devine opting to go with one hand. Bit of a misfield, but no damage done.
Yeah, so we're moving into that last 10 now. It's just the first ball of the 41st over. Leopold continuing. It's gone a lot squarer this time. Possibly maybe 2 on the cards there.
Maybe the leg's getting a little bit tired for Searle and Delaney.
It is quite sticky still out there. It's not the blazing heat we've had in Ireland over the past couple of weeks, but it's still quite humid. And as we mentioned a few times, not playing 50 over cricket too much. Been out there for a long time now.
Excellent bowling that from Leopold. Just held it back ever so slightly. She knows that Robin Searle is opting to use her feet as her first point of attack right now. Also likes to try and play it to 45, but they've moved one of those extra covers we were talking about in Leopold's previous over and put her into 45. So 2 fielders saving a single behind square on the leg side and 2 saving boundaries in front of square. Good feet again, and Dalzell has to come round. Does a good job.
Yeah, that's well fielded on Dalzell. And I think you've mentioned there her her trigger movement now is down the track. Whatever's bowled, she's coming. And whether it be just hit out or get out, now she's decided I'm going into the last 10. But yeah, she's playing exclusively down the track now. Laura Delaney now, and she's hit that well. Down to the fielder. Just about fields it, but a little fumble again means that Delaney can come back for 2.
It's a long boundary out there, so if you can make the fielder stay on the rope, always a good chance of a 2. Well, that one really held up, didn't it? It's flatter delivery, quite short, but threw the shot very early. Laura Delaney take a single off the final ball of Leopold's 6th over. She's been expensive so far, 43 from those overs, and after 41 overs, Typhoons 217 for 2.
Yeah, we just see on the screen there, Lucy McGrahan just stitches me up there by standing in front of the two batters. I was just about to say they're having a little bit of a chat there, and as I say, good to have a lot of experience out there at the minute. How are we going to go about scoring it? I'm sure they're now looking at over 8, 9 and over now in this last sort of period here, 9 over. So if they do get that, and I'm sure the chat may now be of reassessing possibly 300 now.
On 9 overs, that's 45 deliveries. So 200 or 300 would be difficult to get to, but by no means impossible. You really have to go some. You'd imagine Orla Prendergast might come back on as well. That would make things more difficult. Smashed into the vacant space in mid-wicket. She's not hanging around here, Laura Delaney, not looking for a red inker. She's going to score as many as she can while she's out there.
And this is the point I was sort of getting at now, that they got the free license now. It shouldn't be that way, but the way cricket is, once you've got to your milestone, whether it be a 50 or in particularly Laura Delaney has got to her 100, she's got free license now. You know, nobody's going to be saying when she gets out, well, what did you do that for? It doesn't matter now. She's got a free license now, and that shot changes the field immediately. Deep mid wicket goes out, so 3 fielders now out on the leg side. So pressure all on the Dragons now. Got a batter on 109 coming at you.
She'll have to bowl that one again. A rare offline delivery from Dalzell. Still managing to get some movement though. That'll be the positive she'll take from that delivery. But the Dragons in general seem quite low in energy in the field now. It's been a long day so far and plenty still to go.
Two for 2.
In the air, but picks her spot well. Got absolutely none of that, Laura Delaney.
Just mishit that well.
Yeah, and it could have gone anywhere, but she's having that sort of day, I suppose.
Yeah, deserved that bit of luck. Just didn't time that at all. And it could have gone, as you say, is he going to go anywhere? Straight to mid-on, even back to the bowler, but lifted over the top. And the miss hit works in her favour in a way. She gets down the other end. Yeah, and you mentioned about the energy in the field. First game of a Super Series Cup 50 over. A long old day with those extras, as you mentioned earlier, and should be in the closing stages of this innings. Still got a good 45 minutes to go, possibly. Bonus. This is a bonus for the Typhoons. Is it going to get to the boundary pulled up? So 2 extras. Is it, just looking at the umpire, is it going to be a wide? Indeed it is, as it went down leg side. So bonus runs, and they just count double in the last 9 overs as they do at the start. And you kind of don't worry about it at the start, but when you get into the last 10 overs, giving away extra runs from wides and an extra ball as well, just saps a wee bit more energy.
Well, a dot. And we haven't seen too many of those recently for the Dragons.
Closing in on a double century partnership between these two. Speak too soon, possibly.
Well, if she followed her, she bowled very well. If she didn't follow her, then Laura Delaney saved a possible 4 wides. We'll never know.
It's been hugely difficult for Lucy McGrath to get across to that one. Well, let's give her the benefit of the doubt. It's been a tough old day for the Dragons, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt there.
Brilliant bowling from Alana Dalzell. Spotted Laura Delaney moving to the leg side. Clever batting, a boundary off the first ball, a couple of wides as well. So Alana Dalzell, bit of an expensive over from her. 42 gone. Typhoons 228 for 2.
You mentioned about the first ball. It could be something that we need to look at in these last. I think they probably could target the first ball. And it just, if you do get a boundary off that first, it just releases the whole over. Easily puts the pressure back on the bowler.
Absolutely, it's a great ploy because the Dragons are a bit down. They've toiled for a long time. It's been a long time since they took a wicket. So if you can keep on scoring a boundary off the first delivery of an over, you keep that mood down.
I'd say she's coming here. There you go. Nicely bowled though. Yeah, Paul. She is looking leg side here with this packed offside field. Boundary riders at mid wicket and long on.
I think she should back herself to get it either side of that extra cover fielder and keep playing to her strengths. Well, she tried to, but didn't manage to get it past Bella Armstrong in extra cover. Still through for a single.
Yeah, but I think that's a better shot in that if she does hit that either side, there's a fair chance of that going to the boundary because she's hitting it so cleanly. It's less risk in that, I think. Let's see if Robin Searle continues her thought of coming down the track. Yep, she does. Turns it into full toss. There'll just be one more as the long on fielder comes round.
Manages to sweep that, but it's well bowled from Leopold, full enough that Laura Delaney couldn't get it squarer.
That's in the air, but it's right between the two. Oh, that's well done. It was right between long on and long off.
Excellent from Arlene Kelly in the deep there. Didn't have a chance to go for the catch, but managed to just about keep her feet inside the rope and pat the ball down. Good partnership fielding as well. Jenny Jackson coming around and doing the tidying up. So just the two. There it is. Made sure she didn't hold on to the ball for too long because she knew she was going to have to run outside the boundary rope if she wasn't going to crash into Jenny Jackson at long off.
Yeah, that's a decent over from Leopold. Just a 5 coming from it, and at this stage, a much better over for the Dragons. They've been going for 8, 9, 10 and over for quite some time now, and just to drag that back to just the 5 off that one. 2:33 for 2 with 7 to go.
So Alana Dalzell will make way for Arlene Kelly, who comes back for her second spell. Baldwell took the wicket of Mary Waldron. A thin edge was well taken behind the stumps by Lucy McGranahan. And I'm just thinking, Ali, Robin Searle, 73, 7 overs to go. She's going to be eyeing up her century, which would be quite something after the toil that she's put in.
It's kind of sneaked up us a little bit, hasn't it? We haven't really looked at it. Just as Laura's played so well, it's kind of sneaked up on us a little bit.
Well, they don't need that. The Dragons comes on full toss, picked up nicely by the Ireland skipper.
Yes, he's put those away really well, and as I say, just the difference between Delaney and Searle so far in this partnership is that Delaney has picked the bad ball and hammered it to the boundary, and she doesn't miss out there. Somebody on 113 isn't going to miss out on that, and the field not set for that ball.
Well, I think that was the leg cutter. Just difficult one to bowl first up in your spell. That was it properly.
Should be a run out here. Oh, it could be in the end. Actually, it is.
Well,
can you believe it?
My goodness. Leopold got onto it quickly, fumbled. Robin Searle thought she had a chance and then had to hit and did hit. Well, I think I put the mockers on her there, mentioning the century coming up. She doesn't score another run after it, but it's a great shift that Robin Searle has put in for her team. 73. She wanted the single, and Laura Delaney, well, she knew she hit it too well to Leopold.
Yeah, a couple of fumbles. That should have been probably a very easy run out. Well, it ends up with an excellent run out as it ends, because she has to hit. And an excellent piece of work in the end from Leopold. And that sees the end of Robin Searle. She goes for 73. We mentioned a few times, was a little bit of a struggle, but you can't knock a 200-run partnership which she's put on with Laura Delaney and laid a real platform for her side. So she'll probably go back to the hutch thinking, I've played better in terms of ball striking, but 73 runs still in the opening game of a series is not a bad start.
Absolutely, and to be fair, the second half of those runs came at a much quicker rate, looked much more comfortable, and she'll be pleased in a way that it was a run out and she didn't get herself out, if that makes sense, having put in all that effort. But Leopold's great friend Rebecca Stokel comes out to the middle. She's done her pal a favour. She's been out there itching to get out to the middle, and she gets her chance now.
More work for Leopold. And she gets that left hand down.
Another run out chance.
Another run out chance here.
My goodness. Jenny Jackson's had a few close calls when she's been in fielding. Just hasn't got the throw quite right, but that was a very rash run by Laura Delaney. Definitely not needed.
Especially after the previous ball was a run out. A pair of run outs wouldn't really help. We mentioned about how it can fluctuate, and 2 wickets in an over can change it. And that would have been 2 wickets handed to the Dragons. She's busy again. 3 balls on the trot for Leopold.
These 3 don't want to let anyone else play. Arlene Kelly bowls it, Laura Delaney hits it, and Leopold fields it. And I'm just thinking about that almost second run out, and you'd rarely see 2 run outs and 2 balls that aren't in the final over of a tight match. Another slower delivery, and Leopold again. To be fair, Jenny Jackson did get to throw one, so they let someone else in on the game.
Somebody else is allowed to play here for a bit. But yeah, we've got a new batter, but just if it had been a second run out, we talked about, would have been 2 new batters coming in on naught and starting again in the 44th over, and that could have changed this final total immeasurably, because now you've still got Laura Delaney in there at 119, so 2 batters on naught.
Yeah, 100%.
Such a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Another slower delivery. Manages to catch up with it. One of the taller cricketers around the traps. Rebecca Stokel off the mark with the first delivery. A fruitful one for both teams. 7 from it, but a wicket as well. 44 overs done now, and Typhoons 239 for 3.
You'd have to say that was what they would call an interesting over. Plenty happening in it, you know. And could have been run-outs. One run-out that shouldn't have been and then was, and then another that should have been that wasn't. A boundary, a couple of dot balls, all happening, as they say.
Well, I'm interested to see how this innings pans out for Rebecca Stokel, because this is one of those ones where you watch Robin Searle struggling for a long time and then doing better, but you know, sometimes you get kids that go out and they're out in the middle and they say, right, I'm doing so badly, I'm just going to give my wicket away, and then the next few people come in and it's no easier for them. So will Rebecca Stokel now come in and attack and be successful, or you know, will they be shown that Robin Searle's efforts were very much an important aspect? Well, when she bowls that delivery, Leopold, she doesn't make things difficult for Rebecca Stokel. Easy boundary for her, and a nice little gentle welcome to the crease.
Well, just when she came out, you mentioned these two are great friends. Here you go.
Very friendly, very
that's
friendly.
Here you go.
deliveries.
Would you like to hit the first ball for 4, please?
Well, second. She got a full toss first up. Hit that for 1. Got a half tracker second. And another half tracker. Well, Rebecca Stokel very strong down the ground, so she's obviously trying not to give her arms, but that's far too short from the left arm spinner.
She'll want not to bowl that ball again. It's a low. Rebecca's just at the crease. She's able to hit the first ball of that over for 4. I say Laura Delaney will do the same if it's that length of delivery. Work to do in the boundary, and even the extremely quick Orna Prendergast can't get round to that. It's a bit fuller, but Laura Delaney's been in for quite some time now. She's got the pace of the wicket. She middles that.
Oh, look at that bat speed. Brilliant hands from Laura Delaney. Got in position and got the bat through at an immense pace. That helped it get squarer than the fielder that's in the deep for that shot. And that's the 250 up for the Typhoons. Better bowling to her field there, Leopold. Outside off.
Yeah, but even that single's a clean hit from Laura Delaney. It's hitting the middle of the bat. And the sound, just very pleasing sound off the bat. And as you mentioned with that last boundary, hand speed through contact, very good at the minute. Has that reached the far end yet?
Well, you can see what she's trying to do. Keep it away from Rebecca Stokel. Just didn't quite get it right. It's a decent idea, though.
Yeah, not easy for a spinner to bowl in these circumstances, as we mentioned. Kind of free license for both the batters, even though Rebecca Stokel's in. She's playing in the last sort of 5-6 overs here. So plenty of license to hit the ball early. And obviously Laura's on 125.
Well, that's an even better shot, because that was by no means the right length to sweep, but she's been in for a while. She's been hitting them well, and when that happens, everything seems to come off the middle. So another over gone. 45 overs done, and Typhoons 255 for 3. Delaney 127 of those, almost exactly half the total for the Ireland skipper, coming in at 4 when the team was 34 for 2. She's been there ever since. Rebecca Stokel 7 from 4. It's been easy for her since she came out.
Yeah, it's been a good watch. This, if you've been with us since the start, Laura Delaney has Just played a real class innings here, as you say. Izzy almost half the score, coming in at number 4. So she's picked up the run rate. It's been great to watch. Arlene Kelly again. That's a good, powerful shot.
My goodness.
Can't get round. That's hit really powerfully off the back foot. And we've mentioned how well Laura Delaney has struck the ball. But none probably better than that. That is hit very cleanly.
Not much wrong with this delivery. A tiny bit too full, perhaps, but Rebecca Stokel got all of that one, and Jess Mays just couldn't quite catch up with it in the deep. The Dragons will be ruining the fact that they took that wicket at the moment. 11 from 5 deliveries now for Stokel. And out. I've done it again. Good change up from Arlene Kelly. Leg cutter. But threw the shot far too early from Rebecca Stokel, and I've taken another wicket now. The Dragons. Stokel goes for 11.
Yeah, just given those 6 deliveries that Rebecca Stokel faced, that could be a very important wicket actually for the Dragons. Just that leg cutter, as you mentioned, a little bit slower, and Rebecca threw the shot, well through the shot before the ball arrived, and Arlene Kelly picks up the wicket, and it could be a big wicket, as I say, because if Rebecca Stokel had no way, she'd shaped up there. If she'd have stayed in for these 5 overs, that could have been very dangerous for the Dragons, but she's gone. It's now 259 for Lily Little's going to come in, and as we mentioned, she's been opening the batting in the T20s, so I don't think she'll hang around either with 4 and a bit to go.
Yeah, this is an important partnership, because after this you've got Ava Canning and youngsters coming in, so don't have probably the power or the experience that either of these 2 batters would have. So if they can manage to nip another one, the Dragons, then they might find they can keep this total down to under 290. And that one's really bounced on Lulu Little. Not a confident or assured looking shot in any way, shape or form.
We saw that quite a lot earlier when Arlene Kelly bowled her 6 overs earlier. Just that little bit short of a length ball. Let's take off a lot. A little bit higher, hitting the gloves.
Useful single. Little gets off strike. Impressive figures those from Kelly in the context of the game. 2 for 29, almost 8 overs bowled.
That could be a wicket again, and is. Arlene Kelly's picked up another one, and Laura Delaney departs. She gets a handshake from Arlene Kelly, a high five from Pat Armstrong and Leah Paul as well. It's been a fantastic innings from Laura Delaney. She's had to go a little bit of a slower ball again. She's looking to hit over the top and gets a bottom edge on it, and that's an easy catch for Cara Murray, but a terrific innings from Laura Delaney.
It rolls the fingers over again. It's been a fruitful change-up for Arlene Kelly. Yet another wicket with her slower delivery. Comes across it, Laura Delaney, and an easy catch for Cara Murray, in extra cover. So the Dragons have done exactly what we've asked of them. They've got 2 new batters, but what an innings that was for Laura Delaney. She made 127 from 118 deliveries and puts her team very much in the driver's seat in this Evoke Super Series 50 Cup match against the Dragons. So Ava Canning now. Lulu Little on 1 from 2 deliveries. Ava Canning 0 from 0. And Arlene Kelly looking like she's got the ball on a string.
Yeah, ball still doing a bit there. She's bowled really well, Arlene Kelly. I think she's been the pick today, despite the wickets. But let's just reflect on that That innings from Laura Delaney, 127 for her first game in the 50 over competition today. Not skippering the side. I've made that mistake already. She's not skippering the side today, but obviously will be going on to do that duty for Ireland. But just to give her that confidence to say, moving away, 127 off just 118 deliveries, and as we mentioned, not really many chances in that. She hit the ball really cleanly from early on, so just a terrific watch today.
And the manner as well in which she scored the runs, not always bad. Like, she did put the bad balls away, but she also put very good deliveries away. Seemed to have a game plan for everyone. Added that sweep shot to her repertoire. That's been something she's been working on, I know, and it's only in the last few months that she's really added it to her game out in the middle. Orla Prendergast returns from the short delivery and dispatched out to the fielder in the deep. She's bowling from the Wes Earl end.
Yeah, much more confident shot from Lily Little. The first over, she sort of half looked at it and half didn't play. That was quite a sharp delivery from Orla Prendergast, but on the back foot and pulled in front of square. As they always say, you're seeing it well if you're pulling it in front of square.
I don't think it's the wicket to bowl short on it. Sat up a little bit. Ava Canning now short and sliced away. Well, third man up inside the ring, and that's criminal from Orla Prendergast. Bowling short and outside off without the field set for it. So a bit of a fortuitous boundary for Ava Canning to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think we should be targeting the stumps here. You know, as we mentioned, just into the arena, both of these batters. So bringing back Premier Bowler. Let's try and hit those stumps.
Too quick for Canning. Looks to pull it, but so late on the ball she can swats it towards point. So she's sticking with this game plan. Orla Prendergast short. She can't afford to get wide outside off stump with third man inside the ring. Has to bowl at the batters.
Yeah, strange choice here. I mean, every ball has been quite short of a length. Just with the pace she's got. And as I say, these two just in.
Maybe she's setting them up for the full ball.
That's what she's trying to do. But as I say, anything on that, and it's going to be a boundary. And she's decided to have mid on and mid off up and just bowl short of a length. And there's the time.
Well, Paul Reynolds is talking to Leah Paul right now because they're too slow. So he's signalling to his watch, and that means they are out of time. They'll have to. They're bowling their final 3 overs over their allotted amount of time. Swatted to mid off. So I think I'm not certain, and the field will bear this out for us whether they do it. But I think they have to bring an extra fielder inside the ring for the final 3 overs because they're behind the over rate. So they'll have to operate with just 3 fielders on the boundary. What you find is that can go one of 2 ways. You bring an extra fielder up, and that means there's actually more pressure on the batters, and so they find it more difficult to score. Or they manage to find that gap where the fielder would have been out. So it'll be interesting to see.
There's no way that the skipper would have only 3 outside. You know, there's no way the skipper would do that for that risk. But just at the moment, it might actually benefit the Dragons with the extra fielder in.
Yeah, so that is the rule. So Orla Prendergast comes in at cover, with 3 fielders out, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. And that's Ava Canning's area of strength. Straight down the ground is where she is most comfortable hitting the ball. In fact, Lulu Little is the same. So it's the right field for both of these batters, and also Arlene Kelly, I expect, will continue to take pace off, will continue to bowl those cutters that have been so successful for her. In 2 wickets in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, you've called that as it's the area that they're going to hit into, so it's the right field and the right line for Arlene to bowl. Doesn't want to give any width on the offside with the extra fielder having come up. She's no cover on that boundary, so she's going to bowl at the stumps a little bit slower. That's well hit, but down the ground. Can it be taken? Oh, it's over the boundary. It probably should have been taken. It was well hit. Add insult to it. It's been parried over for a maximum. It's gone for 6.
Well, it's the first 6 of the day. She's got all of this, Ava Canning, but I thought she'd got it well enough to be out, and just pushed over the bar by Bella Armstrong. Disappointment for Arlene Kelly and the Dragons. Gives herself room, trying to get it through that packed offside field inside the ring, but can only pat the ball through for a single. Ava Canning. 6 and a single. Every coach loves it.
Well. 6 and a single, yeah.
Really improved her batting, Ava Canning, since coming into the Ireland setup as a 17-year-old back in 2021.
An under edge on that one. Need a little. Just the one, though. You can just see a little bit of fatigue in the field. It's been a long, long day, and actually the sun has come out here. A little bit warmer again as we move into the last couple of overs here. Kelly again. Driven. Only be 1. Should only be 1. It is, and that ends. And Kelly again singles all the way. Apart from that maximum. 2 overs to go. 279 for 5, and we're still even money on that 300, Isabel.
Well, it's Kelly and Prendergast to close out, so I think they'll back themselves to keep it under 300. 2 of Ireland's premier bowlers and 2 reasonably new batters to the crease, although Canning hitting that 6 makes her total look very eye-catching. 15 from just 9 deliveries. So only 3 out. They've opted to bring cover up. The 3 fielders out are all on the leg side, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and deep fine leg. So short and at the batters.
Yeah, looking at the field with the extra one having to come in. Looks to be the same ploy. Try and ball into the midriff with no width to get over the offside.
Well, she's bowled that at the body of Louise Little, so Little has steered it leg side for a single. Actually came right out the middle. Almost
and actually came out of the middle of the ball. Yeah.
Yeah. Very little effort, almost flew to Richardson on the boundary, but not quite. Sliced in the air, chance and taken. Dalzell makes easy work of that catch from Ava Canning. Never looked comfortable against the short bowling of Orla Prendergast. And finally Prendergast takes the wicket.
So we were sort of querying whether it was the right way to go in terms of the ploy to hit the middle of the pitch there. But a little bit too quick for Ava Canning, and actually good feet movement you see there from Alana Dalzell. Just running backwards quickly to get herself in position to make the catch a lot easier than if she had to turn. She actually did well to get in position to take that catch. Decent little cameo there from Ava Canning. 16 from 11. She's gone. And that's now 281 for 6.
Freya Sargent strides out to the middle. Clontarf off spinner. Well, she was brave, but actually took evasive action in the end, and that all that running around confused the wicket keeper.
That's the way to get a single.
Yeah,
that's the way to get a single.
Almost Matador style.
Wave the cape.
Instead of the cape, she's got the bat. Really good. Orla Prendergast has found the right length on this pitch to just send it past the nose of Lulu Little. So it's just high enough that that's one for the over.
Yeah, but good to see the umpire has to do that and signal one for the over, because we don't have too many in the Irish setup that can bowl at that pace and get it up around the sort of shoulder area.
Top edge and flies away fine, and Emma Richardson can't reel it in, so boundary, if unconvincing, to close out the penultimate over. A good one from Orla Prendergast.
Just the top edge there, as we say, and that's the chance you take bowling that ploy, anything on it at all with the pace. Going to fly over the keeper's head, does so, and evades the fielder, Emma Richardson, and goes for that boundary.
Well, that boundary keeps your hopes of 300 alive, Ali. It's a tall order, 14 off Arlene Kelly's final over when she's only gone for, I think, 30 in the game so far, if 9. Oh, 40, excuse me. That's 6 in the previous over, very costly for her figures.
So here we go. Been a long old innings with all those extras. It's the last over for the Dragons. They won the toss and decided to bowl first, so you'd have to say the Typhoons are going to be pretty happy where they are already. And let's see if they can close out with a good over to finish, or can Arlene Kelly just pick the Dragons up a little. Here she comes.
It's been interesting for Sargent since she came in with the Matador. We've got an inside edge to 45, but she did her job, got Lulu Little, her senior partner, on strike. She'll run well as well. Freya Sargent, very good student of the game, good awareness as well. She'll do everything she can to keep Lulu Little on strike. Dance down, another inside edge, but this time onto the stumps, and Arlene Kelly is keeping her team in this game, her 4th wicket, and how important those wickets of Laura Delaney and Robin Searle were, because they've continued to take wickets ever since Arlene Kelly's reintroduction into the bowling attack.
Yeah, she's just shown that wee bit of know-how and experience at the end of this innings here. The bowl, the right pace, the right length on this particular wicket. She's just, as you'll probably see here, just another one, rolling the fingers over it, just slower, and just that catches the inside edge. Sometimes you get lucky with those, and they miss the stumps and roll away for 4. And that hit bang on middle stump. And another wicket for Arlene Kelly. She's got 4 now. And that brings Alice Tector in to face the last couple of balls here.
A nervous looking shot from Alice Tector, because I'll tell you what, she is a star in the making with the bat in hand. Excellent on the front foot down the ground. So hopefully she'll steel her nerves and play a confident shot to get a run on the board. Yep, same again. 2 balls left now. Good from Freya Sargent. Just going down, talking to Tector, hopefully just saying get something on this and we'll run. There's no big pressure on. The work was done earlier in the day by Searle and Delaney. And get off strike she does.
Does exactly that, as you said. Good work from Freya Sargent, just saying get the bat on it and we'll head down. Does that. Picks up a single. And we're down to the last ball. 288 for 7, the current Typhoon score. Just out of the reach of Arlene Kelly to pick up her 5. She can't reel it in to get that catch to get her 5th wicket. And that concludes the innings. It's been a long old innings here with those extra deliveries having to be bowled, and the Typhoons have finished on 289 for 7. There's your lineup. Standout innings from Laura Delaney, as we say. Two teams just walking off now. And that partnership in the middle of the innings between Delaney, and good to see Laura Delaney in such good form. As we say, there's the batting lineup. 2 early wickets of Forbes and Waldron, but then that big 200-run partnership between Searle and Delaney. Laura Delaney, top class today, 127, and she was the standard performer today, along with Robin Searle. He didn't play quite as fluently as Delaney, but they've set up 289 for 7. A few wickets towards the end there, a few little cameos, and a good total for the Typhoons in their 50 overs. Extras there though, something to look at for the Dragons. 37 extras in that total.
Oh, that partnership in the middle, 203 between Searle and Delaney before both were dismissed in quick succession. First Searle and then Delaney. Arlene Kelly's reintroduction fruitful for the Dragons. Useful contributions between Delaney and Stokel, and Little and Canning. Standout bowler Arlene Kelly, 4 wickets, could have been 5, but missed out in the final delivery of the innings. 2 for Prendergast as well, who's impressive upon her return. 9 bowlers used in all.
So there's your summary of today's game. As we say, the Dragons putting the Typhoons into bat. Laura Delaney 127. A terrific century, and that's taken the Typhoons to 289 for 7 at the innings break. We'll take that innings break now, but it'd be great for you to join us again in around 40 minutes here to have the reply from the Dragons.
Welcome back to YMCA in Dublin for the second innings of this Evoke Super 50 Cup match between the Typhoons and the Dragons. Well, the Typhoons were sent in, and they'll be glad they were, because they made 289 for 6 in the first innings, of a very imposing target of 290 for the Dragons. It's going to be a difficult one because it's not an easy wicket to get in on. We saw that in the first innings when Robin Searle and Laura Delaney put in the hard work, and it paid off. They've set their team up, and now it's over to the bowlers. I'm Isabel Joyce. I'm joined by Ali McCalmont, and later on, when he's finished playing his match, we'll have Nathan Johns joining us as well. Ali, you feel that Typhoons come into this innings very much in the driving seat?
Oh, I think so. I mean, earlier on today we talked at the toss about not sure what a good score was, and we talked about 230, 240. Counting the open and bowling. Bowling are usual in swingers. It's Bella Armstrong who's facing up here. Yeah, I think it's definitely an above par score from the Typhoons. But that doesn't mean it's a winning score, because obviously we'll see how the Dragons go about it here. But definitely think a slight advantage to the Typhoons to start here. As we say, pretty reliable. Eva Canning, fairly experienced, and even though he's quite young, still a very experienced cricketer. Played at all levels of the game. And she'll not be looking, certainly the Typhoons will be looking to restrict the extras, which really cost the Dragons in their innings.
She'll be a difficult bowler to face on this wicket, because that tall action she has and bowls it into the pitch. So no great pace to her. Bowls it into the pitch at a good length, so she'll get that variable bounce, those ones that we saw pop in the first innings, and also prodigious movement into the right-hander. She won't give much away. She also bowls very well to Leah Paul, the left-handed batter, who's down at the non-strikers end at the moment. Oh, far too full for that shot. Bella Armstrong needs to get forward to that delivery.
And just another thing there with Mary Walden up to the stumps immediately. Just making sure Bella Armstrong can't come forward down towards the bowler. Can't leave her crease, obviously, with the keeper up. It just increases the pressure. It's a little bit of an airy drive there. Again, we talked about confidence when you first come in. Even a defensive shot, showing the bowler you mean business. That was just an inside edge. Trickled away to square leg, but it does get Bella Armstrong off the mark. And as you've already mentioned, Isabel brings Leah Paul down, left-hander. Just as you see on screen there, two umpires. That's Jareth McCready on screen. And well, he should be at square leg, but he hasn't come across because we've pitched the left-hander, is Paul Reynolds. Yeah, that's nice. Just adjusting our line because of the left-hander. And a decent first over from Eva Canning, as you would expect. Straight at it. And only one coming from that opening over. And a good start for the Typhoons. They've got the scoreboard pressure to use. As you already mentioned, 289 is on the board, and it's just amazing how that affects the team batting second. They're always looking at the scoreboard. And a good start from Eva Canning.
So Louise Little will take the second over. This one from the Wes Earl end. Bella Armstrong, lots of time for her, the overseas international, to stamp her authority on this competition. Hasn't scored heavily up until now. And Leah Paul will need to put in a good shift as well. They do have Orla Prendergast, the free hitting Orla Prendergast, but they'll want to make a dent in that total, these two, in the opening 10 or 15 overs.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. And that, yes, you've got a top-class talent in your lineup. You know that the top-class talent is there. But the Dragons do not want to leave this entirely to one, even maybe two players. They don't want to say to Orla, you've got to go and get us 100 here, because if these two don't set it up, as we say, all the pressure will be on Orla. If she's coming in 3, all the pressure will be there. So what they're looking to do here is get a good, strong start so that she can come in and play her own game, rather than all the pressure being on her to expect to score. If be saying you're going to get 100 here, you've got to get 100 to get us to 290. They want to be off their good start so she can just play her own natural game.
Absolutely. Good patient batting needed. That one left through to the keeper by Bella Armstrong. She looked disappointed with the fact that it wasn't goal to wide. This hasn't quite got things right yet. Louise Little started with a wide, then it was given the benefit of the doubt on the second delivery, and then a full toss. And what they won't want, the Typhoons, is for there to be plenty of singles, because the left-right hand combination means they have to move the field every time, and the longer Leopold stays out there, the tougher that'll be.
It'll be interesting to just see how Rebecca Stokel uses the bowlers. I was just watching the sort of warm-ups in between innings there. I'm not sure if I could pick, bar Mary Waldron, anybody that didn't have a bowl. So I'm not sure.
Stokel herself.
I'm not sure how many are going to get a bowl here. Nice placement, really nice placement from Leopold. Good chase down, good tandem fielding there.
That looked very tidy, didn't it? Alice Tector reeled that in well. Freya Sargent went with her. And Lara McBride came around just in case she could help, but wasn't needed in the end.
It was good all-round cricket. Good shot and a good piece of fielding. As we mentioned, 2 or 3 there helping out just to keep it down to 2. But a good shot from Leopold.
She won't let that one go through too often, Leopold. A wide half volley. Sinead Thompson in the team for the Typhoons today. Left arm, medium pace from Clontarf. Looking forward to seeing her. Laura Delaney, no doubt, will want to get a few overs under her belt before getting on the plane on Wednesday. I think probably Sarah Forbes might not get a bowl. Robin Searle as well. Fine. Tickled fine. Work to do for Sinead Thompson. Quickly to the ball, well fielded.
She's done well there. Good pace to the ball there was the key. Didn't just amble round, otherwise they definitely would have taken 2, but she was quick to the ball and that prevented them turning for the second. All these little things help. Just keeping it down to 1. She had a lot of space out there to cover. And again, it was the pace to the ball that prevented the second. Great angle on screen there. You can see the bowler in the front and the full Dragons team in the background in the tent, watching on intently.
Bit warmer on that side of the ground. They're just checking, I think,
over,
that it was the over, and it is. So 2 overs gone, and the Dragons are 6 without loss. Quite a varied attack that the Typhoons have. Alice Tector getting quicker all the time. We'll see her away swing at some point. There's Sinead Thompson, as I mentioned, the left armour. Laura Delaney, medium pace, gets the ball to move in. Freya Sargent off spin. And then if they opt to go for Robin Searle, she bowls a bit of mystery spin. Not sure what way she's actually trying to get it to move. Lara McBride, seamer as well. She's one of those rare right arm bowlers, Ava Canning, that somehow looks even more comfortable bowling to left-handed batters.
And just with the action and the shape of the delivery, just pushing it across with that little bit of swing probably helps to create, if it's not an illusion, but it creates that bit of looking as if it's more difficult for left-handers.
Oh, and there's that bounce. Done well to keep out of the way of that, Leah Paul. There is a slip in place ready for any misstep from Paul.
That's what we talked about at that end, especially when Arlene Kelly was bowling in her first spell. Quite a few deliveries on that length, just rising up, coming up past waist height. As you said, Leah Paul did well to leave that.
And a similar length again, getting a pretty decent bounce.
It's just the confidence when you're playing to know where the ball's going to come through. A little bit of varied bounce. You do tend to be a little bit more circumspect in your shots.
Just doesn't look like she has a clear plan here, Leah Paul. No movement of the feet there, forward or back. Just wafted the bat at it somewhat.
Yeah, it is a. That's where she's looking across. There are two fielders in that sort of gully backward. And this one's just left through the keeper. So you're basically knowing that Ava Canning's going to bowl these little away swingers to the left-hander. They're going to slip, backward point, sort of a 45 as well. So well packed there. And nobody really on the leg side, confident that she's going to bowl this tight line. And so far, she's doing exactly that. Just, in fact, was a maiden. So a really top start from Eva Canning. That far end, and tidy stuff from the Typhoons. 6 without loss from 3.
Louise Little will bowl her second over now. Bright and breezy cameo with the bat. She would have had her pads on for a very, very long time. Watched her teammates Cyril and Delaney pile on the runs. Now she's got ball in hand. And she seems to have found her line and length. First over was a little bit hit and miss, but that one definitely in the right areas.
Yeah, I remember watching the Typhoons in their opening game in the T20 up at Lisburn, and I was very impressed with the lineup, their bowling lineup. It included Louise Little, who was just coming back into the team at that stage. It's been nicked, and again, work to do. Sweet that she does well again. Gets round, and this time prevents the 4. Keeps it down to 2.
Well, Sinead Thompson,
she's done well down there.
One of her strengths is how quickly she releases the ball after she picks it up, or after she stops it. So there she had to go to her knees, but immediately got up and through. Doesn't waste any time doing too many gallops or steps or anything like that. Just steps and throws. And the fact that the ball gets in the air so quickly often prevents an extra run.
Yeah, it was one of those things that you used to hear people shouting, get it in, and people hold on to the ball. What are you holding on to it for? Yeah,
running in a circle around
it. Taking 10 steps to throw it in. Just throw it in. So yeah, she's done well there. That's 2 occasions she's been down on that. And she's got lots of space to cover down there. And she's done well so far. Probably see her with a ball later on. That's nice.
Well, I want to ask you, Ali, about those 2 shots from Bella Armstrong. That one on the back foot, and then the previous ball, there was one on the front foot where she just pushes through without any intent to score.
Well, it's the conviction again, yeah.
Well, if you're not going to try and score, then just block it.
Just block it, yeah.
Because all you're doing is bringing in the opportunity for the bowler to get you out. That's a beautiful strike, though. 2 full, and Bella Armstrong, a languid swing. picks the gap and stunning way for the first boundary of the day to come off the bat of Armstrong.
I'm not sure. Did you script that? Is he? Did you script that? Because that was a bit of intent. She showed a bit of intent there, picked the gap, and actually hit the clean shot. Yes, it was an over-pitched delivery, but rather than just tapping it towards cover, full swing through and gets her first boundary.
And that was a better
And then
decision.
followed up with another scripted one. There's a better decision there, yeah.
She's listening to me from the middle. Well played, Bella Armstrong. The end of the fourth over, and the Dragons 14 without loss. The reason I ask you about it is just, you know, those shots where players push at the ball when there's no intent to score. It's so hard to persuade players not to do that. Either block it or hit it. Unless you're pushing it into a gap, that's a different thing. Yeah, well, you don't do that in the first few overs when the field is up.
Well, I was just going to say there are 3 or 4 fielders there, so even if you were trying to pick a gap, it's going to be very, very difficult to actually, you know, when you're into the 30th over, there's only a couple of fielders, you could be working it. But certainly at this stage, just block it out and make sure you keep your wicket. That's a good shot, again off the back foot, but they've got cover, so it is only going to be one.
Cover fielder quite square on the boundary there, Sarah Forbes. That easily keeps it down to 1. I wonder if Leah Paul would do well to watch footage of Beth Mooney playing Ava Canning from last summer, because, as I said, Ava Canning looks very comfortable against left-handers, but Beth Mooney being one of the top, if not the top batters in the world at the moment, she took Ava Canning down in that series last year. She actually swept her really well, which it wouldn't look like from watching this match you could do, but she lined her up a little bit. I think she shuffled to the offside a bit. Canning admittedly was only coming back from injury, so probably wasn't quite on song, but sometimes watching how someone else plays a bowler that you struggle with can hold the answer to how you can maybe negate their hold over you.
That's another cracking shot. A little bit aerial, but she's really middled that. And again, a full shot, not a half shot. Making sure that she's hit clean through that, a full swing.
Well, I've only seen a little bit of Bella Armstrong, but what I can tell you is don't pitch it up, because
I think that's the call.
She's very comfortable driving through the offside, although she almost hit that straight into the waiting hands of extra cover.
Whereas those types of deliveries, the length delivery, does seem to struggle a little bit more with. Just going back to your point there about watching cricket, and it's something that really kind of frustrates me at times, that how many actually people that play the game now actually watch cricket. When I was growing up, that's all I ever did was watch cricket, and it's how I learned a lot of it. That's another nice shot, this time off the legs. Going across that outfield, which is slow, as we've talked about. A little bit tufty, so it doesn't carry across the ground, but another nice shot, this time leg side. Picks her up another 2.
Looks a very relaxed cricketer, doesn't she, Bella Armstrong? Picked the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and Robin Searle had to sprint after that one. Would have been a stiff turn and run after all the running between the wickets she had to do with Laura Delaney.
Better length this time, not drivable. That closes out the 5th, and it's 21 without loss. Yeah, so as I was just mentioning to you there about sort of watching cricket, you know, I talk to a lot of kids, even boys and girls. Do you watch a lot of cricket? And I said, no, I never really watch it on TV. And I'm thinking, well, you know, surely you're going to pick up so much from watching the professionals play. You pick up little things, little details. I'm going to do that, but that's just the kid. These top level players can do that as well. You know, you're talking about Beth Mooney, top of her game. How does she work out playing a bowler that she's never seen before quickly? You know, she'd probably never faced Ava Canning before, but within a couple of overs, this is how I'm going to play it.
Well, there's that, but there's also, they've got a crack analyst team, Australia, as you can probably imagine. They work out plans very quickly ahead of time, and then they'd simulate bowlers beforehand. They'd have a game plan going into the match. Now, obviously, that was up in Breedy. It was wet conditions, so you have to think on your feet. But they definitely put things in place. They have all these building blocks, and they're probably the team that has the most building blocks in place ahead of a fixture in the world. And so there's no surprise there then that they're the top team.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about that, and they're at the top because of the way the game's structured in Australia for a start. But just on that point, then, if we don't have all that infrastructure, analysts and stuff, a little bit of sort of responsibility for yourself. I'm going to watch this, and I'm going to go to my coach and say, "What do you think of this?" or "How could we play here?" If you don't have all of that in place, and that's where these games come in handy as well, where you're playing, a 50 over game here, trying to work out different ways of scoring. If somebody's bowling well at you or you're struggling, go to your partner and say, "Can you get me down the other end," or whatever. Just different aspects of a game.
Well, as someone who watched and watches a lot of cricket on TV, I can say that I would certainly recommend it in terms of your learning and enjoyment.
Good shout, your enjoyment as well. There's that drive again, and it's going to be 4 more, I think. It's just going to get to the boundary. Yes. And again, there's that drive. We've talked about it quite regular. Is he already in the first 6 overs? Anything over pitched, she's going to take full toll off. Beats mid on that time and reaches the boundary.
Well, if it's up, it's gone. Bella Armstrong, but not a huge amount of movement with the foot. Just gets the weight going towards the ball. Good point of contact and very good top elbow. Lets the bat do the work. Oh, don't leave it if it's any closer to the stumps next time.
That's what we call a good leave.
So when you're down the other end, you walk down and
Good
say,
leave, good
listen, that
leave."
was quite close actually, just in case you were wondering. Maybe cover your stumps next time, just to make sure.
Yeah, you've spotted that quite early, Izzy. She's looking for front foot drives off and onside, and anything that's of good or shorter length she has struggled a little bit with. But it's been a really good start from Bella Armstrong now, 20 of 21, and the Dragons are 26 without loss from the first 6 overs.
18 coming off Lulu Little's 3 overs, just the 8 from Ava Canning's 3. Bella Armstrong looks comfortable. Leah Paul, a little bit more of a struggle. She's been facing more of Canning's overs. She needs to try and find a way to just get off strike. The fielder and cover is out in the boundary. Can she find a way to push it into that gap and get Armstrong back on strike?
Yeah, as you say, she's just going to bowl across Leah Paul here and tell her, if you want to try and play that shot with a variable bounce, I've got a slip, I've got a point, and I've got a backward point.
Misfield, Alice Tector in point. Got in a good position, just looked up at the wrong time.
Just going to say, just looked up and had the ball in her hands before it arrived, and just lifted her head a little, and that just trickles through for 1.
Well, I always say to fielders, if that happens, you know where the stumps are. They haven't moved from when you were watching them a minute ago. Watch the ball all the way into your hands and just do things in order. Don't be hitting the stumps before you have the ball. Clipped leg side. Hit to the fielder in the deep square leg boundary. Yeah, she was already hitting the stumps in her mind before she had the ball in her hand. So.
If I take an analogy from another sport, if you ever play golf, the ball doesn't move, it's still sitting there, it's right in front of you, but the number of players that lift their head before they hit it, and you're thinking, it doesn't move, Just hit the ball. It's not moving.
I say it in hockey, it'll hit the backboard without you looking up and seeing it. Good hands from Paul. Not as good from Tector, but she manages to stop it. And you don't need to watch it the whole way into the goal or the whole way to where it was going to land as a golfer. You just keep your eye on where it was when you needed to hit it.
And you were hitting it. Lots of sports you could give it that one.
Such an easy game from
sitting here
behind the microphone.
Scored many 100 from here.
I scored Laura Delaney's 100 from here. It was great. Finally gets one through. It's good field placement, though. They know that that's how she's going to get off strike. So Sarah Forbes quite square there in cover. No chance of a second one.
Yeah, we mentioned that in the last over. She's definitely feeding that shot. If you want to play it, it's a strength and a weakness, as we always say. And they've got the cover fielder there, which is good captaincy as well.
Telltale sign that it's not out. Bowler doesn't go up. And also the wicketkeeper moving down legs. So another good over from Canning. Just the 3 singles from it. 7 overs gone and Dragons 29 without loss.
Yeah, watching those first 7 overs, you wouldn't say the ball's been disappearing around the ground and lots of big strokes, but they're ticking along at 4 and over, and as long as they keep an eye on that screen, that run rate required, keep it around about 6.5 in the opening part of this game without losing wickets, I'll be pretty happy with this to start with. As I say, it hasn't been blistering, but no real risks taken. He's Little going to bowl here again. That's nicely bowled outside the off. And it's again what we talked about. That's half a shot from Leah Paul. You can quite easily leave that if you don't want to play a shot at it. You're not going to score any runs off that, really.
We've mentioned that Nathan Johns will be joining us again later in the afternoon, updating his match. YMCA thirds, 121 for 5 they made. Slapped down the ground by Leah Paul. Found the gap nicely, and that'll be her first boundary of the day.
Yeah, short ball, short of a length there from Louise Little, and pulled straight down the ground. Again, just the slowness of the pitch, possibly. He's pulled that straight down the ground rather than going square.
An unusual shot, but effective. Almost more like a baseball shot, you'd have to say. Nathan's game, just for those of you out there wondering, 48 for 1 are Phoenix in reply. So a bit of work to do for YMCA to come back into that match, but he'll be racing back, no doubt, as soon as that's over. Louise Little just not quite getting her length here.
Just looking around the country at the minute, Phoenix thirds are doing a little bit better than Phoenix ones, who are playing in the Irish National Senior Cup rather. They're in severe trouble at Leinster. And, the home side there looking in good position.
Well, that's better from Little. Much better. Just a touch fuller. Draws Paul forward, almost takes the edge. We're talking about fixtures. Obviously, the Arica Senior Cup is on, but coming soon, Ireland play West Indies in a Series 3 ODIs and 3 T20Is. You can keep your eye on the Cricket Ireland website for details of where you can watch those matches. I'm watching them with interest because West Indies seem like a team that perhaps we can get a couple of wins over. So excited to see that. And then it's Australia coming to town, world champions, an ODI series against Ireland in late July. That's the 23rd, 25th, 28th. Get your tickets for that because it's going to be fantastic to see the world champions on our home soil. All those games taking place in Clontarf Cricket Club. Good pick up from Ava Canning.
Yeah,
Really
you're
good.
mentioning about Australia coming, and we talked literally 10 minutes ago about watching the best players. never mind watching them, let's play against them, you know, and pit yourself against the best in the world. And there's no doubt Australia are the best women's team in the world. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Obviously England will have a go about that in the Ashes coming up here, but I think Australia are the pinnacle of the game, and actually something that certainly I'm up in the north in Belfast, and we didn't get a lot of talk about the win that Ireland had over Australia. I thought that was one of the greatest achievements from an Irish team in years, beating an Australian team. Yes, it was a warm-up game, but to beat the Australian team, I don't think we really got the coverage that really deserved, really. It was a fantastic win.
In the air, chance, Delaney underneath it, dropped. Just didn't get her hands up high enough. Laura Delaney, weights in her hands. It was like they were stuck in her pockets. So Armstrong gets a life.
Yeah, that's technique there. That is technique. She moved around okay, but just you'll probably see on the replay here, just the high hands would have been helpful there. Get in position. You can see her watching it all the way, and just lower hands.
Yeah, at no point do those hands get above the eye line, and you need to get them above your head if at all possible, so that you can judge how quickly the ball's coming. She actually just didn't close her hands in time. It dropped earlier than she expected. Leopold looks for that one down the ground again. She's decided that's the way to hit the slower ball, or sorry, the shorter ball. Not enough pace in it to hit it square.
Time will tell about that drop. So obviously Bella Armstrong has started well here, and as we've talked about, the Typhoons don't want to let the Dragons have a good platform here. So let's see if she can take advantage.
Silence descends on the Typhoons. I think they're all a bit flabbergasted that catch went down. And as you say, if Armstrong and Paul can get a good platform, they've got the hitters, Orla Prendergast, Emer Richardson, Arlene Kelly, all to come in. They're going to take on the fielder. Cyril gets enough on it to keep it from skipping past. There have been a number of misfields in this game. Blame about 60% of it on the outfield, 40% just a few mistakes and a few bits of poor technique. Big difference, hardly any extras for the Typhoons. It's been a tidy opening spell by Lulu Little and Ava Canning.
Yeah, something I'm always keen to look at is the out cricket. You don't have to be the greatest batter or bowler in the world to improve your fielding. And just the level, as you step up each level, the level of outfielding steps up incrementally. And it really helps develop team spirit and things like that. If your fielders are backing up your bowlers, it's always a good sign.
So we're going to have our first change of bowling in the second innings of the Evoke Super 50 Cup match between Typhoons and the Dragons. It's going to be Alice Tector, the young YMCA seamer. Can swing the ball away, can seam it as well. Very tall, just 14 years old, so there's probably a bit more growing to come. And if it looks like she's not that tall, it's because she was standing beside Rebecca Stokel, who is extremely tall. So she tends to bowl it quite full, and I think if there's one area in her game that she needs to work on, it's being able to pull the length back. That'll come when she gets stronger as well. And that's the other part, is her run-up's not quite right. You can see the small steps at the end, the last third of her run-up.
We talk about watching cricketers, as we mentioned in the first innings. If she was to watch Orla Prendergast run up, smooth, building up towards the crease and then releasing at her full potential. So yeah, 14 years of age to be playing interprovincial cricket.
It's that last step before she jumps, or as she jumps into her bowling action, she goes up rather than through. So that's a small thing she needs to figure out. But I think it's partly because she's growing and she's getting faster at actual running. Yeah, and this could be the matchup here for Bella Armstrong, because that swing away, she thinks she's got it there to hit drive, play her favourite shot, and it's just not really quite there.
You mentioned about ball and full, but I always look at a lot of youth cricket, especially girls, actually bowling a full length. Just break off there, and there's that shot you mentioned. It's very well timed. Bella Armstrong, she's got lifted that deliberately over cover. She's hit that quite cleanly, and that's gone for 4.
Well, she had a few practices at it. Finally got one away off the bowling of Alice Tector. Just floating it up there a little bit. Tector, nice pace on the ball, but that's a good shot. That one, it's not a rank half volley. I had to get her head over the ball. And languid swing.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make there, at sort of younger levels, on the girls, you are sort of told to bowl full because it's much harder for younger girls to hit full ball rather than a short ball. They can play sort of the hockey type pull shot. So maybe just, as you say, drag the lengths back a little. That was dragged back a little, so she hasn't hit that quite as cleanly, but does get 2, lifting it over the infield again. So as you mentioned, could be a good matchup for Bella Armstrong here.
She has deep backward square on the boundary. I think perhaps bring that player up and drop cover. Yeah. With what she bowls Alice Tector, the ball should never be going to square leg. Give her the protection of cover out, but a good start to the over for the Typhoons, a good finish for the Dragons. 10 from it, and after the end of the first power play, Dragons are 46 without loss.
Yeah, we praised Rebecca Stokel's captaincy earlier for having the fielder out on the boundary against Ava Canning. Not over, but it's been a good start, you would have to say, for the Dragons, particularly for Bella Armstrong. On the drive, she's now got 33 off 32, and in comparison, we can look at that and see that the chasing side have just moved ahead after the power play. But look at the gap between those dots in the opening line. It's like a huge line there between sort of the 7th over and into the 42nd, and that was the big partnership. But these two have started well, and it's forced a change from the Typhoons. They're going to bring on, it looks like, Laura Delaney. Hopefully she's got bags of energy left after being out there for nearly an entire innings.
Well, this is the problem with being an all-rounder. You've got to keep your energy up for both innings. Metronomic action is the good news for her, because when you're tired, the first thing that goes is technique, but she just has an action that's so repeatable. Doesn't have too long a run-up either, so it conserves her energy that way. And there's the O'Reillys in the background. Mikey O'Reilly plays for the Leinster Lightning, and his dad, Peter. Good to see them down.
So going to be Laura Delaney's going to bowl to Leah Paul. Probably going to see a good bit of that. Pushing it across the left-hander. Similar sort of vein to Ava Canning, more just pushed across rather than the swing that Ava had. Let's have a little chat about the field. Mary Waldron getting involved.
They maybe want to catch her in. No, they're going to drop third instead. Exact opposite to what I thought they were talking about. And then they've got 3 outside the ring now. Square leg and cover as well. And Leopold says, thanks for pushing that fielder back, and I'll take a single.
If I had a pound for every single time that the ball went to where the fielder's just been moved, I'll probably never have to work again. Almost every time. I'll just move this one back. There it goes.
Well, what you want is to be able to say they should put a fielder here, and that's going to be the wicket.
That's going to be the wicket, yeah.
If you had
It'd be even
that,
better.
and then you could make some real money out of
I
that.
might be a professional cricketer.
This is it.
Or an analyst. Even
Tactician,
better.
yeah. Dropped short and dispatched. Bella Armstrong. There's something about the way that she hits the ball that makes it look so easy. Another 4 to her total.
Yeah, I don't know, just looked a bit scratchy in the first couple of overs. Wasn't really playing with full conviction, but certainly she's got a few drives away, and now seems to be picking up length very quickly. It's hitting the middle of the bat, and that's brought up the 50 for the Dragons. And we talked about a platform from their opening partnership. These two will want to go on. It's Bella Armstrong who's taking the lead. He's gone to 37.
Well, it's a very defensive field that the Typhoons have set. Cover, deep mid wicket and deep square leg on the boundary. Edged and goes straight to third. Wild throw means that they'll think about the overthrow, but they didn't.
Stood into the cover's not timed. Another dot ball. So Laura Delaney just looking to close out the over now. Not a boundary in it. As you say, 50 up for the Dragons. Does close out the over. So 5 from Laura Delaney's opening over. As I mentioned, now 51 without loss.
She's a quick teach, Laura Delaney. She won't be dropping too many more short after that one was absolutely punished by Bella Armstrong. The only problem, of course, there is that Bella Armstrong's strength is when it's full. So she's got to operate in quite a short area there between full and short, which we call short of a length. It's going to continue. It's going to be Alice Tector to continue. Had a very good opening 3 balls and then was punished by Armstrong for being too full and too predictable.
You get a little bit more cover now with the move out of the power play. She's got cover boundary fielder for the left-hander. That's that full ball you're talking about, Isabel. But no width, which was important there. The other thing's good to see is that the weather's held today. We're a wee bit worried that maybe that break was coming and I might get a little bit of rain today, but looking above us now, a few blue skies and looking like we're going to get a full game in here.
They could turn up the heat though.
We're never happy.
Good
Never happy.
Good hands. Well, as I sit here shivering, I think it's quite warm if you're on the wall here in YMCA, but there's a cold breeze coming across the ground and straight at us in our commentary position. And I foolishly didn't bring my coat across from the car park with me. I see you're opting for the short sleeves, which is brave.
I see the coach is sitting beside us here in his hoodie. He's got the hood up and he's almost like winter.
Well, more protection now for Alice Tector. Cover goes out. Third is out as well, and so is fine leg. Better length.
Yeah, I think that's a good move to give her that wee bit of confidence to continue bowling in that area if she's got a fielder back, to know that she's not going to go for, or likely to go for many boundaries with those shots. So just backing up her bowler here. Slip still in. Yeah, a little bit of sticker twist here because she is bowling full. And saying to Bella Armstrong, we've seen that that's her favourite shot on the drive. But it's giving her opportunities as well.
Rebecca Stokel has just taken herself out and put herself into square leg. Oh, and almost made it look like a genius move. That's what you want as captain. You make one change in the field and then the ball goes straight there. But sent it just in front. So two from that ball, 3 from the over. 12 overs gone, and Dragons moving along nicely, 54 without loss. The run rate currently 4.5 on the button. Run rate required is what will worry the Dragons, 6.21. That will continue to creep up for every over. They don't score over 6 or over. And really, it's the length of time that they have to go at that rate that's difficult. It's a lot of overs to hit 6 or more runs from.
As you mentioned, got to keep it under control. Can't let it. That's where the scoreboard pressure comes in, because if you do happen to pick up a maiden or two, that'll really increase that run rate required and put all the pressure on those to come in. Again, we talked about it in the original innings from the Typhoons. A few spinners in the Typhoons line up. How will they bowl on here? Will it be easier to hit the spinners?
Well, we thought it was going to be easier or harder to hit the spinners in the Typhoons innings, but in fact it was the opposite was true. It was when Arlene Kelly came back on. Arlene Kelly, Atlanta Dalzell and Prendergast were the most effective.
Yeah, I think that's true in terms of slightly quicker bowlers, although Arlene Kelly did use her slower ball really effectively in her second spell. But definitely, I think seamers were the better option. I don't think the spinners bowled that badly. It was just probably, you know, the odd release ball occasionally, and they went for 4.
Just never really looked like they had a way of getting the batters out.
Really, yeah, it was control really, and yeah, there was no real, you know, opportunities created. It was always about, we needed you to make a mistake rather than us sort of creating an opportunity.
Too short, and she's got it in the gap nicely. Good effort on the boundary from Stokel, but she can't keep it in. Bella Armstrong marches on.
Yeah, I thought she'd pulled that in actually. It was just well hit. Again, just the difficult conditions in the outfield. It skipped off the pitch that time. Again, too short. That just sits up on this pitch. Bella Armstrong showing she can play cross batted shots as well. She'd be a little bit disappointed there on the full toss. She can't pick the gap.
Yeah, really low full toss though, wasn't it? It's one of those that you feel like you've missed out, but really who other than, you know, Pollard or someone like that can really punish those low full tosses.
Yeah, better length that time. And in between length.
Excellent bowling from Delaney. Just dropped a couple short in her spell so far, but other than that, good length, nice and straight as well. There's a single out to cover and square leg, but she's not giving any width. Really high and long over mid-on, so that'll fall safe, and it should come back for 2. She's riding her luck here at Armstrong.
Yes, Upish, but it looked like she was going to hit that in the air, but managed to get it over the mid on. It takes her to 45 from the first 13 overs and going to run a ball. Good clip. And as we mentioned in the Typhoons innings, when Delaney was going at a run a ball, if the partner comes up to that level or close to it, and that'll be a real bonus for the Dragons as they try and set up this game towards the back end.
Well, I think the main difference for me, obviously there were those 2 early wickets for the Typhoons, but the extras, Typhoons not giving the extras that the Dragons gifted. And it's not just the runs you give from the extra, from the wide or the no ball. Oh, a thin edge. And Mary Waldron thought she was in with a chance there for a second, but Leopold, deft touch, and she gets a much needed boundary to her total. Well, it's not just the extra run, I was going to say, it's the extra ball you get as well.
Let's have a little look at that. It's neatly played actually from Leopold. Just dropping down the leg side. Well wide of Mary Waldron. So a nice little fine leg glance there. Leopold, and that gets a boundary off the first ball of this 14th over. Similar shot, bit square though. That allows fielder to come in from wide fine leg, just a single. That brings Bella Armstrong back on strike. Yeah, there's knock-on effects for extra overs as well, as we saw at the end. The extra fielder having to come in, going over time. So all little things where extras don't help.
Takes on the mid-on fielder. Robin Searle does well to cut that one off. I think it's a better way of going about it, bring the fielder up piece rather than 6 penalty runs per over. So they would have added 18 to their total, but you need to punish the team in a way that they're really going to feel. But still, you've to force the batting team to score the runs, you know. Miscommunication. Yeah, and the other thing with that is I always felt, I mean, even though the rule was there, it was kind of, will we enforce it or will we not? You know, it was always kind of, it's okay, a couple of minutes here and a couple of minutes there. Whereas this rule now sort of says, well, you come up and that's it, it's done, there's your time, and immediately the fielder has to come up, and then it's up to you, as you say, you go and hit the runs, use the advantage you've got, and go and score the runs with that extra fielder coming in. So well, missed out. Leopold could have done with scoring a boundary from that ball. She's just above 50% strike rate. Hasn't looked like she's struggled too much apart from against Ava Canning. That just looked like she didn't have a plan, but not able to hit that one in the gap.
That's the old good ball to the right-hander, but unfortunately the left-hander she's bowling to here. You mentioned not too many extras from the Typhoons so far. Quick single. Oh, well run actually. Bell Arms think the one was there. They had to go without hesitation, and they did, and got there comfortably in the end. So a single to close out the over. 14 gone, 69 without loss now for the team in red. Yeah, I can feel this chill coming in now. I might even go and get my jumper on now.
The regret of not going to my car at the tea break is very real right now. Nathan Johns can't get here soon enough.
You don't hear often that very often, eh?
I'm going to tell him you said that now.
Well, he's not here.
As I'm running past him to go get my coat when he arrives. Laura Delaney will continue from the Cecil Metcalf end. A couple of boundaries off her bowling that we're not used to seeing from short deliveries. So good that she's getting this game under her belt ahead of that tour to West Indies. Nice deft touch again from Paul.
Yeah, just going back to that tour, it'll be so good for girls to get. I mean, obviously the Pakistan tour last year was awesome in terms of the results at the end of the day, because they came away with a series win and just gave them so much confidence. Then they had the World Cup where the results didn't come, but obviously the experience of playing in the World Cup's fantastic. But to actually go on tour, not just about the cricket, you're back out with your teammates, enjoying the off days as well as the game days, just being around your team and creating that bond. I mean, I spoke to a few of the girls at the Irish Cricket Awards, and just they were saying about, just break off a wee second. Yeah, they were just saying what a great environment it was to play in, a vibrant, fun team to play in, and that really helps. And especially when you're on tour, you know, there can be a lot of downtime in between. But if you all get on and enjoy your own company, it just creates a real good atmosphere around the group.
There were in a number of bubbles, COVID bubbles as we got to know them, when they were touring after when restrictions were lifted. So, you know, they had to really learn to enjoy each other's company, and that they do. It's quite a large group of players now that train part or full time, and they do. It's something that stands out as how much they enjoy each other's company and enjoy each other's success as well, which is nice to see. And I think with that World Cup, you know, you talked about the Pakistan tour and the series win and the experience of playing at a World Cup, but for me, watching them play, there were performances in all three facets that were good enough to win games. They just did not put all three into one game. We haven't really had that before. You know, you might have one standout performance with the ball or the bat or something like that, but not really where you felt like if you put it all together that you'd turn over one of the top teams. So now it's just about going and learning how to do it all at once.
Yeah, it's just that perfect performance you want in the big moments. You know, when you're playing a big team, you got to play at your best, and they've maybe got to be a little bit below par. And just coming up against them more regularly with this sort of World Championship, and just to play against and learn. And if we can get a win, it would be, especially in the West Indies here coming up, be just such a confidence booster.
Well, I don't think that the West Indies need to be below par for us to beat them. I think we just have to be pretty good
on our game,
on our day. Yeah. So that's 15 overs gone, and Dragons, well, they're doing well. 73 without loss. It's courtesy of those two names in blue at the top. Armstrong in particular has looked good. Played a bright and breezy innings, taking her chances, playing some beautiful drives, and anything short she's pounced on. Paul, a bit more measured, looking to rotate the strike.
And there's the bowling figures. Used to seeing at the top area of accounting, economical, bowling the maiden there, 5 overs for just the 14. The others have struggled a little bit. You know, Louise Little just didn't find her length, and Laura Delaney's just bowled well, but just a couple of balls which have been dispatched for 4. There's going to be a change in blue there. Alice Tector's going to come out of the attack. He's going for 21 off 3, and they're going to introduce that spin from this end. Going to be Freya Sargent. They're going to come on. Noah's Earl End. This will be an interesting little phase here, as we talked about. Will the spin actually control the run rate, or will the Dragons take it on?
I'm looking forward to seeing what Freya Sargent has made of how things have gone in the first innings. She would have been watching the Dragons spinners with interest, seeing what worked for them, what didn't. She's decided to come around the wicket, and she tends to bowl a bit flatter than Emer Richardson. Can turn the ball, but opts more to use the slower turning one as a change-up. She'll push this across at a decent pace.
Final 50-50 one there for Robin Searle. Just died on her as it came to her. He dived forward. He could wear that one. But that is gone to 50 for Bella Armstrong. Almost exactly a run of ball. 49 deliveries and the 8 boundaries she's hitting that. Hit the ball cleanly. Slowy start. She's looked good from then onwards. Hit the ball nice and clean.
Clips it between deep mid wicket and square leg just for one. Maybe this little one of the better throws around. So they won't challenge her and see can they get the extra run.
There we talk about the old change in field. Left hand, right hand. Blue shirts moving everywhere. And we're all set now. Slip in.
Well, I'm pretty sure I heard Leah Paul call yes and then just stand still. And Bella Armstrong had to look at her partner and go back rather than be sent back with a call. That day you were talking about up in Lisburn, we saw a number of run-outs for the Dragons. So costly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think 2 or 3 of the first wickets that fell were all run-outs. We talked about Leopold as a good runner, but if the partner down the other end doesn't realise it, it can cause all sorts of problems.
Very tidy opening over from Freya Sargent. 3 runs from it, and the Dragons are 76 without loss. And they've toiled hard for the first 16 overs, the Typhoons, so they're going to take a little drink, and we're going to take a little break as well. Join us again in a couple of minutes for more live action.
Okay, so welcome back everyone here to Claremont Road. We just had the first drinks break in the second innings of this Evoke Super Series 50 Cup game between the Typhoons and the Dragons. If you weren't with us earlier, 289 for the Typhoons in their innings. And at the drinks break, Dragons have started well, 76 without the loss of any wickets. Bella Armstrong has reached 50. And Leah Paul has moved on to 23. So it's been a good start for the away side in red. A long way to go. As I say, a challenging target of 290. You can see on your screen there, run rate required 6.29. And Bill Armstrong immediately on the attack as we come back. As you see on screen, there's Sarah Forbes has come on. The ball from Cecil Metcalf end, replacing Laura Delaney. It's going to be Leah Paul facing up now. She'd be looking possibly down towards this third man area. It's a little square. There's protection out there, Ava Canning right on the boundary. So just the one. See Sarah Forbes gripping the ball there. And that's a little short. Oh, and a poor piece of fielding there from Freya Sargent again. Just took her eyes off the ball. Instead of being a comfortable single, that's gone through for 4. Again, that just changes the over. Immediately now, 6 off the first 3 balls. Well hit by Bella Armstrong, but you can see there should have been a single. One more to the total. A bit of a hike at that one. Just ticking along nicely now. The Dragons up to 83 as we approach the end of the 17th. That's the one I was looking at. There's no fielder backward. He just dabs it down. Close out this over now. It runs off every ball. It's been pulled in again. This time it will be fielded. Eva Canning does the duty out on the boundary. So runs off every ball in that over. 9 from it. And I'm absolutely delighted to mention he's got her coat. She's managed to rescue her coat. And she'll be feeling a bit more comfortable now, I think.
Should I have been picking up a jumper for you? Ali, where is it?
I'll be fine. Back of the tent.
Okay.
So yeah, it was good over there for the Dragons. Just the misfield though, just made the difference. And the over from 6 singles into 9 off it. A real solid start from the Dragons here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're too perturbed by that total of 289. In the air chance just evades Ava Canning. She's the right fielder to have there as one of the 2 tallest. I still need to get Rebecca Stokel and Ava Canning to actually measure up to see who takes the accolade, but it was uppish, just about got over her.
Yeah, there's that drive. It was in the air. The clean contact again, kind of cut across it a little bit. Another boundary. Tries to repeat the dose. This time, can't make contact.
Well, it's slightly bowling into her strength, trying to make it her weakness, isn't it?
Yeah, they've
Throwing
been
it
doing quite a
outside
bit
off.
of that, yeah, throughout the innings. It could be two. Oh, they decided against it. He's a little late on the boundary. Keeps it down to one.
Funny, the boundary scored off a decent ball, and then you get that rank full toss, and you only get one. Funny game, cricket.
Keep pulling rank balls.
Yeah, just keep pulling
Keep
the pin
pulling the
out.
rubbish.
Yeah. Rubbish gets wickets. We all know that.
Maybe not that time. Yeah, that's been put away.
Not rubbish enough, that one.
No, the ball on the semi-pull shot, you would say, between a pull and a sweep.
It was kind of a sweep, and she sweeps well on line. Leah Paul, in particular, good hockey player. Yeah, it wasn't that full. You usually see a fuller delivery swept, but that was pull swept away.
Yeah,
and good placement as well, because square leg was quite square, and she sent it behind.
We mentioned a couple of overs ago about the spin. Would it sort of downgrade the run rate, but it's actually picked up over the past few overs. That's another one, and that's going to go to very similar direction. Two good shots from Leah Paul. And just a little bit of pressure. Moving.
Well, she tried to bowl this one slower, but just doesn't quite finish the action. So it's full toss, and she just had to beat that fielder short fine, or 45 degrees there. She did that, and it was back-to-back boundaries. Lord Delaney going up and speaking to the young spinner now. Much better. Takes the edge. A useful edge for Leah Paul. It's going to be more runs. Probably just a couple. And that's the 100 up for the Dragons as the 18th over comes to a close, and they're motoring.
Yeah, and obviously without the Wheelhouse 100 partnership for these two, it's come off 108 balls, you can see there. So really, moved it up through the gears here. 15 coming from that last over. And these two are almost going on a run of ball now, and just keeping that run rate ticking over. It's been a real good start for the Dragons. It's a big total chasing 290. We did say we thought it was above par. But immediately these two have put a good dent into that. Too short again. That's the third shot into that area for Bell Armstrong, and they're starting to run well now too. A couple more. And runs coming at a regular rate now.
I can't quite understand this bowling change, I have to be honest. Sarah Forbes, very much a part-time bowler. Spin wasn't that effective. In fact, it wasn't effective at all for the Dragons, and they have arguably the best spin attack in the competition. I thought they were about to make a liar out of me there. Bella Armstrong really sent it down someone's throat and proved Rebecca Stokely right. Sinead Thompson waiting there for a bowl.
Yeah, just lost her shape a little bit there. Bella Armstrong tried to overhit that one. Got away with it though, with the inside edge. But yeah, I thought maybe Sinead Thompson might have been an option.
Placed again. They'll look to come back. Alice Tector doing the work. She has a good throw. Very good pick up and throw. Excellent pace by the young seamer.
Really good piece of fielding there. They were kind of thinking about the two all the way. But again, we talk about speed to the ball and then a quick release. Really good piece of fielding. Searle can't get down mid wicket. Another easy single. And for the second over in a row from Sarah Forbes. It's a run off every ball so far. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank
Nice
you.
flight.
Almost inevitably. That's a dot ball.
Well, I'll say this: she's giving them an opportunity to run past one. She's not afraid to take the pace off here. Sarah Forbes bowling very bravely.
Yeah, and that closes it out. But again, good stuff for the Dragons. They moved on to 107. So the loss of no wickets after 19.
Yeah, and the run rate required has come below 6, which is quite something. Managing to force it down there shows the weight of runs that these two have put on, and at a really good rate as well. Currently at 5.63. If they can overtake the run rate required with their current run rate, then they'll be in an absolutely fantastic position, which is not something we expected. But I think this pitch has definitely got more docile as the day's gone on. Something that we said we didn't think would happen, but we've been proved wrong, as we should be used to by now, I guess. So Freya Sargent to continue.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries there on that last over at this end. Just Leah Paul's feet seem to be moving a little bit better now, getting herself into position to play the shots in a little quicker, and she's got her rhythm a bit better now. Yeah, could be doing one of those things you're talking about, getting things wrong. But these two look quite comfortable now.
No, you just if they lose a wicket now,
that'll be on the highlight reel, that one.
I got 2 wickets in the first innings, so it's your turn.
Oh boy! I thought she had hit that straight down somebody's throat. She's got it in the gap, and it's actually gone for 6.
Sailed, and she really didn't get much of that one. Proper full toss this from Freya Sargent, and Leah Paul focused on the placement, got in between the 2 deep fielders, and the signal was for the first maximum of the innings.
Yeah, off the outside edge. That's for a single, and already in this over. You mentioned it at the start of the over, Izzy, but you have a look there now. The run rate has indeed gone above the actual required run rate, which we really didn't think was going to be a case. We thought they'd just tick it along at 5 maybe and keep it in check, but they've now increased it, gone above where they need to be.
Chance at the bowler's end, has to hit, just misses. Good fielding from Sinead Thompson, but the throw just not quite good enough. Well bowled to finish with a dot there from Freya Sargent, but 10 from the over, courtesy of that full toss that was sent for 6. 20 overs gone now, and the Dragons, they're well on top, 117 without loss.
And there's a visual idea about that, how much they are on top. No wickets down, and they're right above the run rate that the Typhoons had. Obviously they had that huge partnership in the middle, but they've set this up, the Dragons. They've 10 wickets back, sitting there waiting to come in, so a little bit of freedom's there as well.
Well, the difference as well is that, like, Leah Paul was somewhat like Robin Searle in that she found it difficult to get the ball away at the start, but she's catching up now. She's been fed some full tosses, it must be said, but Well, she was at less than a run every 2 balls for a while there, and she's almost creeping her way back up. She's probably at, what, 70, nearly 80. Sarah Forbes continues to bowl. She'll bowl her 4th over.
That's just that shot's a sort of visualization of what I'm talking about, where they're just being in much better position to play the shot, and just comfortably hits it into the offside for 1, turns it over, and they've just been rotating straight really well. Quite confident from the Typhoons.
Well, I think they were interested because Paul, for some reason, didn't ground her bat. The problem was her foot was down behind the line, I think. That's what saved her. But
I'll have a look at it now, but yeah, they were quite confident.
I reckon she could have been in trouble there. Do you know that? But Jareth McCready not in a great position.
I think he called that pretty well. She didn't really sort of jumped out of the way of the ball.
I think that Jareth McCready's back was actually to the stumps when the ball hit. So, you know, if you can't see it, you can't give it. Benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. Just about reaches that. Leopold steers it around to Alice Thatcher. Great ground fielding technique shown by the youngster there. She lives dangerously, lifts it over point, and going to take on the fielder in the deep. Lara McBride does well to come around, but the throw just not quite strong enough to keep it to 1. It is the long boundary out there.
Once again, just runs coming off every delivery so far in this over.
Watch this be a dot now. There you go.
Gonna give up on that one.
Yeah, 6 runs from that Forbes over. 21 gone. Dragons 123 for naught.
Yeah, but just going back to that over, that could be a big moment actually. If we do get to look back on that, and that was actually a run out. You know, that's something that we can look back on now. Is just to change it immediately. We talked about wickets being crucial. You know, it's not as if there's only 50 or 60 to get here. Still 160 plus runs here. You know, 167 runs here. So 1 wicket, and then bring a new batter in, create a few dot balls, pressure. You know,
every wicket pivotal, especially, you know, when it's the top order batters.
Just going to get a look at it here.
Stokel with the throw, and there it is, out.
That's pretty conclusive, I think. A little bit of lazy running in the first place from Leopold.
Really
she was
unusual.
just sort of jogging down the crease. A little bit of a different sort of way to run out, but
Sinead Thompson comes into the attack full and wide, and lots of real estate out there. Leopold going to take on the throw of Louise Little. Had to be perfect. If she'd hit, that would have been out, but unlikely from that distance.
yeah, so we're just seeing that change in the bowling here. Sinead Thompson going to come in. Just that left arm again. See if it can just get that breakthrough for the Typhoons. Leopold closing in on a 50.
Well, I remember a conversation with my brother Ed a few years ago. He said, find me some left-handers, some left-handed batters, some left-arm bowlers. We just need more. And I said, don't worry, we've got a 9-year-old in Clontarf that's left-handed. She'll be through in a few years. Here she is, Sinead Thompson.
Here we go.
Bats left-handed as well. We didn't get to see her earlier on, but an excellent batter. Still so young in the game.
Yeah, it is something that we seem to struggle with in this country, is just left-handers, you know, especially at younger levels. It seems why it is, I don't know. There's a lot of teams I've played in, hasn't been a left-hander in the club, never mind in the entire, you know, not one in the entire club, never mind the first 11.
Batting or bowling, or both?
Both.
Yeah, well, I mean, Leopold comes from my club, so our players are spoiled with 2 left-armers at training.
I know we're kind of joking, but it does create, because other teams have left-handers, and if you don't see it regular and get to play against it. In my club at the minute, we've got a left-arm spinner who bowls leggies, so it's completely different. People in the league haven't seen that before, so just watching it and playing against it, even for the better players, gives them an idea of what they're facing. Let's run down. It's a third, and that will bring up a half century for the Dragons. Captain Leopold goes there from 65 deliveries, 4 fours and that 1 maximum. So he's picked up a run rate, as we talked about. She's actually taken on the senior role over the past 5 or 6 overs and increased her run rate now. And they're going along really well, the Dragons.
I haven't played too much cricket together, these two, but they're learning a lot about each other. They've started to communicate well. A couple of moments early on in the innings where they looked like maybe they didn't have the understanding, but that's why a partnership like this can be so valuable. You have to feel comfortable with each other, with each other's plans, you know, where your partner's looking to hit the ball. Confident from Armstrong, but Ava Canning swallows that up with ease. So good opening over from Sinead Thompson, straight away on the money. 3 runs from it, 22 gone, and Dragons 126 without loss.
Yeah, decent over there from Sinead Thompson. First ball, he said in the first innings, Jenny Jackson was bowling left arm. There aren't those bowling figures. And the most important bit there, I think, Izzy, is that 4th column. And
yeah.
A succession of knots, no wickets so far. And try as they might, they haven't been successful so far. And the run rates are quite high as well. So that's a good sign for the batting side when there's no wickets and the run rates are up in the 6s. So that's going to force yet another change. I mentioned that at the break, I wasn't sure who wasn't going to bowl, and now we're going to have, I think, an 8th bowler here. Rowan Searle looks as if she's going to have a bowl from the Cecil Metcalf end. So here we go, Rowan Searle.
She's got somewhat of a golden arm for the Typhoons, Robin Searle. Just uncomplicated action. Bit of a rock and bowl. Not sure. It looks like she's going to try and bowl leg spin, but I'm pretty sure it's off spin.
Definitely sets up as a leg spin. I mean, she puts
And
the
then
ball
the way
in her
her
hand.
shoulder, way her shoulder goes, but
Turns.
it turns away from the left-hander, so she's not afraid to give it some air.
Yeah, you can see the ball in her hand. Looks as if, yeah. Three dots to start.
Yeah, she takes wickets a lot, and you know, captains are reticent to give her the ball because she doesn't look like a bowler. You know, you want to give the ball to your frontline bowlers, but she often comes on and has an immediate impact, and you can see already 3 dots.
That's well hit. That is well hit, and she's found the gap. And good enough connection to take it over the boundary. So there's your boundary ball in the over. So that kind of negates the first 3 balls then. She's picked up that boundary from the 4th. Rock back. She hasn't hit the ball square really. In the recent overs she has started to hit that short ball a lot straighter. Sweeps this time. Only be 1 hopefully, yep. Well fielded down there.
Well, she'd be annoyed there, Leopold. Big full toss down leg. She could have got the wide. Or she could have just picked somewhere to hit it for 4, and instead she's just helped it on its way to backward square. Pretty good over that. 5 from it.
Yeah, not the worst.
20. 23 gone, and Dragons 131 without loss.
So we mentioned earlier that Dragons wanted to set a platform for their best batter to come in a little bit later. There's a platform. This is a platform.
That's a veritable stage.
It is.
Closing in on half the required runs for victory, and not a wicket lost yet.
Sinead Thompson coming from the West Ireland for her second. She just lost her line there. Just pushed that across. Leopold, that's gone for a wide.
Good comeback. They'll take on the fielder at mid-off, and Robin Searle just looked up.
There's been a little bit of that. Just a couple of misfields. We mentioned a few times today that the outfield's not the most certain for fielders.
Not the friendliest. No ball called by Paul Reynolds. So that will be a free hit for Bella Armstrong.
There we go.
Not allowed to change the field because it's the same batter facing, so the space is probably over mid-off and mid-on. An extra cover. She'll look to go straight back over the bowler's head probably. Nope. Does a funky little number over third, and that's very clever batting. Third was there on the boundary, but she got it straight enough to get the full value for the stroke.
Yeah, very nice. If you get these, they always look $1 million. If you don't, you always think, why do you play that shot? I always talk about it. Why are you playing that shot if you miss it? But when you get it, it's just like double runs, I think. It looks like you've scored an 8 there. Really nice, though.
Well, I think she was actually looking to go over fine leg, because Rebecca Stokel's there in the ring, but then the line dictated that she go over Mary Waldron in the wicket-keeping position.
Well, I'd actually watched her just as the umpire signalled the free hit. I had a bit of, and she did turn over her left shoulder just to look around behind her, and I did think she was going to try and play some kind of sweep. As it turned out, it was just that reverse little lap. Didn't matter, she got the boundary.
Good skill. You can have a shot in the back of your mind, but you need to be good enough to adjust if the ball is not in the right area. It's when you try and force a shot like that that you get yourself into trouble. Of course, it was a free hit, so not as risky. Full toss and dispatched. In her favourite area, Bella Armstrong, in between mid-off and extra cover. Sinead Thompson She started off with a great over, just 3 from it, but she's been punished for a couple of loose deliveries this time.
Yeah, nice clean hit again. That's her arc. And again, not worried about keeping the ball down. She's confident enough to get enough off the middle of the bat to lift it over the cover region, and it runs down to the boundary.
Good clever batting and plenty of runs from that. Over 12, in fact. 24 gone, and the Dragons still haven't lost a wicket, and they're on 143. Robin Searle will continue from the Cecil Metcalfe end. Just one ball being sent to the boundary in her previous over. It looked like she was difficult enough to negotiate when she bowled in the right areas. Just that shorter delivery that let her down. And that's been the case really since, apart from Ava Canning, they haven't been able to bowl 6 balls together that in one area that can't get punished. And to be fair, Bella Armstrong taking on the field, not afraid to go over it. She's taken on those ring fielders and been good enough to get it over.
Yeah, I think the point you make there about not building the pressure in regular sort of areas to get dot ball after dot ball to build its own pressure. So what they've got to do now is create. So they've got to bowl something else. Think a plan now. And how are they going to get the batter out now? They've got to think of a plan. They can't just drift now, because almost in the next 10 overs the Dragons could just run along here at 4 and over. So they've got to create some sort of plan to get a wicket.
Yeah, I think they were so happy with the total that they amassed. They thought the game was won with the first innings, but Dragons, they said, well, if you can make it, then we probably can too.
I think that's a good shade. I think 290, you're walking in. Sometimes it can lull you into a false sense. Well, this is half done here. We just need to turn up, bowl, and we'll win. But now that the other team has put it back at you again, we've heard a lot of talk in these last few days about momentum and shifting, putting pressure on the opposition, and definitely 290 doesn't look too far away as they just reached the halfway point. Asby reached the halfway point in overs.
I wonder, is it a good idea? Maybe you bring back your strike bowler much earlier than you probably would like to. Ava Canning.
Just a single down the long on. That's what I'm talking about. What's your option? Are you going to have to change your plan now? We had a plan. This is where you're going to bowl. You'll bowl 4 up top. We're going to bring you back at the end. Or you might have to adapt that now and say, well, look, we need a wicket. We need something to change here.
Forbes has done well out there today. She anticipates where the ball's going to go very well. As soon as it's hit, she seems to be on the way to keeping it to 1. So decent over from Searle. 4 from it, and the Dragons after 25 are closing in on their 150. They're 147 without loss.
Yeah, you're right, Izzy. But no real dramas for the Dragons there. They're happy enough to take the singles, and if there's a bad ball, put it away. These two, as you can see there, 147 already on the board. Off. And the big difference, as we mentioned, was the extras. Typhoons have really kept the extras down. They've only bowled 5, but still, the Dragons have really kept up with that run rate. It's fairly steady now. They can just tick along now, take no risks with it. 10 wickets in hand. At the minute, they're just ticking along the run, so there is going to be a change from this, the Wes Earl end. They're going to turn to Laura Delaney, usually quite dependable. Did bowl quite well, but just a couple of balls that she bowled short. Bella Armstrong was able to pulled them over mid-wicket for 4. And our captain is turning to her now to see if she can break this partnership for the Typhoons. Yeah, comfortable again. Just off the back foot. Leah Paul, she's moved on to 58. I think 59 now with that single. Just a few tweaks in the field. And the right-hander comes on. Just bringing in point. Short third.
It's very fatiguing as a captain, isn't it, when you
Yeah.
constantly got to be changing the field around because there's a left-hander in.
That makes an easy single on the leg side. Well, we talked about in the first few overs when we said, you mentioned about we've got left-hander. How long is Leah Paul going to hang around here? Because if she hangs around for a while, it's going to be difficult for the fielders moving around. And here she is, halfway through the innings. She's still out there. And the fielders are still having to switch every couple of balls.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm used to watching it when she plays for my club. She often opens the batting. She often bats for a long time. So she forces that for other teams quite often within club cricket, and now she's doing it at Super Series level. It's not as difficult when you're at the international stage because players generally remember themselves that they need to move, and bowlers will set their own fields. But at this level, Rebecca Stokel will have to do a lot of the thinking for the bowlers and the fielders. Obviously not when Laura Delaney's bowling, she'll set her own field, but other than that, and Laura Delaney will be trying to make sure she doesn't overstep in terms of changing too much in the field as well.
Yeah, but it's also good experience for the younger girls in the team here to sort of stay alive in the field and watch your captain. That single just brings up the 150. You can probably hear in the background there. Good round of applause from the Dragons hutch over there. They're quite keen to sit in the sun here and watch these two bat away.
It's quite uppish again. She's not afraid to hit the ball in the air, Bella Armstrong. Another day, one of those chances. Well, they weren't chances, but another day they would be chances. She's gone over extra a couple of times. She had that one that went over and between mid-on and deep mid-wicket. She had one over point. That one there that just didn't go straight back to Laura Delaney, went towards mid-off instead. Nice change up. And a chance needed to hit though. So good comeback from Laura Delaney, just the 4 singles from it. That brought up the 150. Here's that run out chance. To thick edge, and Paul just set off Lara McBride. Good pick up and quick release, and I reckon she would have been in trouble if that had hit.
This time, however, I think she did put her bat down.
Learned her lesson.
Robin Searle to continue. You see her figures on screen there. She's bowled 2 overs for 9. Bowled reasonably well, but not many opportunities for the team in blue here. And they need to pick up a wicket. It's an easy thing to say, but they need to pick up a wicket, and that could be it. Not given. Good piece of work from the keeper. Given a wide. Of course, you can be out. Stumped off a wide to drift down the leg side. Good piece of work from Mary Waldron down the leg side. First of all, to take it, and then they get back to the stumps. And Bill Armstrong made it back. Just one in to the leg side. Again, they're comfortable taking ones here. And wait for a real bad ball to hit for 4.
That's going to be a no ball.
That is that bad ball.
Two bounces before the popping crease isn't allowed. Robin Searle dragging that one down. She's trying to bowl a bit quicker, I'd wager, and it was quicker, but there were too many bounces, so it's going to be a free hit for Leah Paul. She's faced a number of free hits this year, and I think she hasn't scored off any of them, so this is the opportunity now to change that record. A thick outside edge, and oh no, runs past it. Sinead Thompson, just a bit of spin means she overruns it, but just one extra run, so not too costly.
The over just ticking up though. Only 2 balls gone. That's now 5 from the over already. Bit of work to do out there. Can't be done by Lara McBride. Lots of space out in the leg side. And now we've added a boundary. So full toss from Robin Searle. There looks to be an injury here. Just trying to pick up what happened there.
Well, there was a dive, but I'm not sure what went wrong.
Yeah, looks to be the left shoulder is injured there.
That's Rebecca Stokel that's down injured. We hope that it's not too bad. She has injured that shoulder before. In fact, I think it was her right shoulder she injured before, but she looks in some distress. So while the physio takes a look, we'll take a break. Do join us again for more live action soon.
Yeah, welcome back here after that short break. I'll get to that in a second. Robinson's going to ball here again. Oh, change it. Just got back in time. Oh, there's going to be one at the end of the day. The throw. How many times has that happened today? It'll be interesting to look and see if that was actually in again. She got back.
I was going to say, I wonder how many times I've said she needs to hit, doesn't. And that was the one time they hit. They've hit twice. Once it was out and given not out, and then that time she was in and got an extra run.
Extra run for it. Yeah, so just we had that little break there. Rebecca Stokel, it was, who had injured her left shoulder, we think. Just tucked into the leg side. It was a little bit worrying to start with there, but she did seem to get up and go off the field under her own sort of steam, as they say, and hopefully that's not a serious injury and it's just an impact injury that can heal fairly quickly. I wish her all the best, because obviously got that tour coming up in a few days. So one risk we worried about today, somebody getting an injury, but let's hope that's not too serious for the Typhoons captain. And that's the end of that over. And still no wickets for the team in blue, and it's 163 without loss from 27 overs. Going to have a little look here as to what, as obviously Laura Delaney's going to step in now, I would think. The skipper, and she's going to keep herself on from this, the Wes Earl end, and still striving for that breakthrough.
Well, the good news for the Typhoons is if they do manage to get the breakthrough, it's going to be tough for whoever comes in. Thick edge. Straight to Alice Walsh. She's the sub fielder for Rebecca Stokel. Straight into the game and does well.
Very well there. That ball would have been spinning.
But if they do get a wicket, it's still a lot of runs they have to score. You still have to get 27 in just over 20 overs. So it's no mean feat. They'll be in this game right up into the end, the Typhoons. We saw how... Good fielding again. Excellent fielder, Alice Walsh. Very quick.
She's done very well there.
Good quick release as well. Another Clontarf youngster coming through, along with Sargent and Sinead Thompson. But we saw in the first innings when Arlene Kelly took some wickets that really put the brakes on. They continued to take wickets then, so it's not an easy wicket to get in on. They decide to take on Walsh this time.
Yeah, just a little bit wider on that occasion. Manages to get through for the one. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that Laura Delaney's got to say here with the girls that this can change in a very quick space of time. We get one, we get two new batters in, as we talked about with the Typhoons. Two new batters in at the end. It's not easy to start, and as you say, it's not as if we're only looking at 50-60 here. It's still quite a lot of runs to get.
Yeah, if they can go the next 2-3 overs and try and go at less than fives, start pushing that required run rate back up. A couple of dots at the start of the over, now a couple of singles, and she just needs to get out of this over unscathed now, Laura Delaney, and hope that whoever's bowling down the other end can do the same and start applying pressure that way. It's a difficult pitch to get people out on, that's what we've noticed. Arlene Kelly did it with change-ups, or Prendergast did it with her shorter deliveries, extra pace. Another good dot.
So this is the start of what you're saying here in terms of the next, up to 35 maybe, if they can just, even if they don't get the breakthrough, just create pressure in a different way. So no boundary balls, let's try and dot it up a little bit here.
I'd be bringing Ava Canning on straight away at the other end. Get my two most economical bowlers on together. Force Armstrong and Leopold to take risks if they want to score runs, if they want to stay up at the rate. See if that can bring about some kind of breakthrough.
Yeah, you could probably risk giving Ava Canning at least 2 here. She's only bowled 5, so you give her 2 overs and see if she could maybe take a wicket but also tie up a little bit. This is Laura Delaney's 5th over, about to finish.
Big appeal and gone. That's the breakthrough. We said bring back your best bowlers, see if you can take a wicket. Laura Delaney, how often she does it, brings about the change, brings about the breakthrough, brings about hope for the Typhoons as Leopold goes for a well-made 69, a thin edge through to Mary Waldron.
Yeah, good catch that. Mary Waldron standing up just in front of her, a batter trying to play that cut shot, a very thin edge through to her, but just well bowled outside that off stump. And we've seen that shot quite often from Leopold, and a bit of joy for the Typhoons and their standing skipper tonight, Laura Delaney. She's got that breakthrough. 166 was the partnership, and it's been broken. And as we've just been mentioning in that last over, it can change very, very quickly if they can pick up Bill Armstrong as well now. Still 124 runs required in this game. So it does bring Orla Prendergast to the crease.
Oh, this is the prize wicket, isn't it? Orla Prendergast, fresh off a stint in England, and very successful there as well. So if they can get her out, it's twofold. You've got your second wicket, but you've got the talisman. You've got the kind of star that everyone's looking at and wondering about. If they can get her out, it's mentally, it'll be a big win for the Typhoons on top of just getting another wicket.
Yeah, definitely. Converse to that, we mentioned earlier that she's not needing to go and get a massive score now, Orla. She can bat in her own way, take her time a little bit and then develop into the game. She's not expected to come in here and hit it over 120 on a strike rate of 120 early to keep this back up. It's been good so far, so now she can get herself in. It is a change from that Cecil Metcalf end. It's not going to be Ava Canning as you wished, is it? It's going to be Alice Tector.
Well, I don't mind this change now with the wicket that's gone down, because a young bowler, when it's left-right hand combination, can be difficult. Alice Tector usually so accurate. Got a little hand to that, which helped, because that's what allowed Robin Searle the time to get across and save that boundary. So 3 runs saved through a combination of bowler and fielder.
A little bit of both there, but does the job. Now, these are the kind of matchups we like here. This is a young 14-year-old is going to bowl to the biggest star, you maybe say, in Irish cricket now. This is what you want to see. This is a step up to provincial cricket.
Well, that might be those nerves just showing through.
Lets me down a little bit there, yeah.
Well, does she let you down, or are you? Did you call it nearly
well,
by saying,
just sort of saying the build-up it is, and also, yeah, just a little bit of pressure when you're up against a quality player.
Yeah, there's that little bit of movement away from Orla Prendergast, and you think of it from both the players' points of view. Alice Tector will think, "Wow, this is Orla Prendergast. She did this at the World Cup. She did this in England." But Orla Prendergast will be nervous as well. She won't want to get out to the 14-year-old, the opposition, no matter how good that 14-year-old is.
Yeah, very true. Very true. I've actually saw a wee bit of that in the Test match when they brought on Harry Brick, and we thought, what is going on here? And Steve Smith was up against him. He just patted him back, and you're thinking, hang on here. You don't want to get out. You just don't want to get out at any time. And She's only just to the wicket, Orla.
That's actually how I feel playing club cricket now. I never want to go out and bat because everyone who's bowling is some 15-year-old that I'm coaching at some Leinster session. So you're
Won't
always
forget
on to a
it. They
loser.
won't forget it.
Oh, sure, they celebrate it like they've won the World Cup. Not because I'm good, only because they got one over on me. A few forward defences played, it has to be said.
Well, this has been not good over again, you mentioned. Should only be one. It's picked up on the outfield. Good throw in, and it is a good over. Just a 3 from it. And a long stint there for Izzy. She's going to take a little break. I'm going to welcome back Nathan Johns. And obviously, first question, Nathan, how'd you go?
Don't mention the war.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
Not great.
I think I would have preferred sitting here and watching some actual good cricket rather than what we just went through.
It's been decent, decent cricket, and Laura Delaney's gone to a magnificent 100. Bill Armstrong now in reply. She's closing in on 3 figures. Been a great partnership for the Dragons. Just broken in the last couple of overs there by Laura Delaney. Just looking up now, they've decided after 29 overs that they're going to take a drinks break. So I've just brought you in, Nathan, and we're going to take a little break here ourselves. So we'll be back in just in a couple of minutes. Yeah, so welcome back to Claremont Road, home of Dublin YMCA Cricket Club, where today we're enjoying the first game of the Evoke Super Series 50 Cup between the Typhoons and the Dragons. Been a great game so far. We're heading towards the business end of the game here. There are 21 overs left, and the Dragons are chasing 290, currently 169 for 1. It's going to be Laura Delaney. Resume. She's bowling to Orla Prendergast, who just tucks that into the leg side for a single. You see on screen, I'm joined here by Nathan Jones. Welcome back, Nathan.
Yeah, cheers, Ali. Looks a bit of a cracker, this one, because this is the big partnership from the Typhoons' point of view to break, because I think they will fancy getting into this Dragons middle order, whereas if Orla Prendergast bats the bones at 10 overs, that could be the game over. So this is the making of the game. As he chips that one, does Armstrong over extra cover. Maybe Canning is tall, but even she's not tall enough to get to that. The fielding is mopped up out on the offside boundary by Sarah Forbes.
Yes, he's played quite a few of those shots. Bella Armstrong not afraid to hit it in the air, lifting it over cover. This time she didn't get all of it, and it is mopped up on the boundary just for a single. They have just dried up the boundaries in the past 2 or 3 overs. But as you say, the run rate that they've set up here, and we've mentioned it before, that Orla Prendergast doesn't have to come in now and hit boundaries from the off. She can get herself in, and then if needs be, go later.
I know it's Orla Prendergast, but I wouldn't mind Laura Delaney bringing up a few fielders here, just seeing if she does want to go over the top earlier in her innings. Even then, like, Armstrong's not taking a lot of risks at the minute. I know she's on 91, and you probably have to respect that. But to Prendergast, I'd bring up a few more. To be fair, she is bringing up the 2 fielders on the leg side. So Cow Corner and Long On are coming into the circle. You could even bring in cover. Delaney isn't offering half volleys outside off in this spell. Try and get Prendergast to play that big expansive drive.
Yeah, it has been a little easier for the Dragons batters. I think the pitch has played a little bit better since this morning, but the field placements have allowed lots of singles as well, and then they've put away the bad ball, which has meant they're going up at pretty much a run of ball so far. Better length from Laura Delaney, but again, not a bad over. 4 coming from it. That's 179 for 3, so we end up with 20 overs to go, and the Dragons need 117.
You're looking around this Typhoons side. Who is it? Who would be considered their strike bowler? It's probably someone along the lines of, is it Ava Canning? You know, Alice Tector's had a very good season so far, but she's quite young. She's being backed here. Laura Delaney is backing her to make this breakthrough, but I'm just trying to think of some of the other options.
Yeah, we talked about possibly Izzy Joyce, who was on just with us there, talked about bringing Ava Canning back.
Or even Little. I'd love to see Louise Little get it.
She bowled 5, so we thought Ava Canning maybe could come back and bowl 2. She went with Alice Tector, who bowled a decent over in the last one. She bowled from this end.
Oh, she's pulled a big back of the hand slower ball there. That was Alice Tector.
A bit of her head, eh?
I don't mind that. Don't just run up and bowl stump to stump every delivery. Try and throw something at her. Yeah, you can just see Armstrong is motioning to Prendergast there with her wrist. Yeah, came right out of the back of the hand, and I think she did read it, but the pace was completely taken off that she just couldn't slow her bat speed down.
She's changing the field.
Well, she's not going to bowl another slower ball with this field, with third going back.
I don't think so.
Mid wicket coming in. Fires it in onto the hip.
In the first spell, that's what we sort of discussed, that Alice Tector does can tend to bowl a full ball, and Bella Armstrong sort of was in her arc in that first spell, and we just need to bring her length back, maybe just that foot, 2 feet, just to give it a ball on that better length. It's been good so far from her, doing what our captain has asked of her, keeping it nice and tight, no boundary balls. single.
Yeah, half stop in there by Alice Walsh.
She's come on as sub.
Yeah,
For Rebecca Stokel.
yeah, poor old Rebecca Stokel's just been in the wars the last 6 months, hasn't she? She's only just back from I think it was a foot injury. I think it was ligament damage in the foot, I think is what she had that ruled her out of the World Cup. Fingers crossed she's okay. Of course, Ireland are heading on a big tour later this week. They don't need an injury list, that's for sure.
In the air again, not afraid, as we've mentioned a few times now, to hit the ball in the air. Again, she's got enough on it to get it over mid-off. Robin Searle doing the fielding. 2 more to Bella Armstrong. We talked about in the first innings with her, Laura Delaney was going to single it up to go to her 100. And Bella Armstrong seems to be going the same way. She's not deciding to just get her to 3 figures. She's going to go for it.
Well, that delivery was in her arc. I wonder if it was just another slower ball. It wasn't as noticeable as the back of the hand Tector bowled earlier, but maybe just a little cutter, because you could see Armstrong was far too early on it. She tried to drive through the covers, but ended up hitting it straight, and that's popped off a length. We were talking about how the pitch had flattened out a little bit, but just a sign that there is maybe a delivery or two in there that can do something mischievous.
I think that's the length, though. I think Typhoons have bowled a little bit fuller than the Dragons did. And when they did pitch on that slightly shorter length, particularly when Arlene Kelly bowled, and you can see on that a number of the bowlers, total of 8, and have been used by the Typhoons. Nobody really's got the hold of it apart from Ava Canning, you would say, in terms of run rate there.
She has to come back soon, doesn't she?
You would think so.
You look at those figures and who's had the control today. It's really Canning. Laura Delaney as well, but has she got the same wicket-taking threat? Perhaps not, but they are going to make a change, and I think it is going to be Louise Little who's coming back on. Yeah, I don't mind that. She hasn't had the control today, has she, Little? But she is normally a wicket-taking threat, bit of extra pace.
Yeah, I think it's a good change in that, Laura Delaney had bowled. Whenever she came back on, she's got that breakthrough which they desperately needed. And now they're going to turn back to one of their 2 opening bowlers. Louise Little, yes, was a little bit off colour at the start of her spell. But as you say, Nathan, she's usually quite reliable and has got that wicket-taking threat.
Yeah, keep her up to the stumps, Mary Waldron, as she so often does, even though Little has a bit of extra pace. Trying to keep Prendergast deep in her crease. Width on offer, that's too easy. Just a slash away through cover for 1.
So we talked about it a few times so far. The run rates have fluctuated a wee bit. Where the run rate has gone above the run rate required, it's turned back the other way a little bit. It is just a run a ball, 5.95 required. But 1 or 2 deliveries here in the Typhoons, if they can pick up and break this partnership. As we mentioned, that middle order under pressure then to still get them home. That's in the gap, and that's going to go for 4. Width again. And Bella Armstrong on 95 isn't going to miss out. And she's beaten the field, and that's gone for a boundary and takes her up just a little bit closer to her 100.
Yeah, a little, just flirting with danger there with that line, with that width. Like you said, when you're on 95, it's just a little bit easier to hit that gap, isn't it? Easy pickings for someone who's been batting as well as Armstrong has. She faces up on 99.
She's going to get her 100. Misfield there. Cover. That takes her through to the 2nd century of the day. Following up Laura Delaney's 100. Bella Armstrong goes to 100 from 93 deliveries. And she's played really well after a shaky start. 13 boundaries in that 100. And she's really set up the Dragons here. Needs to go on though.
What a knock. 100 off 93. That strike rate is excellent. Could so easily have looked to bat time and to look to take the innings and the chase deep, but she's come out and been positive, and she's put the Dragons well on top.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that she's been really positive. And first couple of overs, she struggled a little bit to pick up the pace of the wicket, but then she got a couple of cover drives away, and then wasn't afraid to hit the ball in the air. a little bit of luck at times, but sometimes you got to be a little bit brave, and she was, and it's come off for her today, and a really good 100 for her.
Oh, what a shot that is. Low full toss. Prendergast says thank you very much. She punches that in the gap at extra cover.
I think there's the difference between the high quality players. Just a little bit over pitched here, and just played through the line, and it's picking the gap again. There wasn't a massive gap there, but drilled it through the cover region for another boundary. That's ends the over. Expensive one from the Typhoons, 10 coming from it. Yeah, but just looking at Orla Prendergast here already, she's only just come in, faced sort of 2 or 3 overs, but it's just her balance at the crease. When she's hitting through the ball, very, very balanced, still head, and just creates that platform to play the shots from either off or leg. Just that good balance.
Yeah, gun cricketer, Orla Prendergast. By far and away the best we have on this island.
That brings its own pressures, though, as we know. You're the best player in the country. Everybody wants to get you out.
Well, especially when you've been away playing at a higher standard, playing over in England, and you come back, and of course it completely changes the dynamic. You're the big dog coming home.
Absolutely.
Well, it's Hector lands her Yorker, but Armstrong's done very well to dig that out and just get down the other end.
Still 100 needed here. Well bowled. That's a good line and length. There's a lot of pressure on her here. She knows she's up against a quality player. Can't air really anywhere. But that's been good.
She's bowling well. We saw Little down the other end punished for offering width. Hector's not offering that. Stump to stump at the minute. Prendergast isn't willing to take it on just yet.
Yeah, I think that's the key. Stump to stump. She's not giving her any chance to free the arms. And that creates a little bit of pressure. And she's come down the track there. And Alice Hector has just stuck to those lines and lengths.
Well, she's decided she's fed up. She's not just going to let the 14-year-old bowl to her. She's going to try and change that length, and perhaps went within a shot. It didn't need to be as exuberant as it was, but like you said, it's a sign. Just the Hector's building a few pressure with some dots, and that might release it. No, it's a brilliant stop at mid-off. Orla Prendergast timed that one beautifully. Another strong drive through extra cover, but Searle at mid-off gets a hand on it and saves 3 runs.
And that's important. Just little things like that, stopping a boundary. So it's only gone for 1. So instead of going for 5 off the over, it's just 2 at the minute. And well watched down on that cover boundary. Bobbled out towards her. Keeps it down to 1. So just 3 from that one, from Alice Hector. And that's exactly 33 overs gone now, and it is exactly 100 now needed for the Dragons. So yeah, Nathan, you would expect to see Eva Canning coming back shortly. He's not going to bowl 5 on the spin, you wouldn't have thought. So maybe get a couple of overs out of her now, and then if needs be, bring her back.
Well, I think you need
40s.
You need the breakthrough now. It needs to be in the next 2-3 hours if you're going to stay in this game. They are making a change, but it's not Canning. It's going to be Freya Sargent, who has been on the expensive side today.
Yeah, that's when the Dragons really took hold of the game, and the two spinners came on. And they hit the bad ball for 4 and took the boundaries. So they increased the run rate. They were only going at just over 4, but increased it very quickly to 6 and over when the spinners were on. So surprising change, maybe.
I'm guessing the logic behind it is to take all the pace off the Prendergast and just see if she slogs one up in the air.
Kept a little low.
Kept very low. Armstrong's done well to get some bat on that.
A little nick on it. We could hear it from here. Well, that's been the problem with the spinners. Too short. And on this wicket, it's not quick enough to get away with the short ball. You really have to wait on it and take your time actually to hit it for 4. And Armstrong has done well there. Just waited on it. Picked the gap square, but too short again.
I don't think she's been helped by her field placing here. Deep square is only just about behind square, but with no short fine, and with that being quite a short boundary as well, she really needs to be another 20 or so yards behind square. But that was hit so hard, I don't know if she would have been able to get to it regardless.
Time again. Just go on the back foot. Clip that into the leg side. Or one more. The boundary and the over. 3 gone so far. Now, if this is the plan that you're thinking, Nathan, it's got Orla Prendergast on strike.
Yeah, and straight away mid-on's come into the ring as well. So they're going to say to her, have a dip if you want. But of course, Sargent is going to have to get her length up there, which she does. And Prendergast just digs it out. Doesn't bite the first time of asking.
But I suppose at least they seem to have a plan here to try and take a wicket. Although, as we say that, 2 balls left in the over.
Back goes long on.
Back goes long on.
Was that a chance?
Laura Delaney thinks so.
Laura Delaney was convinced, hands on head straight away. And I think Freya Sargent, just by her reaction as well, I think she might have thought that was an edge as well. Mary Waldron is such a good wicketkeeper. One of the best with the gloves out there. If that was a chance, it's a rare missed opportunity from the Irish keeper.
Just keep a wee eye on body language here at the end of the over. Yeah, it's a bit of a wry smile there from Freya Sargent. Would maybe suggest that there was a little bit of a nick.
Prendergast as well.
Something
you saw there
similar
on the screen.
Yeah.
Big grin ear to ear. I think she knows she got away with one there. That's a big, big moment in this game. Getting Prendergast now with still another just under 100 to go with this longish tail that the Dragons have. That would have been a huge dismissal for the Typhoons.
That could be a moment, and I'm going to get our wish here now, I think. And it's going to be Eva Canning coming back, as we said. Didn't think she was going to bowl from, 5 in a row really towards the end, but they're going to bring her back now for the 35th with the hope that she can either dislodge the century maker or the best player in the Dragons lineup, or even both. It'd be a real bonus. And she's going to come back from the Cecil Metcalfe end. Eva Canning to Bella Armstrong. A little bit of an edge on that, I think. Coming down towards us here, Sinead Thompson does the chasing. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, just a bit straight, I think. Straying too far onto those pads. If anything, she's lucky she didn't get more bat on it and send it flying away to the rope with no fine leg back up inside the circle.
So yeah, 94 needed. On screen there you can see it. 94 needed. 94 balls remaining. Nice and easy equation there. Those 9 wickets in hand, but as you've been saying, Nathan, this is a big wicket here, this partnership for the Dragons.
Bit of a drag down. You can see Prendergast is not happy with herself.
Missed out.
Yeah, I think the line though, it was quite hard to cut that think Prendergast is almost just trying to jab it very straight. He might be better off trying to pull the ball, but there is protection on the leg side with 2 fielders back.
Do you admire the bravery there? or is it a little bit foolhardy? If she misses that, that's wicket. That's an easy stump, and if she misses that, but that's the quality of her. All the confidence she's got in her ability.
Short and picked up. It's straight to the fielder, and it's been dropped. It's gone for 4, I think. Paul Reynolds at square leg is signalling 6. Well, that definitely bounced inside the rope. Yeah, and Ed Joyce is sat just next to our tent, and he very quickly shouts over to the umpires that went for 4. That was a chance. Short ball.
Yeah, we can see it again here. It was a short ball. Armstrong picks it out, but she actually picks the fielder out. Straight to the fielder. She's right on the boundary, but we can see there, just drops inside. Should be a 4.
Oh, I tell you what,
should have been a wicket.
If she did take the catch, Armstrong would have been filthy with herself, because she absolutely nailed that. And a yard either side if Sarah Forbes out there, she probably would have had a maximum, actually. It only went for 4 because she patted it down.
Yeah.
She absolutely nailed that, but picked out the fielder. Another life, another chance goes begging. 2 in the previous 2 overs. 200 up as well. 202 for 1. 15 overs to go.
I think given that score you've just read out, I think they've got to now take every chance that comes, and as you mentioned, 2 and 2 overs now, and they're two big wickets here, as they say. These two, one's on a century, and the other's the best player we've seen in the country. So every chance has got to be taken from now on inwards, or you would expect that the team in red are going to take the victory today. Freya Sargent's going to continue here. Again, though, that's short, pulled into the leg side. It's protection, so it's just 1.
Oh, she's very unlucky with the bounce that took. That just almost plugged in the outfield.
Yeah, the outfield's been difficult today, you have to say. We've mentioned about a few fielding mishaps, but the outfield hasn't been. It's in the air.
Oh, what a catch! Lord Delaney, top of her jump. She's taken an absolute blinder, and that is the end of Orla Prendergast. We did say, bowl the offie to her, bring the field up, see if she has a dip. She does, and she's hit it straight to Lord Delaney at mid-off.
Yeah, really good catch from Lord Delaney. It was coming at a rapid pace at her, and she actually timed her jump really well.
Perfectly, right at the top of the jump.
You can just see it again here. And we mentioned about keeping mid-on and mid-off up. She did. Orla Prendergast comes down, gets a good piece of it, and you can see here, up she goes, catches it at the apex. And really, we'd mentioned 2 chances going down the last couple of overs. You'd probably say that's 1 back, because that's half a chance.
Third time lucky for the Dragons. 3 chances in as many overs, and they finally hang on to one. I think just a little bit extra in the celebration there from Laura Delaney. Maybe a bit of that frustration at her teammates' lapses in the previous few overs. To be fair to the Typhoons, they were difficult chances. Those flash nicks off hard flashes to the keeper, they're quite tricky, and the drop at deep square was also hit very hard. But the Ireland skipper showing everyone how it's done. It doesn't matter if it's hit hard. Just get your hands behind it and cling on. What a brilliant catch that is, and that wicket really does have not only the potential to change the game because it's Prendergast that's gone, but just when you see your teammate pull off something like that, it can't not energise you and really completely change the mood.
We sort of mentioned in one of the interprovincial games, in the men's game, there was a run out that happened, and I think it was Mikey O'Reilly did the run out, and it wasn't expected. I'll just come back to that. That's Alana Dalzell, who's in now,
wasn't it?
Up with Brady, and he ran out Shane Getkett, and the celebration was 10 times what it would have been for just a, as you would say, normal wicket, because it's just so unexpected. And when somebody takes a blinding catch, just unexpected, the celebration is just that little bit extra.
Whack out low. Alana Dalzell's done well to dig that one out.
Yeah, because that's a couple of sort of scurried along the last couple of overs. This is just a change here. Yes, you've got a set batter, but one end, you would say, slightly open now with the new batter in.
Crucial over that for the Typhoons. One single off it, but more importantly, a big wicket of Orla Prendergast, and they're probably right back in this game. The run rate required has gone up to over a run a ball. Yes, they do still have Mel Armstrong in there at 114 not out of 102, but just with the new batter in, Dalzell, she's dotting up slightly. I think the Typhoons just need to be clever about this. Give Armstrong one, get Dalzell on strike, and all of a sudden she keeps dotting up. That run rate will climb to above 6 and hit 7, and that's when they really are in the game.
Absolutely. We've kind of mentioned it, that there's always a big chase no matter how well they'd started, and they have started remarkably well. Still a lot of runs to get. There we see something different from Belle Armstrong. He's going to hold up though. The slow outfield we've talked about.
Good chase from Sinead Thompson there. Well, Belle Armstrong's just lost her teammate in Orla Prendergast, but she's still going to put out the shots. Bit of a Joe Root reverse ramp there.
Well, it's the second one she's played actually, but the other one was off a free hit. So it was literally that. It was a free go at it. But this time, if she misses that or plays a false shot, as I said the last time, it always looks good when you hit it.
Well, I tell you what, I don't actually mind the option. If you back yourself to make some sort of contact, which she clearly does, there's no third man.
That's true.
It's a very safe option. You're not going to get caught, and as long as you take the bowled out of the equation, which you do if you back yourself to hit it, it's not the worst option in the world.
Yeah, as I say, the last time there was third was in place, but the difference was it was a free hit, so she premeditated. And actually, when we look back at it, we think she was trying to play leg side, but the ball went so far offside she was able to adjust and actually play that ramp to the offside. But she's played it there off the first ball of the over, and shows a bit of confidence, and as you say, possibly a good option looking at the field.
Yeah, this is huge though, and it's good captaincy from Delaney. She's brought up cover. There's only one fielder out in the deep, and it's deep square. I'm going to try and bowl 4 dot deliveries to Dalzell here. Here's one of them.
This is a different dynamic to the game now. I was talking about the last 3 or 4 overs they had to take a wicket. Yes, they'll still be looking for wickets, but the other option now is to get that run rate just climbing now, as you say. Just dot the rest of this over up and let that work on Belle Armstrong at the other end.
Oh, could be a run-out chance here. Oh, better throw, and Armstrong might have been in trouble there.
Yeah, just that little bit of extra time taken there, possibly.
Oh, I think Armstrong was quick off the mark, though, from the non-striker's end. It needed to be in and out. Sub-fielder, Alice Walsh there. It's good from Armstrong, though. She knows that she needs to get down the other end, and with the bones of 13 overs left, she's going to have to face the majority of the 80 deliveries still to bowl if the Dragons are going to get over the line. Oh, picked up. That is absolutely massive.
A big hit.
What a shot from Armstrong. Picked up off a length. We said it earlier, playing reverse ramps. Despite the loss of Prendergast, she's not going to die wondering, and she's going to try and really counter-attack here. What a shot that is. Just picked it up off a length effortlessly, and it's flown over deep square.
Well, she's played like that all day. She's not been afraid to hit it aerial. And off what we had said was best bowler for the Typhoons. She hasn't worried about just taking singles from Eva Canning. She said, right, I can play shots all around the wicket, and she set that one for a maximum, which completely changes that over. I mean, you were looking at 4 from 4, a couple of dots, another good over for the Typhoons. She hits a maximum, just releases everything there, moves her on to 123, and it's 213 for 2 from 37.
Well, that's the psychology of it as well. You've lost your best player. and you respond by hitting the opposition's best bowler potentially out of the attack and 10 runs off that over, that's absolutely massive. And just in 1 over, the energy that the Typhoons had after that stunning Laura Delaney catches has gone a little bit.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And again, something that I think in this 50 over series and longer format that the girls need to learn here about the momentum shifts and just psychological things that you can prey on.
Oh, that's gone fine.
It's off the outside edge. It's going to be 2, I think. And that's another one we're talking about, because that'll just lift a little bit of pressure off on Anna Dalzell. She had got off the mark, but she just doesn't want to put all the pressure onto her partner. So picking up 1s and 2s, very important for her.
Oh, another chance in and out of the gloves of Waldron. She throws her head back in disgust. I think again, those nicks off the spinners, they're so difficult. They either just lodge straight in the gloves or they don't. And that's twice in a row now that Waldron hasn't been able to snaffle them.
That one sounded a bit more of a healthy nick that time. I think that would have been even more difficult.
Oh.
We've had 3 or 4 going down in that direction. It should be 2. And it is. Good chase from Sinead Thompson, but 2 more.
Short and pulled away again. Deep square is able to cut off this one. That's the one thing that's just hurt Sargent today, isn't it? Just that drag down every now and then. She wasn't dragging it down when they had the momentum and they were dotting up and they got more Prendergast out. But again, it's just what pressure can do when you lose that momentum as quickly as the Typhoons have. A little shimmy down the track, just pulls out of the shot ever so slightly.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Anna Dalzell just pushes it into the gap for the single. So 7, I think, from that. Yep. 220 for 2 from 38. So 70 required from the last 12, as you see. 70 to win. 72 balls remaining.
The Typhoons just have to remember 70 runs is still quite a lot. Yes, the run rate is down below a run a ball, but we saw how quickly it can climb when there's just one dismissal. And if they do manage to get rid of Armstrong and put lots of pressure on Dalzell and whoever comes in next, it just takes 2 or 3 good overs where you only concede 3 or 4, and all of a sudden you're back in the box seat. So as much as you feel behind the game when somebody's standing there in 126 red, you just have to keep going and keep trying to manufacture those chances. Although that doesn't help wide down the leg side.
Yeah, they'd be much better than the Dragons were in terms of extras, but now we're getting towards it, as we mentioned, the business end of the game. I think every extra counts double now, wides and no balls especially. And your skipper just looks, that's an extra ball, we got a bowl. You kind of get away with it in the first few overs where, yeah, okay, but now it's really important. It's in the gap. That's what doing. The feeling she's been really busy since she came on as a sub fielder. Gets to that one, pulls it in, but it is another 2 to Armstrong. She's keeping up with her rate here. In fact, maybe even increasing it now. She's 126 runs from 108.
I think they might have got a third there because Armstrong's on strike now, whereas it was Dalzell. Armstrong, oh, that was tight. That was just a little bit nonchalant there, running from the non-strikers. Then she ends up making her ground, but I think that was a lot tighter than the fielders probably realised.
There's been quite a bit of that actually, and something that senior coaching will be looking at, because we saw one earlier that when Leopold was actually definitely run out. We've seen it back, and she was trying to just run her bat in, but it was one of those ones where the fielder threw it and she jumped out of the way of it, but was a good foot short of her ground without running her bat in. And the umpire didn't give it. It sort of wasn't really looking possibly. So quite nonchalant, and that was something similar that, you know, just not maybe running in to make sure you make your ground.
Oh, down the track comes Dalzell. She's done that a lot now. There's a bit of a misfield, but it still only will be one. She did a lot to the spinner down the other end to Dalzell. Just not big strides, just a little shimmy just to get her momentum going forward.
Yeah, Alana Dalzell played a knock in the T20 series for the Dragons against the Scorchers when she came in. She only got 17, but she changed the momentum of that game and got her team home.
Oh, picked up nicely by Armstrong. There is deep square in place. To keep it just another single. She's strong on that leg side.
She definitely is. She is. And that pick-up shot she's got there. She hit the last one all the way for a maximum. But again, as you mentioned about the psychological aspect of this, the wide and then runs off the next four. That's a good ball though. That's the stock ball from Eva Canning, just swinging back in towards the stumps. Every time I've said today that there's been a run off every ball in the over, the next ball has been a top ball.
Bit of an unconvincing attempt at a cut from Dalzell. Was late on it. But brings us to the end of the 39th over. 226 for 2, 64 left. So to get 66 deliveries left to get him in. Quite crucially, they do have plenty of wickets in hand. Bit of a conference going on now between Laura Delaney and Mary Waldron as they try and figure out how are the Typhoons going to get the 2 or 3 wickets they need to grab their way back into this contest. And they're going to continue with spin for now.
Yeah, we've been looking at it all day thinking, oh, okay, the Typhoons have maybe got a few too many, but right from the first sort of 10 overs of this chase, it has looked to be a bit of a cracker coming here, and as we move into these last 10-11, I think that's going to be the case. Well, Armstrong continues to go at this. She's not going to tap this around for ones and twos. She sees that she's the main partner. She can get her team home here.
Well, she didn't fully commit to that stroke, did she? And I think that's what ended up actually saving her, because it ended up landing about 10 yards short of cow corner. But you're right. She's going to continue to be aggressive, and I don't know, maybe she has one eye on net run rate or such like, but she's made the decision that she's on 131 not out. They've got 8 wickets in hand. She can afford to be ultra aggressive here.
Yeah, and fair enough, I suppose, because if she comes off and hits a few boundaries here, it makes it a lot easier for those coming in later. You know, you're not, I mean, we still need 62, as we say. That's in the gap. They're going to come back for 2. Sinead Thompson gets there. Dalzell maybe watch what's going on at the other end and has decided, I'd like to have a wee bit of that. And as you said, she's becoming a little bit more aggressive in her intent. Down again. That's chipped.
She's picked the
under
gap
the cover,
beautifully.
and that's a nice shot. It's going to be another 2. Yeah, good aggressive stuff here. Alana Dalzell using her feet to come down to the spinner. He's hitting the ball a little aerial, but he's picking the gaps well. He's going to hold on to that one. He's coming at me, so I'll just hold on to that one. See what she's going to do. The dead ball.
It's a great contest, this. Delaney's gone aggressive. She's put the slip in. She's brought the field up. There's only one fielder back at deep square. And she said to Dalzell, have a go if you want to, and she has, and it nearly worked. There was one previously in the over that just evaded mid-wicket. Ball before just got over the head of extra cover. Dalzell's happy just to keep that one out. She's got 2 deliveries remaining here. This is a really, really good contest. Does she have the patience just to see this off and keep things ticking? And as soon as I say that, they are going to drop the field. Long on goes back. Mid-wicket goes back. And the sweeper on the offside.
That releases a wee bit of pressure. You say, and it's going to be 2. So they pick up another 2. So again, you were going along there thinking, well, the ball's up to 7 now. Have we got one short there? Anyway, they've called the over. That's the end of the 40th. I am going to take my leave now, and I'm going to leave you in the company of Nathan Johns and Isabel Joyce to see the game home. Thank you for your company today, and it's Izzy and Nathan to take you home.
Yeah, Bella Armstrong just sitting on her haunches there. I think we could forgive someone who's on 131 off 112 for being tired at this stage of the innings. She's batted beautifully. And crucially, she's stayed positive throughout her innings. She hasn't let her strike rate drop when Prendergast got out. She hasn't looked to reconsolidate. She's looked to fight fire with fire. And she's batted absolutely beautifully. She hasn't quite took her side home yet, but she's certainly broken the back of this chase. And the Typhoons just look a little bit out of ideas.
Well, they're going to try and buy a wicket with Sarah Forbes, and unfortunately that one just didn't go to Alice Tector. She opted to save the runs rather than go for the chance.
Yeah, it's been a tough day in the field for the Typhoons. A lot of difficult chances have gone down. Delaney did take that excellent catch at mid-off, but there have been a couple of nicks put down and then one pull shot that was absolutely smacked. It's that high in the air. This should be taken. Mid-off comes round. Robin Searle takes the catch. That's the end of Alana Dalzell.
Yeah, I just came across that one, tried to play it 2 square. It was too wide outside off for that. So the bowling changes worked. Sarah Forbes takes the pace off the ball. Dalzell trying to inject pace into the ball and perishes. So is there life in this Typhoons defence yet? She goes for 12. And the Dragons 235 for 3. Here is that chance. Sarah Forbes full and wide, and yeah, Dalzell just doesn't get into the ball.
Good catch. They're never easy, those ones over the shoulder. As much as she would have been disappointed if it was another dropped opportunity. It looks like it's Emer Richardson coming in.
Well, you talk about that they've had lots of difficult chances. In fact, the one that stands out, and you were playing your own match at the time, but Laura Delaney dropped Bella Armstrong on one, an easy chance, very, very easy. Like you'd expect her to catch it with one arm tied behind her back. So that has proved extremely costly, to say the very least of it, because Bella Armstrong's still out there, tired as she looks, and down on her haunches again. But here comes the finisher, Emer Richardson. It was a role she was born for. Take the Dragons home in her solitary game in the Super Series for the season.
Yeah, well, it's a tricky little task for her, isn't it? Because there's still just enough runs on the board that if there are 2 or 3 overs but they only go at 3 or 4 and over, all of a sudden the game is back on. But she's an excellent player. Slow bowling is Emer Richardson with her area sweeps, and just like that, she says, I'll have some of that, and she launches it over mid-off, full and wide half volley. Thank you very much.
Well, it's funny, it was a good matchup for Dalzell, but then she took the wicket, and this is a terrible matchup. Yeah. This is exactly the bowler that Richardson would have wanted to face coming out. Pace off, but Richardson has the power, has the technique, and she knew from the moment she came out where she wanted to send the next delivery.
Length is dragged back. Richardson just probably threw the shot a little bit too early, cards that straight to extra cover. But it's a sign again of the Dragons. Every time they've taken a punch, every time they've lost a wicket, they've counter-attacked, and they've said, we're not going to let this pressure be built up, and it's put them in a commanding position so far.
Oh, well, that one's just held up in the wicket. And Sarah Forbes thought she had 2 for the over. 51 runs now required from 55. So, as you mentioned, if the Typhoons can find a way with deliveries like this one to stem the flow just for 6 or 12 balls, then it does become a lot more difficult. Have a look at this.
You can see what Richardson's doing. Mid-wicket is up. Just probably came through the shot a bit too early. This time she stays nice and low and drives it straight to Delaney at extra cover. 41 gone. It's 239 for 3.
Yeah, 9 overs to go. 51 runs. It's not an imposing chase, that one, but I think actually one of the problems is Bella Armstrong looks like she's puffed. She doesn't have the power in her shots that we saw for the first couple of hours. We'll forgive her for that, as you said. But she probably needs to just keep on turning the strike over rather than trying to be the aggressor. Give that role to the new batter, Richardson, who's comfortable with that, and then just make sure she sees the game through.
I like this move from Laura Delaney. She's bringing herself back on. They've just taken the wicket. They need to build these dot balls like we've been saying, and she's taken the responsibility into her own hands. She has been one of the more economical bowlers today for the Typhoons. I like this move a lot.
Yeah, really good call. No point in holding overs back, really. You have to win the game a bit earlier than the 50th in this position.
She offers width first up, and that is in the gap. Alice Tector gives chase from point, but I don't think she's going to get there. The ball wins, and that is not what you needed to start the spell from Laura Delaney. Short wide one outside off.
Very unusual to see this from Delaney. Usually starts off each spell very well, but that's the sign of someone who's been in for a while. Didn't have to hit it too hard, just got in position, made sure she got it through. And that outfield, I think, has definitely quickened up over the course of the day. That's the quickest part of the ground as well, there towards
Absolutely.
the nets.
Delaney's just told those two fielders at short third and point to tighten up a bit, but to be fair, there wasn't a big gap between them anyway. It was a cracking shot from Armstrong to be able to pick that gap.
Well, that is a no ball, and I think it was supposed to be a slower delivery from Delaney. She's probably fatiguing as well. She scored a good 127 earlier today, so I don't think she would have thought at that point that she'd be bowling for the match in the 42nd.
Does she need to go to her variations at this stage? I think she just needs to be bowling stump to stump.
Well, the variations worked very well for Arlene Kelly, just rolling the fingers over. It's not a complicated variation, really. She should be able to bowl that one in her sleep. So no, I would say that that's a natural for her at the back end of an innings. She's going to come around the wicket for this free hit.
Yeah, long on, long off in place. Cow corner is out as well as the offside sweeper. Looks like she's just going to come around and try fire this one into the pads. Richardson makes room. She goes big, nowhere near big enough, and it lands well in front of cow corner for the single.
Well, it was a case of each of them knew what the other one was going to try and do and who's going to come out on top, because Laura Delaney brought her square leg inside the ring. Emer Richardson had a good look at the field. She wanted to go over square leg, and Delaney kept it away from her far enough that she could only hit it out to the sweeper that she had left out. So a good battle going on between these two. Back over the wicket now. Square leg goes out again.
Flashed away off the edge. Another chase down there, but it slows up on the outfield. You can see what Armstrong's trying to do. She's trying to go straight down the ground. Again, maybe a sign of that fatigue. Just perhaps a little bit late, and the bat speed isn't what it was a few hours ago.
Well, she definitely lost her shape, didn't she? The strength of hers hitting down the ground, but just trying to muscle it a little bit.
Well, she's got hold of that one all right, but it's straight to deep mid-wicket. The bigger side of the ground there she's targeting. That has been her strength today. Those pick-up shots off a length through mid-wicket.
She started off the day hitting it through and over extra cover, and as she's got more tired, it's gotten decidedly more leg side.
She still had the power. She had that big six over square leg not too long ago.
Doesn't look too worried. Emer Richardson, why would she? I guess 41 now required from 50 deliveries. So well ahead. A few dot balls won't worry them That no ball was so costly in this Laura Delaney over.
Easy pickings. Just punches that into the gap to the sweeper for a single. 250 up. 42 overs gone. Dragons are cruising.
They are, aren't they? I think while Dalzell was there, she looked like she was finding it difficult. She tried to muscle one, got caught by Searle. It's been 3 catches to dismiss the 3 batters so far. Paul caught behind. She toiled hard and stayed with Armstrong for a long period of time. Prendergast, well, it's not what we're used to seeing from her. 11 from 25 deliveries, and Dalzell just couldn't stay out there with Armstrong, so it's left to Richardson, and then behind her is Kelly who's bowling all rounder, and then you're into the bowlers really. So it's a bit of a long tail. That being said, Molly Devine in particular, quite a clever batter, so if she's out there and they only need a few to win, I think she'll back herself to see her side home. Sarah Forbes again, and through. We said it was a bad matchup, but it's a good one for the Typhoons. Goes for the big hoik, Emer Richardson, and she perishes. Not the prettiest thing. She won't want to look back on that too often. And, well, Sarah Forbes, a little beauty. 2 wickets in 2 overs.
Yeah, well, has she changed this game? You were just talking about what's left in the shed for the Dragons, and it does very quickly become a situation of, if there's pressure on, you're looking at that lineup going, who's going to be the one who hangs around with Armstrong to take them home? Yeah, not the prettiest of shots from Emer Richardson. That's twice she's tried to go over mid-wicket off Sarah Forbes, and both times she's failed to connect. You can just see she's threw the shot far too early, isn't she? She was much stronger when she was trying to hit straight, hit one over bit off, a couple of nice drives, 2 extra cover that hit the fielder hard. You can see why she's trying to go over mid-wicket. The field was up, but she's fallen into the trap a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes the field is not there because it's hard to hit the ball there. That's how I feel about that one, because it was far too full for that shot. It was in the exact right position to just do exactly what she did first ball, bop it over the bowler's head. Would have been very easy for her. Richardson guilty of sometimes overcomplicating things. She doesn't like to hit the ball in the same areas too often. Anyway, Arlene Kelly comes out to the crease. She was the hero with the ball, kept the score down under what we thought they might get at one stage. The Typhoons took 4 wickets, almost 5, just a chance in the last ball, not quite going to hand. Can she finish this game for the Dragons and hand them a valuable victory in this opening fixture of the Evoke Super 50 Cup?
Big forward defensive first up. What a surprise that is, Arlene Kelly doing well at the death.
Yeah, not something you're used to seeing.
Yeah, that's what got her in that T20 Team of the Year last year. She's now got to do the job with the bat.
Yeah, she's been a revelation since coming over to Ireland, playing for Malahide. Found some relations and hasn't looked back. Been a great addition. Her versatility with the new ball and in the middle overs and can bowl at the death is quite the bonus for Laura Delaney as the Ireland captain, and Leah Paul is the Dragons captain.
Well, that's where she's made her money for Ireland, so to speak, isn't it? Ireland have plenty of new ball threats. Sort of Prendergast bowls fast and swings it, but they probably just were lacking a little bit of those skilled bowlers who could come in and bowl their variations or bowl in the block hole as much as Kelly can do, and she's filled that gap really nicely in T20 cricket.
Yeah, especially with Ava Canning having been injured as well. And there was one of the seamers out of the attack for a while. And that's a strong area for her. Straight down the ground. Almost made a meal of it in the deep there, Robin Searle.
Watch the spin.
Feet stop working when the ball's within a metre of you. I always say that, but it's been a good over for the Typhoons. Forbes just the 1 run from it, but the valuable wicket of Richardson. And so Dragons just faltering a little bit after the 43rd over. They're 251 for 4.
Another change. Laura Delaney just gave herself the 1 over. Didn't like what she saw. She's going to bring Louise Little back in. Little also had a bit of a 1 over mini spell earlier that, well, she got carted around then. But far too wide outside that off stump. Just going to have to drag things back here. But like you said, all of a sudden it's getting towards a run of ball again for the Dragons and that run rate required. And Louise Little can keep things tight. Avoid bowling with the width she did previously. This could be a very, very interesting little period in the game.
It's been interesting all the way through, I have to say. It's been a game that's ebbed and flowed, which is why we love 50 over cricket, and actually sometimes the middle overs can get a little bit boring, but we haven't had that in this game in either innings.
Width offered. Thick outside edge. Can third get round to cover it? No, she can't. A genuine edge. Arlene Kelly gets her first boundary.
Certainly not what Delaney would have been looking for when she changed the bowling. Too wide. It was a genuine edge, but you know, a free swing at the ball there for Kelly, really. And third not in place for that particular shot. Sinead Thompson, she's been good in the field today, but nobody's that good.
Hit hard on the back foot. There is cover out on the offside. Just another single. That was a strong shot from Kelly. Timed that nicely.
I was just thinking, and she's come out and she's blocked one right out the middle of the bat, and then any time she's apart from that edge, obviously, it's come off the bat nicely. So she'll, even though it's only one run, it's not like a streaky run. That'll give her confidence. Bella Armstrong looking to become the highest run scorer in one innings in Super Series history. Currently stands at 143. That's scored by Robin Searle.
Half an appeal from Mary Waldron.
It's not a wide, and that's a good call from Paul Reynolds, because Bella Armstrong moved outside off stump, so the wide line moves with you.
I tell you what, Mary Waldron is convinced she's heard something there, because she's just having a chat to Bella Armstrong, just making sure, did she hit it? She's gone to that reverse ramp again. It's tough to tell on that angle. If there was a noise, I don't think there's anything else it could have been. It's nowhere near the pads.
Well, I tell you what, Mary Waldron not shy of a few words at the best of times, so I don't think that's evidence of a nick.
Little needs to be careful here. She did land. That's a good wide Yorker she's landed there, but she's flirting with danger with this field with third up inside the ring. She's landed the Yorker, but I don't think she's meant to bowl
no,
it.
Exactly. That's definitely a tired delivery. The first 50 over game of the year, bowling in the 44th.
That's a better line, but it's been pumped down the ground just short of the rope. That is a superb shot from Bella Armstrong, and it does take her past that record. She's beaten the 143 from Robin Searle, and she's now the highest. This is the best innings.
Yep, highest innings in Super Series cricket. She brought it about with this shot. You cannot bowl full to Bella Armstrong. That's something we learned very early on today, and the same is true 44 overs later. You have to bowl short of a length, or even we haven't seen any short stuff at her.
Good response from Little. Goes to that block hole, but gets it straight this time. Armstrong's good enough to dig it out for a single. Brings us to the end of the 44th over. Armstrong's on 145. She's still motoring along. It's 261 for 4.
29 now to win in 36, and I would say if you can get within 30 in a 50 over game, you've almost won the game. It's T20 cricket, it's within 15. 50 over cricket within 30. It's just a mental barrier or mental boundary that you have as the fielding team. It feels very difficult to defend when there's 6 wickets in hand as well, regardless of the fact that maybe they're not the most experienced batters coming in behind. Still Cara Murray there. She's batted well in Super Series on a few occasions this year. Forbes to continue.
And yeah, flight. Armstrong looks to go after it. She has hit it in the gap. They should be able to come back for 2. They won't. A tired looking first run there from Bella Armstrong. I don't think she was too fussed about coming back for 2.
It was a tired looking run, but Freya Sargent actually has a bullet throw. So I think they looked up and saw it was in her hand, and she does have the ability to get the ball in quickly, so a good decision.
Now the track comes Kelly. Again, she's been good through that cover region. Short of a length cut, but not particularly well timed by Armstrong as Laura Delaney does the fielding.
Yeah, I think there's actually a bit of turn there. That was what saved Sarah Forbes. Just cramped Armstrong up for some room. Chance.
That leg side. Is it going to carry? Mid-wicket didn't want to come in for that chance. Just didn't come herring in off the rope. I know she didn't get a hand on it, but that certainly looked like it was a chance.
Yeah, she needed to decide immediately she was going to try and catch that there, Alice Tector. And Sarah Forbes looks for the flatter delivery and sends it down leg. So yeah, there's been a couple of times out into the deep where fielders just haven't looked like they've wanted it. The desperation not there. You don't mind as a bowler when people drop the catches, but for me, I always wanted my fielders to at least make that effort to take the wicket.
Especially at this stage of the game. They're not able to dot up these two batters. The only way they're going to bring that scoring rate down is through wickets. And yeah, it's been a difficult day. We've said it many times today, haven't we, that it's the first 50 over game, so just perhaps that fatigue, that fielding fatigue, that ability to concentrate for long periods of time. It's difficult if you haven't done it in a long time.
It's been a difficult day for everyone in the field, it feels like. It definitely felt like a difficult day in the field for the Dragons. They'll be amazed really at how far they've come in a short space of time. 45 overs gone now, and the Dragons very much on top, 267 for 4.
Yeah, just the 23 runs they need. Armstrong's two runs away from 150, and as much as it's the runs that you look at that strike rate, 148 off 125. She's been fantastic. I've said it a few times now, but it's worth mentioning again. When she has lost partners down the other end, when she lost Leah Paul, when she lost Orla Prendergast, she didn't respond by just looking to reconsolidate. She's come out and she's hit her boundaries. I think the first ball she faced after Prendergast was dismissed was a reverse ramp over third. She doesn't care what's happening down the other end. She's just going to bat. And it's worked out beautifully today.
The modern cricketer, huh? Alice Tector now replaces Lulu Little. It's Laura Delaney shuffling her pack. She's trying to find one that works. Can Alice Tector be the key? Fine leg, square leg, long on and cover are the 4 out. Third inside the ring. So that's a risky one for the away swinging bowler.
She's got a ball straight, which she does. And it's dug out down to long on.
We've got to find a way to dot up Arlene Kelly here. Bella Armstrong, it's a result if she just gets one. And they've got to put more pressure on Arlene Kelly. Yeah, mid-on comes up. She bowls full and straight, they're hoping. And cover comes up as well. Third out.
No, or the lady's changed her mind. I think Sarah Forbes is going to stay on the rope at cover. I certainly would have liked to have seen her come in. Yep. Oh, she is coming in. In and out. Make up your mind.
Shake it all about. So this is high pressure situation for the young bowler. She gets hit through, that releases a lot of pressure. Yeah, well bowled, young lady.
Yeah, nice and straight. Oh, that middle and off stump line.
Good length as well. It's a length that Kelly could attack, could try and go under, but probably doesn't feel it's worth the risk yet.
It's a good looking drive from Kelly, but she can't pierce the gap. Tector stays on line. She's not offering that width. Bit of a drag down, but she has got protection at fine leg on the rope, so she does keep that to a single.
Yeah, good result that, because it wasn't a good ball in any way. Too short leg side. But all Arlene Kelly can do is find a fine leg. 2 balls remaining. So if she can get out of this over, only going for 1, maybe 2 more runs, it'll be a good result for the Typhoons. Just get it closer to the finish line, as close as you can, and see what happens.
Bit of a chat here between captain and bowler. I wonder if they're discussing another potential field change. Yeah, they are.
Well,
Can't see it on screen, but cover is coming up into the ring. They're not going to use their full quota of fielders out on the boundary.
oh, and Bella Armstrong fancied a boundary over that offside. It was a risk from Delaney. She thought maybe she could get the wicket of Armstrong before she got to 150, but the batting team wins out on this occasion. What a knock this is from Bella Armstrong. She survived a chance very early on in her innings, and she's certainly made the Typhoons pay, and how, my goodness, how they have paid. 150 from 127 deliveries, the first player in Super Series history to make 150 runs.
Yeah, and the field will spread for this final delivery. They're going to try and keep Arlene Kelly on strike. Which she will. It's that short of length delivery out into the offside. Brings us to the end of the 46th over. 271 for 4 are the Dragons. Man, Armstrong, what a knock. 150 off, 127, 17 boundaries and 1 maximum. 17 boundaries. It sounds absurd when you say it.
Well, you faced 127 balls. It's actually not that high a percentage, I guess, but that was a lot for anyone. And it's the strike rate. I think that's the point of difference between the two teams, because the Typhoons have been more accurate. Their extras count will be much lower than the Dragons was at the end of this innings, but Armstrong has just scored at such a good pace. Has looked easier this afternoon, it has to be said.
Yeah, I think this pitch certainly has flattened out under the sunshine as the afternoon has gone on. Which makes the Dragons' decision to bowl earlier this morning look like a masterstroke.
Ava Canning. Well, the senior bowler, at just 19 years old, needs to make something happen here. Arlene Kelly's decided maybe this is the over. 3 or 4. This is the 4th last over. She's going to try and put an end to any hopes that the Typhoons have. Flayed away, and they're going to take on Alice Walsh. Has to hit, almost out, but how many times have I said it today? Has to hit, and they don't. And the 2 times they did hit, batters were in.
Well, I think a direct hit there, she certainly would have been in trouble. That ball's flown away off the outside edge. Too short third. Yeah, I think she would have been comfortably gone.
Oh, definitely.
With the direct hit. Good bit of fielding though. Just didn't quite get the throw on line.
Yeah, it bounced nicely into her hands, didn't it? Just what you want as a fielder. Isabella Armstrong now.
Picked up in the air again. Lands well short of Tector at deep mid-wicket. Again, sounded nice off the bat. She's hit it hard and flat. Another single. Down the ground goes Kelly. They have got long off in place.
Just ticking the runs down. 16 now from 20. If they can, they need to try and get a few more dots here, Typhoons. See if they can get to a stage where the Dragons need to go more than a run a ball. That's when someone will have to take a bit of a risk. Lofted, mid-off was inside the ring, but long on comes round. Freya Sargent, she'll look to keep it to 1.
Well, they take on the arm. That's a good bit of running from Arlene Kelly. Took responsibility there, running to the danger end.
Well, I don't think it would have been 2 if it had been Armstrong at the non-striker's end, because she would certainly not have been able to sprint that second one.
And from the Dragons' point of view as well, they always say in these chases, don't they? Try and get it done in the 49th. Don't let it go to the last over, because you never know what can happen. The last over finishes can always be a bit chaotic. Hit hard again down the ground. This time there is no 2 with Armstrong doing the running.
Handy over for the Dragons, 6 from it, and with 3 overs to go, they're at 277 for 4, chasing 290 for victory. So just the 13 required in 18 deliveries. You say you want to do it in the second last over. I think in 50 overs, sometimes you want to do it even earlier. You want to get the, any wind in the sails of the bowling team down that bit earlier, because the longer it goes on, the more chance they think they have. Alice Tector will continue, bowled really well her last over. She can repeat that effort again and perhaps take the prize wicket of Armstrong. And she might turn this round for her team.
Half a shout. Alice Tector, more in desperation than anything else.
I think if there was another set, it might have hit the leg stump of that set.
But a precious dot, nonetheless. They haven't had many of those in the last 10 overs. Have the Typhoons.
Goes for the ramp and sails over Mary Waldron and over the rope, and it's 4 more runs to the Dragons' effort, and they're now into the final 9 runs required for victory.
Too good. She's been too good all day, as Bella Armstrong, including with this shot here. She loves playing that. We see Joe Root playing it a lot in the test match. Well, Bella Armstrong can play it just as well. Third is up inside the circle. Alice Tector gives her just a touch of width outside off. Not a lot, but it's more than enough for someone on 150 to carve that away to the boundary. And just when they thought they might have tried to build some pressure after getting a few dots, out comes the boundary. Well, she goes again, and she gets it over fine leg this time. Not where she meant to hit it. And again, she's not too keen on running that second run, is Armstrong.
She doesn't really have it in her armoury yet, Alice Tector, to go short and bowl aggressively at a batter. That'll come in the next year or two, you'd imagine, but a bit predictable for someone like Armstrong. She knew it was going to be full, and the field is up behind her, so Laura Delaney's going to change that up. She's going to drop third and fine.
Yeah, I would have done that a few balls ago. We've seen how often Armstrong looks to play that shot behind the square. Kelly's been much more proactive in trying to hit down the ground or through extra cover, or through point if you bowl short and wide.
Well, it's a tough field to bowl to, this one. Everyone up on the offside. Bit of pace about her as well. Alice Tector needed it to be perfect, and it wasn't. So Arlene Kelly just helped herself.
Yeah, easy pickings. Plenty of width. Just throw your hands at it and hope for the best. And she managed to hit the gap. Just 4 remaining.
It's well bowled, but probably too little too late. The thing I was going to say about Bella Armstrong is she hits so well down the ground that you have to nearly choose between putting your long off and long on back or third and fine, and there's always a gap somewhere with the way she's able to play all around. A chance, appeal, and not out. With the way she's able to play in so many different areas, it makes it very difficult to set a field to her. The end of the 48th over, and Dragons in touching distance. Just one hit away, 286 for 4.
Yeah, we will have another look at that LBW. Alice Tector certainly seemed more than interested. He's gone straight. Oh, I tell you what, that looks very close.
Yeah, maybe going down leg. I'm not sure exactly what saved it.
Not a big stride in there, though, so it's not like the ball has a long way to travel after hitting the pad, and it certainly hit her in line with middle and leg stump. Maybe
Mary Waldron up to the stump, so that tells you she's in her crease as well. It's not going over. So
I think I would have given that the old review if possible. But anyway, Arlene Kelly survives. Eva Canning to continue. Armstrong picks that up. Could that be the winning runs? Yes, it is. final boundary for Bella Armstrong. She finishes on 163, not out. Game finishes in the 49th over. What a chase this has been from the Dragons. What a knock. The best we've seen in this competition.
Very fitting. This finish did it with time to spare. Ava Canning strays a little down the leg side, and Bella Armstrong, she's ridden her luck all day. Wherever she hits it, the fielders tend not to be. And she really deserves to be the one that saw the Dragons over the line. The Typhoons will be wondering what went wrong. How do you score 127? Laura Delaney will be thinking and come out second best. But that's what's happened, because Armstrong has scored a mammoth 163. Arlene Kelly on screen there was the bowler that helped keep the total down to a manageable target. And a dejected looking Typhoons unit will rue perhaps wickets that they lost late on in their innings. Dropped chance early on really cost them as well. Just second best today to brilliant bowling and batting performance by those two ladies on screen.
Yeah, dominant display in the end from the Dragons. What a start to this competition it is for them. You can see huge high fives from the entire team to Bella Armstrong. He deserved that and then some. Good to see Rebecca Stokel there. She did fall down, took a nasty blow on the arm, shoulder. She's got a makeshift sling there, so fingers crossed she's okay. She's had a really tough run of it with injuries in recent months.
Yeah, I really hope that this isn't going to cost her. I don't think it is a sling. I think maybe she's just got her hand in her jumper.
Keeping her hands warm.
Yeah, exactly. It's changeable conditions here. So this is the Typhoons. They batted first. They were sent in by the Dragons, and for a while there it looked like a terrible decision by Leopold to send them in. They piled on the runs, in particular Laura Delaney looking fluent. Kelly, though, dismissed her, and Stokel Little late on. Prendergast as well get in the action. Kelly and Prendergast, the two wicket takers early on in the day as well. And extras really helped out the Dragons to get that total up to 289, which was an imposing target for the Dragons to chase.
Yeah, well, not a lot to write home in the partnerships department apart from that mammoth 203 between Searle and Delaney. Delaney was definitely the aggressor in that partnership. 117 off 111 was her contribution. So it was a little bit more circumspect early on in her innings, but she did catch up nicely. 70 off 101, her contribution. Look at those figures.
Yeah, 9 bowlers used by the Dragons. 4 wickets for Kelly. She was the standout. 4 for 43 and 10. 2 wickets for Prendergast. And a bit of tap for a couple of the bowlers that came on later on. Orla Prendergast, miserly 3.83 was her economy. Her runs per over 8.
And there we have a look at the victorious Dragons lineup. It's hard to look past that innings at the top of the order. Bella Armstrong, 163 of 134 balls. Mammoth total, but equally the strike rate to match. Best ever innings we've seen at this competition. Previous best was 143 by Robin Searle. That's been smashed out of the park today by Armstrong. Her opening partnership with Leah Paul is what broke the back of this chase. Paul departed for 69 off 87, looking just to run one off the face down to third, but ended up nicking it straight into the gloves of Mary Waldron off Laura Delaney. Orla Prendergast came in, looked positive enough early on before deciding to take a back seat. Ended up smashing one straight to mid-off. Laura Delaney took a flying catch there. But in the end of the day, chances missed was the name of the day for the Typhoons. And Arlene Kelly came in and steered them home with 16 off 19. But that opening partnership of 166, they never looked back from that.
Yeah, have a look on the left of your screen there. Armstrong opened the batting and was there at the end. Incredible batting for her. She had various partners, and it was Arlene Kelly who started with the ball, who was there at the end to see it home with Bella Armstrong, who carried her bat.
Yeah, mixed figures from the Typhoons. Amy Canning was economical, couldn't get amongst the wickets column today. Perhaps should have been brought on a little bit earlier, given the struggles the Typhoons had in controlling that partnership between Paul and Armstrong. He's a little bit expensive today. Alice Tector looked good in parts, going at 5.5 and over. Delaney and Claire Sargent both picked up wickets. Sarah Forbes picked up a couple towards the back end that looked to just potentially shift this contest, but in the end, Armstrong and Kelly were too good.
So Typhoons thought they were in with a chance, 289, courtesy of 127 from Laura Delaney and a battling 73 from Searle. But then came Armstrong, 163 not out for her. The Typhoons bowlers just couldn't find a way to get her out, and the fielding didn't back them up. The Dragons win by 6 wickets. And so thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you from everyone at HBV Media, Cricket Ireland, myself, Ali McCalmont and Nathan Johns. Thanks again, and we'll see you next time.